places. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear I see that fear in your face. Tell me when the last time you felt safe, cause there's some evil people in the streets. Evil at your front door, creeping while you sleep. It's time to raise up, show that evil we ain't weak. We don't turn the other cheek, I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. We go through bad days, hard times, low pay, high crime, pathways to a life without sunshine. I'm the lifeline. With this life, I'm gonna be the pipeline, shining in the nighttime. Bet on me to swoop down. I'ma go toe to toe. Already know that I'm never gonna back down. Bet on me to stand tall. I take on anything for my crew. Bet I risk it all. Wicked people in the streets. Corruption in the politics and the police. It's time to raise up. Take a stand against the seat. We won't take a back seat. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. No more running from the bad guy. I'ma stare him in the eye like, what's up? I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. 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 If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. If I get knocked down, I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma get back up. I'ma. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. Yeah, no more running from that bad guy. Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's up? I know that journey been hard for you. Okay, I ain't giving up. We ain't giving up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Good morning again, everybody. Yeah, we are back on this channel. I'm sure like we left 20-something people on the other room. Hopefully they're awake and hopefully they see the message to come over here. We needed to get off that channel because it doesn't save after 12 hours, and I can't guarantee I'll be awake enough to switch this over. The Karen Reed trial itself begins at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We're just using this room again because we've got 9 hours to go in this marathon, and we don't want to lose any of it should someone want to watch the playback. So, yeah, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and we'll be going back to Drunk Girl coverage for a while now, for at least the next 3 hours. Anyway, let's go to the next one we have for you, which is Drunk Girl goes from 0 to 1,000 real fast. And again, another one from New Jersey.
On April 8, 2024, police in the town of West New York, New Jersey, responded to a call of a man trying to get into an apartment, but the female inside not letting him in. When police arrived, they found no response at the door. Once someone inside eventually opened the door, the situation went from 0 to 100 in no time. Fast. Here are the events that occurred.
Can you just start taking a ride just in case to 57 and Palisade? Not sure if it's the same call as 51. Supposed to be on there, cardiac arrest. We have ALS responding to 57 and Palisade.
Team Palisade, Green Fox Party.
Powell, 5613 Powell, in Fox Party, as of right now.
Open up!
You're a 51 Palisade, there's no control. 14,
Hi, man, how you doing? Can you open up the door for a second? Can you open up the door?
EMS to receive.
Ay, no, sí. ¿Usted llamó? No, yo no he llamado. Ain't no point.
I'm sorry about that. We're sorry about that.
33. Can you give us another apartment number? 17 Golf was not the correct one.
Yo estoy operado, dice, no me das.
Repeat.
17 Golf.
14.
33.
EMS 1.
Oh my God.
Just to confirm, you guys are responding to 57 in Palisades?
Jesus Christ.
Yes, we are.
Huh?
You got it, but you open the door and...
Open the door and police now. 33. We need a new address, a new apartment number. 17 Golf was not correct.
You, that other thing?
Who am I gonna call? I don't have anyone's number that's there.
Give him.
Headquarters?
Yeah.
Please stand clear to close the doors.
No. Oh, you answer?
Let me, yeah.
Oh,
I'll just mute it for a second.
Okay, audio is them, not us.
He's getting ready.
Hey, one to headquarters.
Gotta answer
You
the
can
door.
put me out with the units at 5701 Boulevard East.
14.
Yes, I know, but there's nothing here. Yeah.
What's gonna be the apartment?
He's gotta listen to it.
17 Golf.
She's not gonna answer anymore. She's like, no.
I'll make her dog bark until.
Oh, poor couple.
She's probably in the bathroom. We already had her. She just woke up. There was no one else. It was just her and the dog. It's not like she was talking to everybody.
Yeah, but.
Who did you talk to?
Excuse me again.
Arresting? How many calls were coming in?
I'm gonna try to call back right now, but.
Alpha to the unit on 5-1. Do you have anything over there?
5-1 is gonna be cleared over there. Those double call.
14. Thank you, sir.
She answered the door. She said it wasn't.
Thank you, C-Dumps, for gifting one really cool news message or news gift. Membership at
Now her
Went
dog's
to
barking.
Auto.
Now she's like,
Add a day, touche, add a day.
I did.
Okay. Okay, let's jump forward till this woman answers or they bust the door open because I can't stand the ringing.
Esté bien. Por favor.
Señora, no, estoy mal. Yo estoy operada de rodilla. Tú me lastimaste con la puerta, me lastimaste la rodilla.
Vamos a sentarnos. ¿Hay alguien más aquí o no?
Mi bebé.
¿Tu bebé?
Mi nieto.
¿O el nieto?
Ah,
Ok.
perrito.
Oh, qué lindo. Llamaron dos veces que había una discusión.
Hello?
Aquí.
Yeah, I was calling you to make sure if this is the correct address, but she just opened.
Okay.
Okay.
So, which way? Hold up, I'm here with Mo and Sasamba. Let me.
You're not allowed to rent the fucking house. Get the fuck out of this house.
Hold on a second.
Get the fuck out of this house.
Hold up. We need to make sure what's going on.
Get the fuck out of this house right now.
Man,
Get the fuck out of this
calm
house.
down.
Get out of my house. Goodbye. 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 No, no, no. Mami, tú eres una idiota porque la dejaste entrar. What are you looking for?
Okay.
For what? For what?
So we got calls that there was guys here trying to break in. No, no, no.
Yeah, there is,
Not,
right?
ma'am.
Oh my God, look at them.
Okay.
Alright, get the fuck out of my house. Get the fuck out of my house right now. Get the fuck out of my house.
Ma'am, I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask
I don't care.
I'm gonna ask you
Get
to
the
just
fuck
lower
out of my
your
house.
voice.
No, I'm not.
We're just
What the fuck are you doing here? Get the fuck, idiota. Get the fuck out of my house. No, I know you. Get the fuck out of my house right now. Get the fuck out of my house. Get the fuck out of my house. Goodbye. You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing in this fucking house. For real? You have a lot of things to do. Go work. No, go do what you need to do. Go do football shit. Go do what you need to do. Get the fuck out of this house. No, get the fuck out of my house. No.
Why are you so mad?
Cause you guys, what are you guys doing here?
We were let in. So
No, she's a dumbass bitch. She doesn't know what she's doing.
All right, can you
get out of my house?
Just
Get out of my house. I'm not talking to you. Get out of my house. Get out of my house. Get out of my house. Get out of my house.
The way you're acting is something definitely.
Okay, so look for it.
No.
Look for it so I can sue all you motherfuckers. Do it.
We're not.
You know what? Look for it. Look for it. No, actually, you're not going in my house.
We have to check.
Look, I don't care.
Is there somebody in there or no?
No one's there.
Okay.
Don't worry about my shit.
Did you have anything to drink today?
You're not allowed in my house.
Ma'am, take your hands off the officer. Take your hands off the officer. You're not touching us. You'll be under arrest for touching an officer. That's it. All right, turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around.
For what? For being in my house? Are you stupid?
Man, stop resisting.
No.
Just stop resisting.
Nigga, you guys are in my house. You're in my house.
I got her in cuffs.
You're not in no cuffs.
Yo, get her down. Just, you got her already?
Yes.
Fucking, yeah, fucking bitch. I will.
Able.
Yeah, I am a bitch.
Able.
Step on me again.
Able.
Step on me again.
Get up.
Step on me again.
Get up.
Step on me again. Step on me again.
She didn't step on you. You
Bitch.
kicked her.
Yes, she did.
You kicked her.
Yes, she did.
You kicked
She
her.
stepped on me.
She didn't step on
Step
you.
on me. Yes,
Now,
she
ma'am,
did.
look,
Yes,
listen,
she did.
breathe. We're gonna help
Let
you.
the fuck out my house.
We are going to help you get
You're
on your
in
feet.
my house.
Let's go. Stand up.
Idiota.
She's cuffed. She's cuffed. Watch your
No,
head.
I'm not
Stand up.
cuffed, actually.
Stand up. Come on. 1, 2, 3.
I'm not helping you, you dumbass bitch. You stupid. You're in my house. You're in my house.
All right.
Alright, so, no, fuck you, you whole ass
In my
bitch.
house.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah. Erica, you have my
¿Para
cuffs,
qué
right?
abriste? ¿Para qué abriste?
Don't worry about it.
¿Para qué abriste? ¿Por qué tú me estás llevando? No.
Let's go.
No, yo no pegué nada. Ellos abrieron la puerta.
Let's go.
Mommy! Wait, stop, guys, please.
No, she's under arrest. She's under arrest.
Stand up. I told her stop. You're dead. No.
You just listen to
No.
me. And you have to listen to me.
She's under arrest right now, ma'am.
Stefan, can you consult her mom? Her mom is...
Wait. Can you
She put her hands on officer.
They were in my house. Okay, can you guys stop, please?
She's not responding.
Can you just listen?
No,
Talk.
Ma'am, she's under arrest right now.
Listen.
Ma'am, right now, you're
swear.
impeding our arrest. You're going to be under arrest too if you stay in our way.
Just cooperate. No.
Can you listen to me? Lady,
No.
get EMS.
Why are you told her to open the door, you dumb bitch? Just stop. You told her to open the door for what reason? Just stop.
Stefan told me to tell her.
I said not to.
1, 2, 3.
Cooperate.
Stop. No. It's gonna get worse. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You heard me, right? You heard me. And she heard me at the fucking door. You all the body as on I'm a study on man, right? You fucking hoe ass bitch.
Lady, that's what cops are supposed to do when
Yeah, fuck you.
Just stop.
You're a dumbass bitch. Why you let them open the door?
Can I just talk to her?
It's not working.
No, can you just
What are you
okay,
doing? It's not
aggressive,
working.
I understand.
And then you, and are 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 you?
Okay,
And are you?
stop. Can I just stop?
Ma'am,
Can you
just
No.
cooperate.
No, tell this whole ass bitch to get the fuck away from me.
Okay, but can
If
I
you wanna talk to her,
I feel like you're making it worse, so can you just
I have
please
no
step
idea who
away?
she is.
But no, I'm not gonna call her. You're gonna go.
No, if she wants to get dragged on the floor, we'll drag her on the floor.
Wait, let me get her
Right
life.
there on the floor.
Lady, stop. Okay, got it. You guys have to come out, but you guys
Just watch me kick her. Stop kicking, man.
Oh, look at them. Look at me and my ass. Right? That's what they do, right? That's all they do.
wanna get up.
No, you did this though, man. No, it ain't good. Why you come upstairs the door, you stupid ass?
They were gonna throw up numbers.
Stop it, the dumbass. What does he do? What does the phone do for your kids? It doesn't matter.
Listen to me, please.
Get the elevator. You got the elevator door, bro.
Can you just stop being aggressive?
Hey, we need to back
Lady, stop.
Okay, that's it. Why am I under arrest? Why am I under arrest?
Okay.
Why am I under arrest? Father, stop. Why am I under arrest? Father! Father! Why am I under arrest? Father! Father!
Just have her sit up.
Shut the fuck up! Father! Why am I under arrest? Father! Father! Why am I under arrest?
Close that door.
For what? For what fucking reason? For what reason, Heather?
What happened?
Nothing. Get the fuck off me, bro.
Why did we get like here, bro? What happened? Yo, it didn't have to be like that. Your mom didn't have
Fuck
to see
you.
like that. This
Fuck
is
you.
real.
Fuck you and you and you.
Like,
Great. Yeah. Good job, Papa Pierce. This is all you guys do, right? All you guys do.
at least she's
Leave me alone, bro. Leave me
The easiest way to leave you alone is if you cooperate. Stand up.
Shut up.
Just get up.
Ma'am, just cooperate with
I'm
us.
not. For what? For what?
You're
For no
under
reason.
arrest right now.
You're under arresting me in my house. For what reason?
Come on. We have neighbors in the
Yeah, I'm thinking, right? I'm right
All
here.
neighbors are gonna say.
I'll drag your stuff back right there. No, don't drag it. Don't drag it. Stand up.
It doesn't have to be like this. It's just sit up.
Why all of a sudden you want to help? Go. Girl.
Yes.
Griffey has questions.
No, you tell them. What did I do?
Okay, Griffey has a question. I did not pass out. I am clipping my nails. Do you have a YouTube link to this video? Yes, if you want it, I will stick it inside chat. It is coming right now. There you go, Griffey. I didn't pass out. I'm actually clipping my nails.
What did I do?
We're so
Ma'am, we're gonna go to the street. We do not want to drag you. Just please
Oh,
cooperate
you've
and get
been
up.
dragging me. Get the fuck out of
Because you're
here.
making this harder for us.
No,
Just
who's making hard anything? Go work for doing your shit, yo. Go work for your shit.
Ma'am, just get
You
up.
want me to drag you? I'll drag you
Cooperate,
out of here.
please. We don't want to drag you.
You've been
I'm trying to
doing
work
it.
with you.
No, who's working with who? You've been doing this all the time.
not
You
true.
got me from my house from doing
Did
nothing.
you walk? Did you
You
cooperate?
walked, no.
No, you didn't. Exactly, you didn't.
What reason? What reason? You're I'm in my
We're not
house.
doing this. We're not
Doing
doing
what?
this. Let's go.
I'm in my house
Let's
doing
go.
what? What the fuck you arrest me for? Like you got some fucking
Let's go.
weed, some
Let's go.
cocaine. Go look at my house. Go do it. Do you got that? So what the fuck are you arresting me for? So what's the reason you're arresting me for?
Ma'am, we don't want to drag you. You're gonna hit the street. Get up,
I don't
please.
care. This is all you're gonna pay for.
I'll be right back.
You guys know that, right? You're gonna pay for this.
Well, we have everything on camera.
I don't care. These are my skin. My skin, you're fucking arresting me for what reason?
We'll explain to you once you get to headquarters.
For what reason?
What about your skin?
My skin?
You don't make sense.
How am I not making sense?
What about
You're dragging me out of nowhere. You're gonna
We're
fuck on my
telling you we
skin.
don't want to drag you, but you're
How are you not? How are you not?
We're asking you to get up and cooperate with us.
The door's
But
open.
if you don't, you're gonna get arrested no matter what. You're already under
Nigga,
arrest.
didn't I fuck you?
No.
Didn't? Yes, I did. Oh.
I don't even know your name.
Oh. Wait. Why are you going up out of nowhere? Why don't you call him?
Call who?
Yo, you're such a liar.
Call who?
Nigga, you're not getting fired. You know that, right?
I'm not trying to get you
Yeah,
fired.
you're gonna get. No, who is? Why would I get fired, nigga? You're gonna get fired. You know you're arresting a fucking person who lives in their house for what reason?
For assaulting a police officer.
How am I assaulting you? You came to my house.
Yeah? Straight
You
to
came
PNC.
to my house for what reason?
We're gonna have to switch spots, Jonathan. Here. 1, 2. Dude.
You're not arresting me for no reason.
Oh, you're arrested.
You're arrested for what reason? I had no one. You hit me.
We already told you.
You hit me.
Yeah, you guys are doing this on yourself. Good job. I'm glad I'm fucking making you guys exercise.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Damn, just get in the car,
No,
please.
I'm not. You guys arrested me for what reasons?
Alright.
What you gonna do? Pull my hair?
No, we don't want to hurt you.
You guys been arresting me.
Because you're not cooperating with us.
Why would I help you? What are you fucking my house for? Go look at my house. You wanna think anything else? Do it. The fuck am I the reason for?
Ma'am. No, hold on. Look, ma'am. Look, listen.
You guys don't understand. Yesterday, I just got a fucking $3,000 in my purse. My Louis Vuitton purse got stolen.
Really? Ma'am, you didn't tell us any of this stuff before.
Fuck you guys. You guys are always trying to fuck me
And ma'am,
over.
we're here. No, we're not. Honestly, it's not it at all. We're here trying to talk to you. We're sitting down. When we went up there, you weren't acting like this.
Why would I do this? Why would I talk to you guys?
Ma'am,
Yesterday, you guys were doing the same thing. I already knew who the fuck it was. It was 2 people.
Well, yesterday was a different crew than us.
I'm done with this, bro. You guys are doing
Look,
nothing.
right now, we're just gonna get you checked out in the hospital, and that's it.
Checked out for
Just
what?
to make sure everything is okay. All right? Like at the end of the day, we're not trying to give you more problems.
You guys are giving me problems.
No, but
I gave everything for my son. I give everything to my fucking son.
that's why.
And now you guys are giving me 4 more fucking problems.
Ma'am.
For what? For what? For him to come
Did
over
you see?
and then
No.
fucking get arrested?
Did you see?
And then him not being around?
Ma'am, did you see when I saw your son what I did? I
He's
closed that
not
door.
around.
Who's that little boy asleep?
That's probably Ava's fucking, fucking, what's his name? Fucking, fucking, the black nigga. What's his fucking name?
If you did me.
Alright, what's his fucking name?
Okay.
The fuck? No, his name. Baby daddy. What the fuck is his name?
It's gonna come to you. It's on the tip of your tongue right now. It'll come to you. Now look, right now, all we're gonna do.
You're not gonna do this. I did nothing wrong.
Here's the thing, we're
I
trying
have
to-
not done nothing wrong.
Ma'am.
I don't do drugs. I don't do anything. I have nothing wrong.
The only thing you
what
got
the
on you-
fuck are you coming to me for?
Ma'am, from all that you did, my blood is literally on your sweater all over it right now.
That's your problem.
Because you weren't.
You're
cooperating.
trying to fucking grab me from my house.
Ma'am.
I live all the way up there. You're
Yes.
trying to grab me for what
Ma'am,
reason?
so do you
for
wanna
what
hear?
reason?
Are you gonna listen?
Yes, for what
Okay,
reason?
so we got a call. There was multiple guys trying to break into your place. So
why are you arresting me?
Because Do
I look like a fucking guy?
Do you want the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm trying to tell to you nicely so you understand.
How?
So when we went in there, standard protocol, we have to check the rooms to make sure the guy isn't hiding out there, right? When we did that,
That
you
was
came
probably
out.
Stefan. That was probably Stefan.
And-
fucking Ava's fucking father
and-
trying to get her kid.
and you could've-
We have nothing to do with anything.
See, you could have told us that. But
Why would I do that? Why would I fucking
Because
his job?
if you told it to us, you'd be asleep right now in your place, and this wouldn't be happening right now.
You guys should not have been knocking on
I
our
just-
door
I
for
just
what
told you-
reason? The dog was barking. What's
On
the
three?
reason?
Man, but he just told you why. It's the law. If we get a call like that, we have to check the room.
Then my mom called did my mom call?
We don't know who the
Did I
caller
call?
was. All right, let's.
That's why we
Yo,
had to go
Johnny,
in and
Johnny,
check it out.
First
Johnny,
of all, what
Johnny.
are you gonna do?
No.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Hit me again? Are you gonna hit me again? Are you gonna hit me with your knee again?
Like you hit
She didn't
everybody
do
else?
that.
Like my knee?
Just watch the feed.
So
I don't
you
want
What's the problem? I hope you're recording this.
It is.
What's your
Every
Let
second.
me, no, get down. Oh, what's the problem? I'm trying to see what the fuck he has in his fucking chest for me to know what the fuck you're recording.
Right here.
You hit me.
Right here.
No,
Everything-
you have not been recording.
No,
He has been
100% I've been recording.
That shit's been recording all the time. No,
Mine
girl.
doesn't glow red.
No, you've been mad for some reason. I don't know what you're mad about.
Okay, man, let's go. We're gonna try to do it the nice way, right?
What are you mad about? No, what is the problem about
I'll
me?
read together everything. All right, 1, 2, 3. I just put it in like that. Push. Just watch the feet at the end, all right? All right.
No, don't let her pull me. I don't want her to touch me.
So it's either she
I'll
pulls
be
you or I
okay.
pull you.
I'll be okay. I don't want her to
Sit
touch
down.
me.
Then sit down.
All right. I don't want her to touch me.
Sit down. She won't touch you.
All right.
Sit down.
Switch
All right,
around.
sit down.
I'm okay. I pick it. I don't want her to touch me.
She won't. Just sit down nicely and she won't touch you. Watch the legs.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. She's a fucking.
So last thing I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna put the seatbelt on you.
I don't for what, bro.
Just watch your skin. Just watch your skin, alright? Alright. Alright, dude. How are we doing this?
I'm gonna go with you. Who's in here?
You're with me. That's our car.
Okay. Supervisor.
Yeah. So, Sarge, I'm just gonna mute for 2 hours. What do we? She assaulted me and Franco up there. Alright, she's got my butt on us, buddy.
Take her straight to Palisades.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Take a right to 63 and Boulevard East, move with 51.
She's my backup. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, look. Look, right now, ma'am, listen. Okay, right now, she won't. I'll talk to you. Okay, wait. Do you want to switch with Johnny real quick just to de-escalate a little bit?
Is he gonna follow?
Johnny, switch with Erica. Switch with Erica.
Yeah. Look,
So look,
I'm leaving. See?
she's gonna look.
Bye.
Take a right to 6215 Park Avenue, the
All right,
7-Eleven.
I got you someone else. All right.
I'm going with Mo.
331.
Is that Erica? Is this your phone?
Already notified. All right, 14. Go with the next
You
shot.
wanna
What
call
do
it
we
out
got?
for me, dude? Yeah. 3-1 to headquarters. 3-3? Yeah. 333.
Booty.
3-1 to headquarters. You're on the right channel. I don't hear you.
1, go ahead.
Okay.
Myself and 333. Transporting 1 female to CMC. Starting mile 40042.
Time is 0005 hours. 0005 hours.
14. to 33.
333.
3-1 that main building secure, 3-1. The hospital watch and go back to service.
14.
Booty.
Quarter to 3.
That's right, folks. We're almost done with this one, as I am losing my mind quickly. Yes, we're an hour 12 something. Yeah, we're going till 4 p.m. today. I may or may not get some sleep this afternoon and have Phil and Hank take over for an hour or two. tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be back with you with, I won't be, but Pope Phil will be back with his Second Film Monday show. Tonight, they're doing Sobsit Bingo, it looks like, so stop on by. They'll be generating up the cards and then playing some bingo tonight while I'm hopefully asleep. I have been awake for roughly a long time. Roughly a long time. So
Minus
it's been
one nap of an hour or so. I've been up for 26 hours.
Yeah, you need to sleep. Get yourself at least a nap.
I'm still laying in bed. I'm fine.
No, get some sleep. It's not good for your recovery. I'm insistent here. We'll be fine. Heck, we'll be on in a couple hours, or at least an hour or so. So get sleep.
Get my exercises. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm muted.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Because
Well,
I F-bomb on exercises.
Okay. Well, if you fall asleep, it's fine.
Okay.
Fine and dandy. Just remember to mute so you're not snoring into the microphone.
Okay.
Okay? I can't promise the same thing, because when I snore, I snore.
Well, if you go down, what am I going to do? I don't...
Yeah, you don't have any tools, so... Yeah.
No, everybody just gets to watch whatever till Phil shows up.
Yeah, till Hank shows up, yeah. So, no, I'm fine. We're going to make it through this. And yes, Mrs. Tom, we're still going. We're in hour 12, and yeah, we're fine. In fact, yeah, we just hit hour actually 12. So, I think we started 6:15 p.m. last night. It is 6:22 a.m. Yeah, going pretty strong. Thank you to all of everybody. X on Twitter/X and on Facebook for being with us. And let's see the last 3 minutes of this video.
We're missing Facebook Karen.
What was that?
We're missing Facebook Karen.
Yeah, she should be around any minute. Actually, Griffey, we're down to 21 on YouTube, maybe. But we're up to 7 on X. Our X folks are with us early today as we are in the middle of, well, we got bribed to pull an all-nighter and to go early. The Karen Reed murder trial coverage doesn't start till 9 a.m. Eastern. It's about 6:23 a.m. Eastern. We'll be filling the time with some more Drunk Girl until we catch up. But for now, we've got 3 minutes left in this Drunk Girl, or 4 minutes actually. Let's see how it resolves itself.
When we go to the hospital, I'll explain everything to you, okay? I will explain everything to you if you cooperate.
We're meeting up with 51 and 63, right?
Listen, we tried to talk to you, and you didn't want to talk to us.
We were 51, they have a party stop there, and they need it.
For robbery, female party, stole from the store, that's the area.
It's a DV.
38, supposedly she left her jacket in the store and is out there just in a bra and pants.
So listen, we're not going to take it out of the We're going to go in there, and the staff can help us out with that. We'll find out more details.
Call for 20.
Do you want me to go get him? Yeah. Cool. You want me to go? Hold that door.
Hold that door. Stop that pigeon.
So here.
I do nothing. I do no drugs. I'm no cocaine.
Ma'am, and no one is accusing you of doing drugs or having drugs. Ma'am, so as I explained to you, we came to. Are you gonna listen though or no? Because I'll talk to you if you want to listen. All right. While we were attempting to go do our job and search just to make sure you guys were safe, you ended up not only stopping us, but you put your hands on multiple police officers. Okay, I'm trying to answer your questions. We're gonna need some, yeah. So, ma'am, look, either you can come out nicely, or they can take you out. It's up to you at this point.
Honestly, suck my dick.
Okay.
Please open the door.
That's fine.
I could come out nicely,
Okay, so,
but they're being assholes. How the fuck are you in my house out of nowhere?
I explained it to you.
Do I have drugs?
I told you, that's not the accusation. We got nothing like that.
But it is. So go in my house and fucking search for it.
That's not what we came here for.
So what do you come here for?
Are you gonna listen?
Yeah.
Because this is the fourth time I'm telling you now.
Go ahead.
We got a call. A guy was trying to break into your place. We went in there.
So get him. Why the fuck am I here?
You weren't cooperating. Put your hands on an officer. That's why you're here. You can keep asking that question. The answer's gonna be the same.
Fucking pee and the fucking whore got my fucking hand.
Ma'am, that's your mother.
You said you can walk, right? So we're gonna let you
But I
out.
care, because I'm stuck right here.
We're gonna let you out. Just cooperate with us, and I'll answer all the questions you want. Okay?
Look, you were working with us. What did I do? I got you a nicer officer.
I don't care. You really didn't.
The chair's coming. Okay.
Wait. Can my dress go down?
Yes. You can put it down yourself? All right.
One Romeo, go Foxtrot.
All right.
This is right here, so you want reason. For what reason are you guys doing this to me for?
Go have a seat.
Bravo, 86 Papa Lima Alpha.
Oh, they didn't
Bravo,
care.
86 Papa
They already hit me fucking how many times through the door.
Bravo, 86 Papa Lima Alpha. Receive the phone next. This one's going to be New York 39.
What details? Good job.
New York receive.
So as of right now, she put her hands on an officer. I want to see what the supervisor can do with that.
But what was the initial?
It was for a domestic violence call, and she did it. She wasn't cooperating. She stopped everything from happening. And then
Oscar Romeo 1 receive.
Now the other guy's the other half.
he's gonna stay here with her. No, that's a different case entirely. That's Will Bergen, I assume.
Remember 119 from Powell.
Police arrested the female and took her to a medical center for evaluation. She was then transported to police headquarters and charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault and 1 count of obstruction. Please leave a comment. And of course, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Okay, folks, we are on to, let's see, how to ruin college life instantly. May have already seen this one, but we're going to play it anyway.
I'm Officer Costa with Crystal Lake Police Department. We're just talking to you because we got a couple complaints that you might have been swerving on the road, or
I don't think I was.
You don't think you were?
No.
Maybe it was a phone, you're on your phone or for something? Or...
No, I'm just a bad driver. I failed
You're
my
a bad
driving
driver?
test twice.
Okay.
Trust me, I'm trying to drive nice.
Hey, we need you to step out, okay? You're gonna come and talk with us over here, okay? All right, my dear. Here, put your butt right against there. This officer is gonna ask you some questions, okay?
So have you been drinking at all tonight? No. You just maybe on your phone or something?
Maybe, yeah.
Where are you coming from?
Carrie, I'm on my music a lot.
Your music? Okay. Do you have your ID on you?
I can check.
I just need to look at where you're reaching, my dear. It's right there? Okay. All right, you good?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just stressed.
All right,
I don't.
why are you stressed?
Because I've been pulled over like once before.
Okay, here, put your butt right back there, okay?
2004, how old does that make you?
That makes me 18.
18, okay.
What's your first name?
Ellie.
Ellie? Hey, Ellie. Do you know what time it is right now? Go without looking. Guess.
About like 6:30.
Okay, it's right now it's 7:15. Is there anything that you did today that you think, in terms of medications, alcohol, prescribed, not prescribed drugs, weed, anything like that, that you took today that you think would impair your driving?
No.
Okay. Have you had any alcoholic beverages today?
No. I have been sober for 6.5 months.
Okay. What about marijuana? Any marijuana today? Okay. When was the last time you smoked marijuana?
I'm sober from alcohol, but not marijuana. But
Okay.
marijuana was probably like yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yesterday or 2 days ago.
But I don't think it would impair my driving today.
Okay. All right. So since you've been at Target, you have not consumed any alcoholic beverages. Okay. And that's
And they could check the cameras and see that I.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything illegal that you may have in the car?
No.
Okay. So you have no alcohol in the car?
No.
Okay. No cannabis, weed in the car? No prescription medication not prescribed to you or any other drugs in the car?
Like, what's it called? What's it called when you take things that are like extra vitamins for you?
Like multivitamins?
Kind of, but like nothing.
If it's something like over the counter,
Yeah, it's
we're
like
not
over
talking
the
about
counter.
like
They sell them at Target.
Right,
Like,
that's not.
supplements. That's what it's
Supplements,
called.
okay.
Yes, I've taken some supplements.
Again,
but-
our concern is we had 2 people call in saying that you were swerving on the road, and we just wanted to make sure you're okay to drive.
And stumbling.
That's why.
Okay.
That's why.
After they saw you get out of your car.
I promise you, I am.
So I
could literally call my boyfriend.
So
and
I
tell you
really-
how clumsy I am.
So here's the deal, though. Okay, I appreciate it. All right, I appreciate what you're saying to me. However, we have a little bit of a problem. Okay, so I'm gonna give you an opportunity to be honest with me. Okay, because when you opened your door, I saw the bottle of vodka that's in your driver's side of your door.
I don't have any.
Okay. Well, I saw it.
Well,
hold on. I don't want you reaching in your car.
Well, you could open the door.
Okay,
and
I'll
see
open
it.
the door. You can stand with Officer Costa right here.
I'm just saying I don't have a bottle of vodka on my side door.
Okay,
and you
so
can open
you're
that and
okay
look at
with
it.
me opening and looking?
Yes.
Maybe she saw it wrong or something. Okay?
Yes,
We're
she
just
can open
checking,
and look at it. Okay.
So, okay. So now we have a problem. Okay.
What?
I have a really big problem.
What?
Okay. Now we're not cool.
Why?
Okay. And I'll explain to you why we're not cool. Because I saw it there.
I promise you it wasn't
here.
there.
Everything's on video, okay?
Okay.
So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have you stand by with these officers and I'm gonna search your vehicle.
You don't have the warrant to do that.
Actually, I have probable cause because I observed alcohol.
You don't have warrant to do that.
Because I observed
I have a
alcohol.
right to not let you search my car.
Okay, so
I have a right to not let you search my car.
Unfortunately,
No, I have a right to not let you search my car.
we're not doing this.
I have a right
Ellie,
to not let you search my
Ellie,
car.
Ellie,
We're not doing this. Come on, let's go. Get back
You
here.
know my
not
rights, and
touch
you
me.
know I have a right to
Do
not let you
touch me.
search my car.
Okay, listen,
There's
I
a little
don't.
weed in the center console. There's a pipe I see.
Yeah, and
Listen,
they don't have a right to
listen,
search my car.
listen to me.
They don't. I've
Listen to me.
I've been pulled over before, and I know you don't have a right to search my car.
Chill out, okay?
I know
Because
you.
I don't want to have to put you in handcuffs right now.
I know you don't have a
Okay.
right to search my
You-
car.
you need
It's
to
an
relax.
exception to the law. It's called a mobile conveyance.
You guys looked in my car before you had the right to search my car,
Listen.
and you saw the weed, and so you don't have a right to search my car.
It's also plain view. Yes.
You don't have a right to search my car.
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay, so
no,
Ellie,
you don't.
Ellie,
Ellie,
do
we
not
don't want to put you in
touch me like
handcuffs.
that.
I'm telling
Just
you.
cooperate with us.
All the time, dear.
I'm
Don't
telling
touch
you
me
for a
like
fact
that.
you don't have a right to search my car.
So listen to me. This is gonna go one of two ways, okay? I would rather not put you in handcuffs. I don't want to put you in handcuffs, okay? I don't want to. If you're cooperative, we can figure this out and work through it.
I'm just
okay?
saying you can't search my car without a warrant.
Well,
with seeing a bull in my car, you can't search my car without a warrant.
So I know the law. Probably.
I know the law.
Okay.
Because I've looked it up, and I know you can't search my car without a warrant, so I'm not allowing you
Ellie,
to.
I'm giving you one of two choices.
I know you
Ellie,
can't search my car without a warrant.
Ellie,
you guys know
Ellie,
this.
Ellie, these are your choices. You can go stand by that squad car with these two gentlemen, okay? That's your first choice. If you do not want to do that, your second choice is I'm going to put you in handcuffs, okay? Which
You
do you
can't
choose?
search my car without a warrant.
Which do you choose?
You
I'm going to
can't-
give you. I'm not arguing with you.
You
I'm going
can't-
to give you one opportunity right now.
You can't search my
What
car
is your-
without a warrant.
Ellie, it's all on body cam.
You can't search my car
Yes,
without a
we can.
warrant. No, you
Okay.
can't.
Turn around.
Alright.
I
Turn around.
do not handcuff me.
We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this.
Chill. Turn around.
Please don't handcuff me. I'll go with them to the car. I'll go with them to the car right now. Please don't handcuff me.
Ellie.
We already spoke about this. We gave you the
Don't
option.
handcuff me. I'll go to the car with them right now. Please.
You have my hand?
I'll go to the car with them right now. Please
Ellie.
don't handcuff
Ellie,
me.
we're not
I'm
gonna do
trying
this.
Ellie.
We're not gonna do this.
Ellie, stop. You got her?
I can't be handcuffed.
please, I'm trying to walk to the car. I can't hear you. Stop. Okay, right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? For, well, we're gonna figure it out. It's at least, we'll go illegal consumption of alcohol by a minor right now, okay? Do you have... Stop. Stop.
Ellie,
Stop.
let's not do that.
Stop it. Stop it.
I can't be in handcuffs!
Go ahead.
I can't be in handcuffs!
Stop, Ellie.
Ellie, we're not doing this.
I can't
Ellie,
be in
we're not doing this.
handcuffs!
We're not doing this.
I think take me out of
Stop.
Take me out of the handcuffs!
Ellie, stop.
Take me out of the handcuffs then!
Listen.
Take me out of the fucking handcuffs!
Ellie, stop.
Take me out of the handcuffs!
Stop.
I got it. You're just making it worse for yourself, Ellie. Come on.
Take them off! Take them off!
Listen to me. Take a deep breath. Listen to me.
Can you please take the handcuffs off? Do you understand?
You have to stop screaming.
I have a scar.
Stop screaming. Stop screaming.
Take a deep breath right now.
Stop talking.
Take a deep breath.
Stop talking.
Take a deep breath.
Deep breath. Listen to me. You can't fight with us.
I won't. Just please take me out
I
of
cannot take you out of the handcuffs because of how out of control you're being right now.
I'll sit in this car.
If you chill out.
I'll sit in this car if you please take the handcuffs off.
Well, I cannot have you unhandcuffed. It's my policy. I can get fired for it.
I will stay in this car the entire time.
Well, I'm gonna need you to sit in the car anyway, but I promise.
Thank you. I just...
Okay. Chill.
You don't know.
Listen.
I didn't even do anything wrong. It was...
Ellie.
Please take off... No, do not buckle me.
Then I'm not gonna buckle.
Please take off the handcuffs because I can't with handcuffs. Please. Please.
Chill. You have to chill out.
Please take off the handcuffs.
Okay.
Please.
Right now, I can't. You know why?
I'll sit here if you take off the handcuffs.
Okay.
If not, I'll run out.
Ellie, listen to me, okay? Because of everything that just happened, I need to ensure that you're safe. How about we try to do some breathing, okay?
He can buckle me up if you take off the handcuffs, please.
Sweetheart,
he can't buckle
sweetheart,
me
I
if not.
cannot.
He can't buckle me if not.
So listen, this is the deal. If you keep fighting like this, my sergeant's on his way here, and he has this device called the wrap, and it completely restrains you. If you can't calm yourself down the way you are now, I am going to have to put you in that, and I don't want to do that. So we have to stop.
We were in the driving complaint, swerving over the road, and then we stumbled across her. She entered the car, and there was...
That car?
Yes, vodka and a bowl and the...
You guys made contact with her when she came outside, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then she was kind of combative with us.
Okay.
What if I didn't drive under the influence? What if I just drank it here?
Well,
I didn't drive under the influence.
Well,
you could breathalyze me right now and it would come up as more recent.
That's for... Sweetheart, that's for you to fight in court.
Okay. I'll fight that.
And that's
I'll
okay.
say that I was going to have someone come pick me up here.
That's fine.
I was calling my sister.
I'm okay with that. Sweetheart, you can fight that in court. But right now you're under arrest. So this is what I have to do. I have to take you to the police department.
Please don't.
And if I take you to the police department, that's when the cuffs are going to come off quicker.
So the quicker... No!
Okay. All right, well, listen to me. If I put your seatbelt on, we can get you there in 5 minutes and the handcuffs will come off. Sweetheart, we'll figure it all out, okay? Can I put your seatbelt on now? Can we go? Can we go to get these handcuffs off you, Ellie?
I just want to drive home.
I know. Mr. Barillo is going to hand me this so I can put it on you.
Can you call her instead of my parents?
I will. Yes, I can. Yes, I'll call your sister for you. Absolutely.
Wait, can you get my phone from my car so I know what...
What else do you need? You need your phone? Do you need anything else from your car?
Just my phone.
Okay,
Please,
yes.
just
We're going to get you to the police department so I can get these off.
Tell her to not tell my parents and...
I can't wear handcuffs! Ellie, the longer we fight, the longer you're going to be in handcuffs like
Just
that.
please take me to the station and call my sister!
If you can chill out, then good. That we're on our way.
Wait,
Ellie.
just...
Ellie, what was I talking about earlier? Take a deep breath, okay?
Ellie, I'm really trying to prevent you from being wrapped, but you're gonna put me in... You know your sister's number? Do you need your phone?
That's why they're getting my phone! I just said that, dumbass! Are you drunk? Fucking dumbass! You can't take my vapes though, because my parents buy those for me. You can't take those from me. My parents buy those for me, and I'm 18, and that used to be the age, so you can't take those from me.
You can't have it in the back seat. We'll just put it back in the car. How's that?
No, you're gonna take it then. You can't take it from me, or else you have to give me $27.
Okay.
There's a vape in between.
Okay, so this is the deal. I need to take the vape.
No,
okay?
you can't.
Elliot, come on.
You can't. Then give me $27 because I just paid all my. I paid.
I'm gonna put it in your car. Okay.
You're gonna put it in my car.
I'm gonna put it in your car right now. Okay.
Can I hit it first?
No, you cannot.
I'm really stressed. Then you can't take it. Don't take it. Don't take it. I need it first.
Take it. Don't take it.
No, I just want my nicotine.
Okay. Well, you can have it. I told you I'm gonna leave it in your car because you're right. It's not illegal to possess, but
my parents bought it for me. They're 21. They can buy it, and I can have it. I just want to hit it before it's gone from me for 5 hours.
No, Jesus.
Can you please put it in my car? That's what she said.
No, because I told you not to hit it.
What? She told me it was good.
Yeah, but she also told you not to hit it.
She told me it was gonna go in my car. Please put it in my car. I just paid $27 for that. I'm broke as hell, and I need that. Please put it in my car. Please.
Okay, take a deep breath.
what's in your pants right here? Is it just your? Don't reach. Do not reach. Oh, okay. We have a retail theft.
No.
We're gonna pull her out, and she's gonna search her completely. And if we have to put her back in the car and put her in the rack, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Got her out search.
Yep. Please. Elliot, if you fight, I'm gonna put you in the rack.
I don't know what you're reaching for. Stop reaching for
I'm not reaching for anything.
Elliot, what I'm gonna do is a little bit more of a thorough search, just like.
You can't touch me. I give you not permission to touch me. I don't give you 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 permission to touch me. Just because you're out.
For yourself. You're just making it worse for yourself, Ellie.
Ow! Just because you're with the law does not mean you can touch me without consent!
You're just making it worse for yourself.
You can't touch me without consent! Ow! You can't touch me without consent! You can't touch me without consent!
Okay, you guys hold on to her.
I don't want men touching me without consent!
You lay her in there.
Stop touching me!
Wrap her feet right now.
You guys are old men! Stop!
Victoria B, we've actually been going for a little over 12 hours. So about 12 hours and 30 minutes across 2 different streams. Because we were paid in advance to do this. We're going to keep going till 4 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time. And sometime this afternoon, I'm going to pass out.
Jim?
Hopefully. Yes.
She says you can't touch me without consent. Would anybody go to jail if that was the rule?
Probably not. Probably not. Especially when she's screaming like that.
Yep. Who needs Taco Tuesday when you have drunk burrito?
That's right.
Stop touching me! Stop!
Okay, I got.
Keep touching me!
Hey, listen. You have to stop, Ellie.
Stop fighting. Stop fighting.
Stop fighting.
Ellie, stop fighting.
Ellie, you have to stop. Ellie, stop fighting.
Let me stand up and not be hurt by these fucking handcuffs! Blue lights matter, you guys fucking
She's in the leg.
You are hurting me!
Lower the buckle first.
You guys are abusing me! I'm gonna bring you all to fucking court! You assholes! I'm gonna bring...
Stop.
Ellie, you're making it worse for yourself. Stop
Go ahead. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Set her up. Knee back, knee back.
Forward.
Knee in her back.
You guys!
Ellie, if you continue to dig your nails into me,
I'm gonna dig them as deep as you're digging those fucking handcuffs into me, you dick! Fuck the cops, bro! I fucking hate all of you guys.
Ellie, are you injured?
Yes, my fucking wrist.
Okay.
Bitch. Fuck you.
Double check your Ellie, cuffs, Ellie. Stop digging your fingernails into
you
my
fight
hands.
him, he can't check your cuffs.
They hurt. They hurt.
Hold on. Ellie, stop. I'm trying to help you.
Trying to help.
I'm trying to help you.
Let go of it. It hurts.
You have to stop. You're pulling on it.
It hurts.
Okay, stop so we can fix it, okay?
Hey.
Ellie,
Hey.
Ellie,
I did that.
No. All right, just put her in.
I did that on purpose.
Really, you can just take her straight to county.
What the f? What?
We got to lift her up, put her in.
Oh my
Hold on, wait, 1, 2, 3.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking bring you guys this corner, dude. It hurts!
Stop fucking.
I'm not! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!
Ellie, what hurts?
My wrists and my stomach. And I told you this. I can't be in handcuffs. And I told you that.
Well, you have no
45 minutes ago. Just bring me to the regular police station and call my sister, or else I will cause a fit. Who has my vape? Who is gonna answer? Who has my vape? My boyfriend's gonna kill me. He's gonna break up with me. My boyfriend's gonna break up with me! Can my sister please bail me out for $100? Why are you guys answering? Why are you answering?
Yeah, we're right.
Will it take a get it out of my mouth?
Hey, you're not gonna get anywhere like that.
You!
Okay,
I need to go home!
in the morning.
No, right now!
No. When you calm down, let me know and I'll get you booked in the process and I'll get you on the phone. But you have to show me that you're gonna calm down and you're gonna behave.
I need to
Okay?
go home.
You will in the morning.
No, I need to right
No.
now.
So Ellie,
I need
calm down. Ellie, calm down. When you calm down, let me know, okay? I'm here all night.
Ellie eventually provided a breath sample that indicated a blood alcohol concentration of 0.091. She was charged with driving under the influence, aggravated battery to a peace officer, resisting, obstructing, DUI with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08 or more, illegal transportation or possession of alcohol, retail theft, and illegal possession of liquor by a person under 21 years old. She is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Okay, folks, we're gonna queue up one more, and then I am gonna take a 10-minute break to walk around, because I am really feeling the effects of almost 11 hours on the air. So let's pull this one up, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Las Cruces. I'm on the road. I'm on Telshore in Loman. I'm heading west behind a drunk driver who's already hit a curb. They're driving 2 lanes and they're speeding and they're gonna hit someone. No,
they're passing the on-ramp to the
So we're crossing over the 25,
headed towards
on Loman, heading west.
Passing Walmart.
We're passing Walmart. They are now in the center lane. Nope, now they're back in the left lane, and
they're driving
back
up the
to the center lane. It's a maroon car. What was
It's
that
a
like?
maroon Toyota. I believe it's a Corolla. They're passing Chick-fil-A?
No, they're passing Chick-fil-A. They're gonna hit somebody.
These people are really, really, really drunk.
They're really drunk.
Holy shit. He's gonna hit the curb.
He's gonna.
He just hit the curb again. He's gonna bust the tire.
He's gonna hit the other curb.
He's gonna.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Oh, they're gonna hit that.
Holy shit. It's freaking me out.
They're gonna kill somebody. Okay.
Shit. Curb. Curb.
Just stay away from him. He's gonna hit somebody. Let them. Oh.
It's them. They're stopping everybody.
Alright, good. Just stay here. Why? Let this guy. He's got a truck. He's gonna stop him. They're probably cops, babe.
Oh shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Let him go. Don't go near it. They're gonna hit you, and I don't.
I'm trying to
box
him. Oh, they're
he's
gonna
got
box
it.
They
are
box.
cops. I'm thinking of it. I don't know, but whatever they're doing, they're
Holy shit. Holy
wait,
shit.
wait.
Oh my god.
Let this guy do his thing.
Okay.
Let him do it. We're not part of it.
Holy
This person's part of it too. They're the ones that got hit.
They got hit?
Yeah, the guy hit their back end.
Oh
shit. That's why I said let them take care of all this shit on their own. What are you doing?
Letting him over.
That's the car. But I don't want to be a part of this. You're me. Don't.
Well, I can't go anywhere. Your car died?
No. The truck's not letting them go.
Good. What did the police say?
They said for us not to follow them. They have already people in the area, and they will call us. I don't want to be where we can be hit.
Oh, shit.
No, don't. I'm
just trying to go. I don't know where to go.
They're
boxing them in.
I know. I don't want to be a part of this. So we're coming down to grab some food, and all the way up by Ross on Loman. So that's when she went over her first curb.
In the red car?
And yes. And then she...
Do me a favor, just wait over there.
I'm the guy that went to...
That's fine.
She, all the way down Loman, I was on the phone, letting her know, letting everybody know, hey, you got a drunk driver, clearly.
Hello, ma'am. Hi. Owen Gold, Las Cruces Police Department. Are you injured? No? Okay. Do you have your driver's license on you and then a registration and insurance of the vehicle?
Yeah, why?
Well, you're involved in a crash, it appears, so I need to get your information to add you into a crash report.
Why?
Because it's required to do a crash report that I get your driver's license.
I don't have a crash report.
Well, you're involved in a crash now.
I don't have a crash report.
Okay, do you have your ID on you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Do you mind if I see it? That's okay. Did you spill something on yourself, or no? Your pants are wet. Are you injured?
No.
Did you hit your head or anything like that in a crash? Or no? Are you diabetic? You take insulin? No. You taking medications? Do you have your registration insurance?
What?
I don't have a car right now.
You don't have what?
I don't have a car right now.
You don't have what?
I don't have a
Cover?
car right now.
You don't have a car? Where is your car? Huh? Las Cruces? That's where your car is? Where are you heading? You're heading to Las Cruces? Where are you coming from? Huh? You're coming from New Mexico and you're heading to Las Cruces. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. What part of New Mexico are you coming from? You don't know? I will take it. I wanted it. Alright, hang tight. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Evelyn. Alright, Evelyn. Hang tight.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Officer Nelson with the Las Cruces Police Department. What's going on? Huh? Say that again? So what happened? Do you know where you're at? Say that again? El Paso? Okay. Do you mind, where are you coming from? Say that again? You're coming from Las Cruces? Okay. Have you had anything to drink tonight, ma'am? You haven't? Have you had anything to drink tonight? No? Okay. Do you mind taking some tests for me to see if you're okay to drive? Yeah? Yes?
Okay. Where are you going, ma'am? New Mexico? You're in El Paso right now? Can you step out of the vehicle, please, and put your phone down?
Stand 41, please. Stop it.
And we're back. Yes. I took a nice walk to wake up.
Go over here towards the back of your car.
Step. Over here.
Have a seat on your
Now
rear
my
bumper.
studio
Right here, ma'am.
receivers won't go back in my ear.
Have a seat in your bumper. You're gonna fall.
There we go.
Turn around.
Set.
Sit down. How much have you had to drink? Not that much. How much is not that much? You can't even stand on your own 2 feet. How much have you had to drink? And I don't know if you know this, but you're in the city of Las Cruces and you just caused a crash. You're not in El Paso, you're in Las Cruces.
I caused a crash.
Yes, so you're in a crash. That's why we're here.
Yes, you're in a
So
crash.
how much have you had to
Good
drink?
morning, NCR.
I don't know. You feel
Okay, sounds good. We'll do that. Go ahead and tell her with your hands and your feet. Go ahead and tell her.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead and put your feet together. Stand up.
Oh, have her sit down. Sit on your bumper, man.
Sit on your bumper. Go ahead, sit right there. Go ahead and put your feet together, heel to heel, toe to toe. Just like I'm doing. With your feet together.
It's fine, just go ahead.
Alright, ma'am, stay in this position, okay? With your eyes only. Can you move your hair out of the way?
Can you get your flashlight out?
Can you move your hair? With your eyes only. Go ahead and watch the tip of my pin, okay? Up here.
Have a seat right here. Sit down on the bumper. Sit down. Sit down on the bumper. There you go. Put your feet together. Put your hands to your side. 47 like man. Hands to your side. Stay in this position. Continue. Your eyes only.
Go ahead and watch the tip of my pin with your eyes only, okay?
Oh, she's
You understand?
Lotto.
Up here. With your eyes only. Ma'am, over here. Do not move your head. Over here. Okay. Keep watching the tip of my pin, okay? Stand up straight, ma'am. Watch the tip of my pin. Okay, ma'am. Can you go ahead and stand over here for me?
Blue line. How about you just left side, right?
At this, on the blue line over here? Over here? This blue line?
Blue line.
Go ahead and stand on this line.
So how about this? You are so under the pressure that you're impaired. We're gonna do we're gonna do other additional tests. You can't even do these. So let's go back over here so you can lean up against the bumper. You're gonna fall. I'm scared you're gonna slam your face into the ground. We're gonna do secondary tests. You understand? Sit down here again. Do the numbers. Relax, put your hands to your side, have a seat. We're going to do the G to O. 8 seconds. Stand up. Can you watch him real quick? Just watch him real quick.
Yeah, I got you.
Say again, ma'am? We're going to do some other tests, okay? Just because we don't want you to fall and hurt yourself or anything like that.
I know it's pretty cold, so just bear with us, alright?
Okay, ma'am. So can you start, you know your alphabet, correct? Okay. Can you start to G and finish at the letter O? Start at the letter G and finish at the letter O.
You need to speak up there. There's an engine behind
Yes,
you.
sir.
But you can't hear.
Center 967-988, check.
So I'm going to need you to say your alphabet starting at G and finish at O. Can you do that?
G,
Okay, let's see if I can. This is a test of my cognitive abilities. G to O. BHIJKLMNO. There we go. Okay, I can do that one.
You're just gonna start at G and finish at O. Do you understand? Say that again?
I don't know.
You need your alphabet. You're gonna start at the letter G, and you're gonna finish at the letter O. Okay? Do you understand? Okay, go ahead.
You may begin, ma'am. You may begin the test.
So G?
You're gonna start at the letter G and finish at the letter O.
So G?
You may begin the test. You're gonna fall. Have a seat on the bumper. You have any questions about the test? Then begin.
So G?
You're gonna say your alphabet starting at G, and you're gonna end at O.
Okay.
You may begin. Ma'am, you may begin.
Let's try the. What's that? Yeah, so let's try with the finger. Yes, sir. And then after that, we're gonna get our answer. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, so you're gonna touch the tip of your thumb. Look at my fingers. It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay? You need to do that 3 times. Do you understand? Can you do that? You may begin.
Yeah. So G, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Let's make sure one more time.
So, ma'am, I need you to touch the tip of your thumb like this. It's gonna go 1. The tip of your fingers. It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. That counts as 1, okay? You need to do that 3 times.
Not fall. Sit up. There you go.
Do you understand? Okay, you may begin.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5.
Evelyn, you can relax. You can relax. What are you gonna do? 15? What's... Okay, I'm good with it. Yeah. No, I'll help him out. Evelyn, stand up for me. Turn around.
Why don't you walk her like that?
Yeah, okay. We'll walk. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. We're gonna walk you over here towards my car, okay? Yeah. No, we're gonna let her fall, but we're gonna have to drag her, you know.
So, ma'am, go ahead and put your hands behind your back.
You're still holding her shoulder.
Yes, sir.
There you go. I got her here. Okay. Just put the handcuffs on her. Can you get some light real quick?
Department 99 today.
Your finger in there? There you go. There you go.
Copy.
Yeah, same thing on that side.
Copy.
You're being placed under arrest for DUI.
Why?
You are extremely impaired.
Why?
Given the fact that you caused an accident, we had numerous people saying that you were swerving all over the road and unfortunately ended up crashing.
Why?
And you think you're in El Paso, you're in Las Cruces, and you said that you've had a few to drink, which in my experience has been a lot more than just a few. Have a seat right here.
Or just a drink off it.
Have a seat right here, man. Watch your step, please. I'm going to hold you the best I can. I just don't want you to fall. Okay? There you go. You're wearing... Put this up on. What's that, ma'am?
My best friend.
I'm sorry?
My best friend.
Your best friend? Okay. So now.
Okay, Evelyn. I'm gonna read you something, okay? Listen to me. I'm about to tell you something important. You are under the arrest for DWI. The New Mexico Implied Act requires you to submit to a breath test to determine the alcohol content of your blood. After take your test, you have the right to choose an additional and independent test. If you choose to take this additional independent test, you will have the right to a reasonable opportunity to arrange for a physician, a licensed nurse, or laboratory technician or technologist who is employed by hospital or a physician of your own choice to perform an additional chemical test. The cost of this additional test will be paid by the law enforcement agency. Do you agree to take this test?
No, because I don't live in the state.
Say that again?
I don't live in the state.
You don't live in this state?
So is that a yes or a no to the breath test?
No.
I cannot force you to take your test, but if you refuse, you will lose your New Mexico driver's license or non-resident operating privilege for 1 year. If you are convicted in court of driving while under the influence, you may also receive a greater sentence because you refuse to be tested. Do you understand?
No. I haven't been tested for everything.
Yeah.
Your right to speak to attorney or remain silent does not apply to the requirement of the New Mexico law that you take a breath test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you now agree to be tested?
Yeah, I guess.
It's a yes or no, ma'am. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Yeah, I guess.
So yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can you open your mouth up so you can see your mouth?
Can you open?
Yes.
Open your mouth so I can make sure there's nothing in there.
Lift up your tongue. Lift up your tongue.
Touch the top of your mouth with your tongue.
Lift your tongue up. There you go. You need to start.
10-8
Ma'am.
Plus 4, was it your key, If you can 77-2, please. Good.
Go ahead and step out. Front face the vehicle. Ma'am, stand up. Stand up.
No, because you're falling and we're trying to put the cuffs on. So I need to grab you hard because you can't even stand up on your own. Got her?
Yes, sir.
Grab her. Walk this way, Evelyn.
Wow.
This way. Watch your step. Stand up, Evelyn. Step inside. I'm sorry? I don't understand you, Evelyn. I got her, bro.
I was on the passenger.
You were in the passenger seat? Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't think that's what the camera saw.
I'm sure.
The camera saw you in the driver's seat.
I was on the driver's seat.
I promise you were.
No.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
What's your ear? Turn around, sit down. Sit down.
Sit down.
I don't know why you're trying to put me like that.
Sit down.
Just have a seat, please. Thank you. You have to put that in between our cuffs. Okay. Here, use the wall. I want you to fall, okay? Lean up against the wall because you're gonna fall. There you go. Probably threw up on herself. I was already there though. Alright.
What's this?
650? Yeah, put it. Come right here. She's already up. Come to visit. Stand up. Stand up the best way you can. You see this mouthpiece right here? We need you to blow on it extra hard for about 15 seconds.
There we go.
Blow hard.
Relax. Stop. Take a deep breath and blow into this right here. Blow harder.
Like you're blowing out a candle.
Stand up. Take a few breaths. Take a few breaths. Are you ready? We need you to blow on this really hard for about 15 seconds. Do you understand? Go ahead and begin. Hard. Are you able to blow on it or no? Try it again. And I'm only going to give you a few tries, but I'm going to take your action as a refusal. Relax. Are you sucking on it or are you blowing on it? You're blowing air out? you're not doing it hard enough.
Are you blowing or are you sucking?
I want you to blow harder to where it detects it. That's what I want you to do. But try it again. I'm only going to give you a try or two more. Relax. I'm going to give you one more try, okay? Because you can't do this the entire time. I'll give you one more try, and if it doesn't work, your actions are going to be taken as refusal. Do you understand? Are you able to blow on this? Blow air out? Because I can't, it doesn't seem like you're blowing air out. You're just tensing up your body. Take a deep breath and blow it out to this mouthpiece, please. Sorry? Move your head. Move it back. Like that? Is that better?
Yes, Griffey, I am finally fading away.
Blow into it. Like you're blowing out a candle.
I'm trying.
We're gonna take her actions as refusal. Hey bro, so we're gonna take her, it's gonna be Ag. I've been telling her like 5-20 times to blow it. Seems like she's trying, but not like it ain't really nothing. So, there's no sample introduced, so I'm gonna leave it as her actions, but I told her a few times. Okay, so. I don't think, given her level, bro, I don't even think she knows what's going on. See if she wants to do blood. You gotta take her to the hospital, right? I'm trying to put your exact question. Is that better? Or should be ag? So we'll walk her back over there. And we're gonna read her the implied consent act again. We're gonna request blood.
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna read you something else, okay? Listen to me. Listen to me, I'm about to tell you something important, including a right you have. You are under arrest for DWI. I am requesting that you consent to have your blood drawn and tested to determine your alcohol and or drug content of your blood. You have the right to refuse to consent to my request. If you refuse to consent, you cannot face criminal penalties for your refusal. Do you understand that right? However, refusing consent has other consequences in accordance with the New Mexico Implied Consent Act and state law. Those consequences may include losing your New Mexico's driver's license or non-resident operating privilege for 1 year. Additionally, the fact that you refuse consent may be used as evidence against you in the court of law. Do you understand these consequences? Additionally, if you consent to have your blood drawn and tested, you have the right to choose additional independent tests. If you choose to take this additional independent test, you have the right to a reasonable opportunity to arrange for a physician, a licensed nurse, or a laboratory technician, or a technologist who is employed by the hospital, or a physician of your own choice to perform an additional chemical test. The cost of the additional test will be paid by the law enforcement agency. Knowing your right to refuse consent, the possible consequences, and your right to independent tests, do you give consent to have your blood drawn and tested?
No.
I will repeat my question. Knowing your right to refuse to consent to have your blood drawn and tested, the possible consequences, and your right to an independent test, do you give consent to draw your blood, get your blood drawn and tested? If you continue to remain silent, I will consider you to have refused my request. So that's a no?
So what are we charging them? You're gonna mess up your shoulders that way. We're gonna help you out. So remember, don't pull the shoulders up. Hey, you're able to kind of stand up a little bit because I don't want to mess up your shoulder. Try standing up. 'Cause I don't want to pull your shoulder and dislocate it or anything.
Okay.
Can you try to stand up on your legs?
Yeah, okay.
He's uncomfortable. I'm not sure right now. Oh, hang on, just stay like that. I'm gonna help you and then we're gonna check out.
Well, it would help if I unmuted myself. She was taken to the hospital for medical clearance and was then transported to the county detention center. She was charged with aggravated driving while intoxicated. It was deemed to be aggravated because she was unable to provide a breath sample. One sec, let me switch over here. Let's see. On May 8th, 2024, she pled no contest to the charge and entered into a sentence deferral program that would lead to the charge being dismissed as long as she satisfied certain conditions by the court. Okay, let's press play and make sure that the switchover went okay. Yes, I can hear yes, I've switched to my wireless headphones for the next segment of this. We're going to go to this. No, we already used that. Let's go to Night Turns Tragic for 3 Party Girls. As long as it's not too depressing, as I am struggling to stay awake. The new headphones is making my whole skull heavier, and trying to keep it up is, well, I'm saying a lot of words right now that I probably shouldn't be saying in that connotation. Yeah. But we are in our almost, let's see, that was our 12, 13, 14? Hour 14, maybe? With the goal of making it to 4 p.m. this afternoon. I don't know if I personally will make that goal, but we're going to try to get at least through until Phil can fill in for an hour as I close my eyes for a whole hour or so coming up. So we're going to jump over to Night Turns Tragic and see what we have to offer.
3 college girls crash their dad's car after a night out drinking. Will they be lucky enough to avoid tragedy? And will they use this as a turning point for the better, or will entitlement win the day?
Entitlement's gonna win the day.
Can you lean back in the seat? What?
As first responders arrive on scene, one occupant is trapped and needs extrication using the jaws of life. The clock is ticking as this patient is in shock and needs to get to a trauma center within the golden hour to survive.
We're just trying to get you out of the car.
sort of go
You need to take your arm
we are...
Well, I don't want to cut your arm taking the door off.
If you're not going to comply with us, we're going to have to hold you down and cut the door open. And I don't want to have to do that.
What's her name?
Harry.
Well, your name's Ari?
No. Tell me your name again. Your full name.
Unknown to deputies at the time, there were a total of 3 occupants in the vehicle. Only one has been found so far.
Hi there. You guys...
This is the driver, and I guess there's a couple more.
All right, it's okay. Do you have your ID on you?
Yeah.
Can I see it, please? Okay, thank you. There, the rest of us are on the way, okay? Do you want me to take it out of there? Is this you?
No, it's this one.
This is you?
Yes.
Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. So Lexi, you're Lexi, right?
Okay, that one's too tragic to use. Let's go to something a little more fun. Yeah. Sorry, folks, don't want to bring everybody down, and especially if I fall asleep, I do not want that in my brain as I'm sitting there yelling at myself.
Florida, or UCF, in an unincorporated area in Orange County, Florida, where on May 6th, 2021, at 2:42 a.m., a sergeant for the UCF Police Department conducted a traffic stop on a white 2017 Jeep Wrangler due to an expired registration decal located on the license plate. The vehicle then pulled into the parking lot of the Sigma Chi fraternity house before coming to a complete stop. The sergeant then began speaking with the driver of the vehicle as his investigation continues.
This.
It looks like a registration.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
cool. Alright, so you're coming from your friend's house? Where's that at?
Where's that station?
Where's that?
Station.
Okay. The reason I'm stopping you is your tag shows it expired over a year ago. How come you haven't taken care of it?
Okay, so I got a ticket, and my dad was just like, you need that fixed, so I paid it. And my dad was like, I just haven't gotten a chance to do registration.
Okay.
I was like, alright, I'm going to do it on my own. And I just been working for it for 7, so I just never renewed it, and I know it's really old.
Yeah, like over a year.
Like, bad.
Yeah. Whose ID is that up there on the dash?
You advised for? Mine.
Can I see that?
It's another one of mine. Sorry, I just lose my IDs all the time.
Gotcha. How much you had to drink tonight, Nancy?
No.
None at all? Nothing at all?
Nothing. Like, I literally just got back to my friend's house.
Okay. And you didn't have anything to drink at your friend's house?
No. I was hanging out with her, crying her
nothing to drink at all.
Okay, but then you're coming to visit him?
I'm coming to visit him because we talked about it, and I was like, alright, I'm just gonna come here. And I guess I shouldn't or something.
Okay. Well, you're being pulled over because you're tag.
I know.
Where's station at?
It's okay. I'm from West Palm.
Okay.
So I'm not good with directions.
Okay.
I live in Hawthorne.
Okay.
You know where that is?
Nope. Hawthorne Glen?
No. So like McCulloch, you pass Northgate, right
Uh-huh.
near Stadium. And then you just keep driving, and right before Dollar General, Hawthorne's right there.
Yep.
But I don't know. I'm like bad with roads.
Alright. So, but you don't know where you're coming from?
No, I'm coming from Station.
Okay.
So.
Isn't Station that way though?
No. So Station is from this way.
Okay.
So you pass Alafaya.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you pass McCulloch.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just keep going straight. And then, like Ace, you know where Ace is? So
Okay, yeah. It's the newer ones, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's like those little townhomes.
Okay, so what were you doing down here then?
I got
You
gas.
missed your light?
No, I got gas.
Okay.
I was like running low. I got water.
Okay.
And I was at my boy's house.
Alright.
But
So you've had absolutely nothing to drink tonight. So if I had you take a breath test, it would be all zeros. Okay. Let me check out your license plate right here. I'll be right back with you. When was, you said you got a ticket. When was that?
Okay, the weird thing is, so I got one like, so I was driving to a funeral a couple, like, maybe, okay, so it was in July.
Okay.
And I was driving to a funeral. I was driving my mom's car, and we got pulled over. And then I got a lawyer. I got a lawyer for my ticket. But the weird thing is
like, I got the lawyer and he just never really contacted me. I was like, what's going on with my ticket?
Okay.
And he was just like, oh, like Osceola, because I got like pulled over in Osceola, and he's like, oh, it's been really slow with COVID. And I was like, okay, let me know. He never let me know. So.
Okay.
But I did pay him like
You told me that you got pulled over for your tag, right?
No, I never got pulled over for my tag.
Okay. Well, you said, what were you talking about then when you said
I was driving my mom's car.
You said something when I asked you about your tag being expired over a year. You said you got pulled over and you need to fix it or something like that.
Well, so I got pulled over, but the officer like looked at my tag and then you're good to go.
Okay.
So I don't know if he didn't want to deal with it. Like, I don't know.
But I mean, that was over a year ago that it expired. When did that happen?
What do you mean?
When did you get
so
pulled over
I
for
got
it?
pulled over like, I want to say like September.
Okay. All right, let me check out your license. Just wait right here, okay?
Okay, just let me know.
All right.
While issuing a citation for expired registration, the sergeant requested backup to further investigate the suspect.
What you got, Sarge?
Her tag expired like well over a year ago. I can't. I'm assuming you don't want to signal one investigation.
Yeah, you was incorrect.
I honestly can't tell if she's really ditzy or if she's signal one. Okay. So
University
her
of
speech is very on the edge. Yeah.
Good.
After dispatch advised the corporal that the suspect's license was valid, he approached her vehicle as his investigation begins.
Hey, Nancy. Hi, Nancy. How you doing?
Hi, Lauren, how are you?
Good. I'm Corporal of the Police Department. Sister, your current address?
878.
Okay, where are you coming from tonight?
Station.
You're coming from the station?
Yes.
College station?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing over there?
I was dropping my friend off. We just got back from my house.
Okay. How long were you? What were you doing at your house?
We were just hanging out.
You were hanging out. Okay. How much you had to drink tonight?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. How much you had to smoke tonight, right?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Okay. You taking medications or anything? Okay. The reason I ask is because your eyes are bloodshot, your speech is a little kind of slurred. I just want to make sure that you're okay.
Well, so my friend had like a sty, and I was like, my eyes looking really red, like right for this eye specifically.
Okay.
And I was just like, my eye looks a little red. And
Right.
But that's about it.
That's about it? Okay. You don't take any medications or anything, are you? Nothing? Prescribed anything by a doctor? No? Okay.
Well, my ear, I haven't been able to hear. Well, it's been like a little muffled.
Okay.
So I've been taking like on and off. Like I took medication like 3 days ago for it, but that's it.
Okay. All right, Nancy, do you mind just stepping out of the car? I want to chat with you back over here, okay? Thank you.
Do you want me to shut the door?
Yeah, shut the door. We're going to step over to the front of that SUV right over there, okay? Right here, right by the front. There you go. So, you were at your friend's house, and your friend lives at College Station? What time did you get over there?
Well, what time is it right now?
Can you tell me what time it is?
No.
Okay, without looking at a watch, you have any idea what time it is?
No.
Okay.
Maybe, okay, I want to guess.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe like 1:30?
You're off by about an hour and a half. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Okay.
So I got off of work.
Where do you work at? Okay.
I got off of work around like 5.
Okay.
I took a nap.
Okay.
And then I went to her house.
Okay.
So I'm like...
5 p.m. you got off of work?
No, I got off of work around like 4:30.
Okay. p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I went to her house.
Okay.
We were hanging out.
Okay.
Went to my house for like an hour. We made some brownies.
Okay.
And then I dropped her off.
Okay.
And then I was just going to get some water.
I don't know.
Okay. And nothing drinking at her house?
No.
Because the more you're talking, okay, I can smell an odor of alcoholic beverage coming from your person. And so I just concerned, I want to make sure that you're okay to operate a motor vehicle.
No, 100%. We made brownies.
Okay.
I went to get some water and it was fine.
Okay. So, like I said, I want to make sure you're okay to operate a motor vehicle. Okay. Do you have any problems participating in the field sobriety exercises for me to dispel my fear that you're operating a vehicle in the state of Florida while under the influence of a chemical controlled substance to the extent that your normal faculties are impaired?
I can do it. I'm just like so weird. Like,
Okay,
I'm
well-
like really nervous.
Well, don't be nervous. If you've had nothing to drink, you're not on any
I
kind of medication.
haven't. This is just so weird.
Okay. Well, it's not weird that I want to make sure that you're okay to operate a motor
I
vehicle.
completely get that.
Okay. So you're okay participating in the exercises for me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. So you said you're not under the care of a doctor or dentist, right? Okay. You
Well,
said-
like I said,
okay.
my ear.
So what kind of ear medication are you on? Just a eardrop?
No, I think they prescribed me like Flonase
Flonase? For your nose?
They thought
Like
it
it-
was like
like a-
it's correlated.
Okay. If not, okay. How long have you been taking the Flonase?
So like I said, I was like on and off with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I said I took it like 3 days ago.
Okay.
So
And you haven't taken it since then?
I'm very consistent with it.
So other than the Flonase, not on any medications, right? No. Okay. Are you diabetic?
No.
Are you epileptic?
Mm-mm.
They don't take insulin for any reason, right? No. Okay. Any physical defects, glass eyes, artificial limbs, anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Do me a favor. Put your feet together. Put your arms down to your side. Heels to heels. Toes to toes. Okay.
Wait, guys, I'm really nervous.
Don't be nervous. Take.
Yeah, it's
No,
like, I'm-
don't advance. Just take a
I'm
deep.
nervous.
Take a deep breath. There's nothing to be nervous. If you've got nothing to
fine.
drink, you're not impaired in any way, shape, or form. Nothing to be nervous.
I'm fine. I just don't like.
You don't like what?
I just don't like being peer pressured. Like I'm nervous.
Who's peer pressuring you?
No one, but I
Okay.
just don't like being under like pressure. Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. Just again. Feet together, arms down your side. Take a deep breath. Okay. Can you see the tip of this pen right here? See where I'm clicking it right here? All we do is follow the tip of the pen with your eyes only and don't move your head. You understand? Okay.
It was showing she had 2 of them from February.
Want me to look at?
Yeah, I want you to look right here where the tip of the pen is, right where my tip of the finger is. Okay. Just follow your eyes only. Don't move your head.
Just want to know what they were for.
Don't move your head.
Okay.
Okay. Just look right here. Okay. Don't move your head. Okay. You just gotta look right here.
Am I supposed to be fine?
Yeah, just keep looking with your eyes only and don't move your head. So here's the thing is you're kind of looking past it. I need you to look right at it, okay?
Your hand.
The tip of the pen right here, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay, ready?
Okay then. What is an NCR?
We're gonna go up and down. Keep looking right there.
Don't move my head.
Don't move your head. Just
Okay.
your eyes. Okay, here's the next thing I'm going to do. I'm going to make 2 circles around the front of your face. I'm going to bring this in towards the tip of your nose. I'm not going to touch you, but I want you to keep looking right there for me, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we're going to do that one more time. Keep looking right there for me. Alright, here's the next thing we're going to do. Let's find even better.
that scary thing?
That's neon duct tape. Don't be nervous. You're 20 years old?
Yes.
We can do it here. We'll just put it right over here. No, you stay right there. You're good.
Oh, I hate that this is at my boyfriend's house. It's really embarrassing.
It's okay. I'm sure. Listen, there'll be a story to tell at the end. Come on over here.
Oh.
Okay. See the bright yellow neon green tape here?
Yes.
Okay. See how it's flat, level, free to breathe. It's very
Wait,
well.
I'm shaking.
Take a deep breath. No reason to shake. Okay. First of all, are you comfortable doing this in your sandals, or do you want to take them off?
Sandals.
Okay. What I want you to do is put your left foot on that line. Put your right foot in front of your left with your heels touching your toes. Put your arms down to your side, and don't move from that position until I tell you to. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay, when I tell
shaking.
you, take a deep breath. It's okay, nothing to be nervous about. When I tell you to, you're going to take a series of 9 steps walking down the line. You're going to touch heel to toe on every step. You're going to look down at your feet. You're going to count each step out loud, and you're going to leave your arms to your side. Any questions so far?
I'm going to count out loud.
You're going to count each step out loud. Okay.
Okay, I'm on 1, 2.
No, your first step is going to be 1.
Okay.
Any questions so far other than those? Okay, after the 9th step, you're going to... Don't be nervous. After the 9th step, you're going to turn around, and here's how you're going to do that. You're going to leave your front foot on the line. The back foot's going to come off the line. Take a series of small steps and return down the line in the same manner. 9... Okay. You want me to finish the instructions and I'll answer all questions for you?
Yeah.
Okay. 9 heel-to-toe steps. Look down at your feet. Count each step out loud and leave your arms to your side. Once you begin walking, do not stop until you've completed everything. Do you understand so far?
Yes.
I'm going to demonstrate everything for you. I want you to stay just like that for me. Don't move from that position. Okay, can you see my feet? It's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9. On that 9th step, the front foot stays on the line. Back foot's going to come off the line. Take a series of small steps and return down the line in the same manner. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9. Do you understand those instructions?
So, when I get to the end,
Yep.
that's the only thing.
Okay, when you get to the end, your front foot's going to stay on the line, your back foot's going to come off, take a series of small steps, and return down the line in the same manner. 9 heel-to-toe steps, look down at your feet, count each step out loud, and leave your arms to your side.
Can I demonstrate what I'm going to do at the end of the line?
What do you mean? Can you demonstrate what you're going to do?
Okay, so once I get to the end of the line, I'm going to be like,
You're-
like 1, 2, blah, blah, blah. And then I get to the end, and I'm going to be like,
Your front foot's going to stay on the line, your back foot's going to come off the line, take a series of small steps.
my
Do you
front
want
foot's going to stay off the line.
Do you want me to? You want to see it again? So you, okay, get back in that position for me, like I had you. Okay. So if that was step number 9, front foot stays on the line, back foot comes off the line, series of small steps, and you return down the line in the same manner. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9. You understand? Okay. What do you need me to repeat?
I'm like really bad with instructions. Like when I get to the end, can we like? I won't move. I'll be like, can we?
Nope. So I need you to perform the exercise as I explained.
Okay.
So when you get to the end, your front foot stays on the line. Your back foot's going to come off the line. Take a series of small steps and return down the line in the same manner.
So I'll end with this foot. This foot will be in front, and then I'm gonna be like.
So your front foot will stay on the line. Your back foot will come off. Take a series of small steps and return down the line.
Okay.
Get back in that position. Left foot on the line. Right foot in front of your left. Heels touching your toes. Arms down by your side. Okay. Heels touching your toes. Okay. Do you have any other questions for me?
No, I'm just really
Okay.
nervous.
You need me to repeat anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. Go ahead and begin.
I'm shaking. That's beside the point. Okay, now I can take this foot, move it.
Just as I explained and demonstrated.
Is that okay?
Just as I explained and demonstrated.
thought it was okay.
I mean, towards the end, I was a little. I'm like so. I honestly wasn't clear with like the end instructions, and I just want to.
Okay. Here's the next thing I want you to do. Put your feet together, put your arms down your side, heels to heels, toes to toes. In a moment, what you're going to do is you're going to raise one leg, either leg, approximately 6 inches off the ground with your foot pointed out so it's parallel to the ground. While holding that position, you're going to count out loud in the following manner. 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Eyes are on your elevated foot, arms are going to be down by your side. If you happen to put your foot down for any reason, pick it back up and keep counting where you left off.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to demonstrate for you. Stay just like that. Okay, can you see my feet? Okay,
Yes.
It's going to look like this. 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop.
Okay.
Eyes on your elevated foot, arms to your side. Again, if you happen to put your foot down for any reason, you're going to pick it back up and keep counting where you left off.
Okay.
You understand those instructions?
On my left or my right?
Whatever one you want to raise.
Okay.
Okay? Which foot do you think you're going to raise?
My left.
You're going to raise your left. Okay, so you're going to be bouncing on your right, raising your left foot. Correct? Okay.
Yes.
Wait till I tell you to begin. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and start.
Wait. My right foot is shaking because I'm having an
Okay.
anxiety attack.
Okay, do you want to bounce on the other one?
No.
Okay.
I just need a second. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm nervous. Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, go.
Go ahead.
1, 1,000.
Shoe. 3, 4.
2, 1,000.
Yeah, look down at your foot.
3, 1,000.
Look down at your foot.
4, 1,000.
What was that?
5, 1,000. 6, 1,000. 7, 1,000. 8, 1,000. 9, 1,000. 10, 1,000. 11, 1,000. 12, 1,000. 12, 1,000. 13, 1,000. 14, 1,000. 15, 1,000. 16, 1,000.
Then stop.
She's not having.
Okay, here's the next one to do. Feet together, arms down your side, heels to heels, toes to toes. In a moment, what you're going to do is you're going to tilt your head back and close your eyes. See how my head's tilted back?
Yes.
My eyes are open. Your eyes are going to be closed. While
Okay.
holding that position, I'm going to say start. When I say start, what I want you to do is estimate the passage of 30 seconds. When you believe 30 seconds has elapsed, you're going to tilt your head forward, open your eyes, and say stop so I know that you're done.
Okay.
Okay, do you understand those
Yes.
instructions? Okay, go ahead and tilt your head back, close your...
Wait, can I do a quick like demonstration?
Of what?
So when I'm saying stop.
I'm going to say stop. And I apologize. You're going to tilt your head forward, and you're going to say stop so I know that you're done.
Once I count 30 seconds,
Yep, you're going to tilt you're going to tilt your head forward. So my head's tilted back, my eyes are open, your eyes are closed. Okay, when I say start, you're going to close your eyes. Estimate 30 seconds. When you think 30 seconds has elapsed, tilt your head forward, open your eyes, and say stop so I know that you're done. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Okay, wait for me to say start. Okay. So I'm going to tilt your head back, close your eyes. Start.
Stop.
Okay, how fast was that?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. How did you count that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. All right, here's the next thing you do. You go to school here?
Yes.
Okay. What year are you?
So 2022, but I decided I'm doing nursing.
So you're a
little
junior
late, so
going in?
I'm a junior.
Okay.
Technically.
So I'm going to ask you a question. I don't mean any offense by this, but you know your left from your right.
Yes.
Okay, got to ask. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to point your fingers like this. And then you'll roll your hands down like this. Great. In a moment, you're going to tilt your head back, close your eyes. See how my, wait till I tell you. I want you to see how my head's tilted back?
Yeah.
Okay, my eyes are open, your eyes are going to be closed. Well, holding that position, I'm going to say left to right. If I say left, what I want you to do is bring the tip of your finger up to the tip of your nose, touch it, and immediately return down to your side. If I say right, bring the tip of your finger up to the tip of your nose, touch it, and immediately return down to your side.
Okay.
I want you to pretend for demonstration purposes that my knuckle here is my nose, okay? So my nostrils would be down here. This would be the tip of my nose. Okay, we're going to go tip to tip. Don't use the pad of your finger. Don't touch above, below, to the sides, anything like that.
This is okay.
Tip to tip, just like that. You ready? Go ahead and tilt your head back, close your eyes. Left. Get immediately return to here to your side. Right.
Okay, I can't do this one. I tried, I failed.
Immediately return your hand to your side. Left.
Oops. Oops. Oops.
Immediately return your hand to your side. Right. Immediately return your hand to your side. Right. Immediately return your hand to your side. Left. To 24, 25. Immediately return to your hand to your side. Okay, open your eyes. Okay, here's the next thing I do. I got one more thing for I want you. Can you roll your sleeves up for me? Okay. Give me 51. Can you face my car?
Yes.
Okay. Right there. You don't have to, just stay right there. Okay. Here's what I want you to do. Spread your feet for me. Spread your feet. A little bit wider, like a little bit past shoulder width. Okay, a little bit past shoulder width. A little bit more. Okay. What I want you to do is point your thumb down like this. Like, okay. And you ever see like Superman fly? You know how it's okay. So like he puts his arms back and bend forward and he soars through the sky. I want you to do that. I want you to count to 30 for me. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11.
It does
12,
not fly
13,
like that.
14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay. So listen, at this point in time, you are under arrest for operating a motor vehicle while your normal faculties are impaired.
Superman does not fly like that. And yes, I'm a stickler for it.
Delta 21.
Moist.
10,
Moist.
okay. So just have a seat right here by the front of my car.
Delta 21, you're low volume.
Moist.
Thank you.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Okay. So you're under arrest for DUI. Okay, based on my training, knowledge, and experience, you are under the influence of a chemical controlled substance to the point that your normal faculties are impaired.
I'm so confused.
Oops.
Can you watch for a second?
Yes,
What did I do wrong?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things.
Really?
But yes, your field sobriety exercises showed us that you were under the influence either drugs or alcohol.
I'm not. I'm so confused. I'm just nervous.
Well, the exercises we perform don't measure being nervous. Like, it's okay to be nervous and still perform better than what you did.
So I'm under arrest.
You're under arrest.
So now what?
Well, right now we're waiting for another female officer.
My life's over.
No, you're not. It's not.
My life's over.
How old are you?
I'm 20, but like I pay for everything myself. Like I'm.
Your life's not close over.
I'm okay.
You said it's your boyfriend's house, right?
Yeah.
Are you okay with me turning the car over to him, or do you want me to have it towed?
Can I turn to my roommate?
Where's your roommate at?
She's at home, I think.
Okay.
She should be. If she's not, she's at her boyfriend's house.
Okay. Is she sober?
She should be.
Okay.
Can
You
I
have a
call
cell
her?
phone?
It's in the car.
Okay, you mind if I grab it? Where's it at in the car?
It should be right there.
Okay.
It's over. My life is over.
Your life is over.
I've been arrested dozens of people. Just
No, my life is over.
If you're noticing.
I'm
My
literally
life is
nursing
over. I
just
may as
catch
well
up on my,
marry
like,
NCR
transcripts,
while I
like,
have the chance.
Your arrest record.
What?
On your arrest record.
I just don't understand. I don't understand.
Making herself sound suicidal will not help the case. It won't let her go.
She is ready to marry NCR. I just wish we had Phil in the room to marry
Is my life
her.
over?
No.
It is.
I don't know how to work an iPhone, so.
Oh my god, my life's over.
What's your,
I don't know how to work an iPhone. Welcome to Monday, folks. Welcome.
Can I, here, wait. Because getting my card charge is going to cost money, right?
Yep.
Okay, wait. I'm going to call my friend.
13 hours.
Who's this?
My best friend. But I wasn't at her
How
house.
far away is this?
Amara, I'm getting a DUI. I need you to get my car. It's at Sigma Chi. I found everyone, so that's cool.
How far away is it?
So are you?
The cop is holding my phone. What?
So how do I get to you?
Wait, am I like gonna be in jail?
Yes.
What do I do?
You're going to jail. Right now we're trying to get your car situated so it doesn't have to get towed.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Should I call him me?
God.
Do I call him me?
Do
Oh my god.
not call him. Like, do my phone died. Do you guys have a phone charger?
I don't have an iPhone. So
Please.
I'm an Android guy, so I do not. Nancy,
What was that?
she's going to search you real quick. You have anything illegal on you?
No.
Anything sharp? Just gonna check
Just turn off FaceTime.
As the suspect was being searched, the sergeant inventoried the vehicle and found 2 additional ID cards in her possession.
All right, Nancy, you're not getting charged with the alcohol. Okay, and you say it's your friends. You're the only one in the vehicle. You're in possession of it.
I know.
I could charge you with it. I'm not going to.
Thank
Okay. You have a fake ID in your wallet. Okay. You know that's a felony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not charging you with that either.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All you're getting charged with tonight is your DUI. All right. Everything else is getting. You saw I dumped out the drink. This is going to get put in for destruction. Other than that, everything else is you're not getting charged with. Just getting taken. Okay. Your keys are going to go with you. Is that okay with you guys, or do you guys?
Wait, can you give them to them?
If you want me to.
Yeah, can you give it to them? Because tomorrow will drive my car home.
Okay.
I'll take it. I'm calling on now. Yeah, I live here. Vice President.
Okay. I don't care. I mean, it's her
Do you-
property.
okay.
I'm here
I
to
need
make
you
sure
to
everything's
tell
okay.
Mara, like, I don't even know her phone number. Wait, can I write her phone number down?
No, that's your
Do you guys like write down on my skin, like, my
Your
jail?
phone is dead though. You guys
I know,
have
but they have her phone number.
You know her phone number?
They have, Nick has her phone number. So it's cool.
I believe they have chargers at the jail. You can charge your phone and
All right,
access
now
it.
for you.
I'm going to jail. What's going on there? No, I'm not.
Everything happens for a reason. Okay.
No.
You know, you live and you learn. Could be a lot worse. They're being a lot nicer.
No, there's nothing worse than this.
Oh, there's nothing worse than this.
My life is literally over.
We already searched her. I did.
My life is over. My life is over.
Alright. Let me come to my phone back, okay?
Wait, but I didn't get her phone number.
What's that?
I didn't get my friend's phone number. And
Do you have any, like, do you have your phone on you?
no. My phone was in the car, but I didn't
Do
drop
you know
it.
any numbers off by heart?
I do, but I can't call them.
Why not?
I don't talk to them, and I just will literally have no one to help me if I don't call my friend.
Did we get a number for her or not?
We're gonna. Her phone is on the phone.
Well, they have my friend.
Alright, what's your head when you sit next to her? It's gonna be a little fight, but. Alright, I'm gonna put your seatbelt on, okay? Just lean back for me and face to the left. Lean back. There you go.
My life's over.
Nah, don't say that.
No, it is.
Following the arrest, the suspect, Nancy, was transported to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Sector 4 building for further processing. While there, she submitted 2 breath alcohol samples, which yielded a result of 0.138% breath alcohol content. This is several times above the legal limit of 0.02% breath alcohol content to drive in the state of Florida if under 21 years of age. In court, Nancy was charged with expired registration and driving under the influence of alcohol, or DUI. She was ordered to pay a total of $1,301. This amount has been paid in full. On June 25, 2021, 50 days after the arrest, the defendant agreed to sign a DUI pretrial diversion contract to remedy the behavior leading to the arrest. On February 9, 2023, the charge was disposed as nolla prosequi, 1 year, 7 months, and 15 days after the original disposition. This means that the prosecution chose to no longer pursue the case, and subsequently, the defendant was never convicted of any offense involving the incident. Nancy was sentenced to 0 days in jail, 12 months of supervision, 50 hours of community service, a vehicle impoundment of 10 days, no alcohol consumption before turning 21, ordered to associate only with law-abiding persons, maintain employment or status as a full-time student, submit to random urine screenings, attend DUI school, participate in counseling, and complete a victim impact class.
You tried.
Yeah. Seriously, your life's not over.
It is.
Think about it this way, right?
No, you guys are literally ruining my life.
Here, think about it this way.
Ruining my life.
You know how much worse it would have been, God forbid, that you killed someone?
Dude, I never would have. Like, look at the way you're talking. Look at the way I'm talking to you. Like, you know I'm fine. And this is the thing that's so bizarre to me right now. Like, I'm literally fine, and this is insanity.
Lean back.
Like, I'm literally talking like a normal person, and that's why I'm so confused about this whole test, because I did everything perfectly. Like, I'm so confused.
Oh, you didn't, lady.
How you doing, sir?
No, you didn't. Okay, folks, we are in our, we just finished hour 14. We're in the middle of or the early stages of hour 15. And we are still awake. Add that one for later, but let's close this one and go to our next one. This next one will hopefully take us right up until the start of Karen Reed, and then my obligation to stay awake may be over, as Hank should be here and Pope should be here, and I can get a 20-minute cat nap too before I need to be back on the air. So yeah, we've been at this for 14 hours now because we were bribed as the Australia Palooza continues. Let's see what this one's in store for us. 20-year-old woman arrested, her second DUI in 6 weeks. 6 weeks, I say. There we go.
Hi there, Trooper Brian, State Patrol. The reason I got you stopped is for your speed. You have your driver's license with you?
Somewhere, I had it when we just went to Energy, and I just had it with me. I know my driver's license number. If you can look that up.
I mean, I guess I don't need to look it up, but I mean, you don't have it with you?
No, we just went to Energy. Yeah, we literally.
Actually, Griffey, we've got about 45 minutes, or 50 minutes till Karen Reed. I know, let's just get a tasket. You've got eggs in your Purina basket. I don't know.
We just went to Energy, and
How old do you have to be to get in there?
18.
Okay. I was about to say, if it's 21, they might ask for ID, so...
Well,
do you at least have the registration for the vehicle?
Yeah.
Is it your vehicle?
No, it's registered under my dad's name.
Okay.
Sorry, what was your last name?
O'Brien.
Here's the insurance. It's under my dad's name. I don't exactly have registration for my car because I'm still making payments on it. Okay. So here's this.
Well, the registration is typically just for like goes along with your license plate and stuff
I
like
have
that.
this too. This was when I bought the car.
Okay. You bought, okay. All right. You have anything to drink while you're down there tonight?
No, I haven't. Yeah, you can't drink unless you're 21. You have to have a wristband.
Here, I'll let you have that. I don't know.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just going to check out your eyes, make sure you're okay to drive, okay? So go ahead, take your glasses off, lean this way. With your eyes and your eyes only, just follow the tip of my finger right here, okay? Don't move your head. I'll have you step back here, okay? I just want to talk to you.
I can't believe I really lost my you guys. That's...
I'll just have you head back here towards my partner, okay? Everybody else just hang out in the vehicle for me. Alright. Do you have any... Okay, yeah. We'll walk back this way.
I have shoes in the car.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'll just have you walk over here towards the passenger side, okay?
Okay.
Are any of your friends in there 21?
No.
Who's been drinking in the car?
Both of them have. They were just throwing up a little bit ago. We had to pull over at one of the gas stations down the street from here because they were both leaking.
I can still smell it on you.
It's because I had so many drinks spilled on me tonight. That's why I took my shoes off. I had alcohol in my drinks and stuff.
Okay. So, yep. I'm just going to have you do a couple tests here, okay?
Okay.
Do you wear contacts at all? I know you get your glasses on.
I do sometimes, but I haven't worn them in a while.
Okay. Your glasses, are they for seeing or just like at nighttime
For
driving?
seeing,
Okay.
yeah. I cannot see without them.
Got it. Do you see a doctor for anything like?
I see a doctor for anxiety.
Okay. Do you have any head, neck, or back injuries?
I just had a concussion recently. I got into a car wreck.
How long ago was that?
It was the 20th of last month.
Last month?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so what I'm gonna have you do, I'll just have you come just kind of stand out right here where my light is, okay? And I want you to face me, okay? Go ahead, just face me. You can turn your whole body.
Okay.
That works. All right, so what I'm gonna have you do is kind of keep your feet together just like that for me, okay? Keep your hands on your side. Do the same thing kind of like what we did at the car, all right? I'm just gonna check your eyes. So if you want to go ahead and lift your glasses up, just put anything off, that's fine, okay? So it'll be the same thing, okay? So with your eyes only, just gonna follow the tip of my pen right here, okay? Do not move your head. Feel free to blink at any time, okay? Try to keep your head straight for me, okay? See my pin on here?
It's kind of hard for me to see at night with no glasses, but...
I understand. So it's not too far away from you. You should be able to see relatively not easily here.
I had a blood transplant when I was at Energy.
How many?
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
A couple more tests I'm going to have you do, okay? All right, walk this way for me.
I know.
So, walk this way for me. Okay. All right. So, for this next test, I'm going to have you, we'll walk this way, okay? All right. So, this next test, I'll have you kind of stand like right over here where my light is. All right, you can turn around and you can face my cruiser, okay? All right. So, this next test I'm going to have you do, it's called the walk and turn test, okay? So, for this test, I'm going to explain it to you, demonstrate it, and then I'll have you perform it, okay? So, what I want you to do, imagine a straight line on the ground, okay? From your license plate, the front license plate of my cruiser. Can you imagine that straight line for me?
Yeah.
All right. So on that line, I'm going to put you in the start position for this test, okay? So the starting position for this test is going to be left foot on that imaginary line, right foot in front of your left foot, just like that, hands down to your side. Go ahead and get in that position for me now, okay? All right, so that's going to be the start position for this test. I want you to stay in that position until I tell you otherwise, okay? Just do your best to stay in that position for me, okay? So, what you're going to do is down this test, you're going to do 9 heel-to-toe steps down the line. You're going to turn around in the way I'm going to show you, and you're going to do 9 heel-to-toe steps back, okay? All right, so I'm going to demonstrate for you now, okay? So from the starting position, I'll be here. Take 9 heel-to-toe steps. 1, 2, 3. I did 3, but you're going to do 9, okay? On your 9th step,
Keep that front foot on the ground, okay? And you do a series of small steps, just like this, to turn around on that line. And it'll be 9 heel-to-toe steps back. 1, 2, 3. I did 3, but you're going to do 9. Do you have any questions so far? All right, so as you're doing this test, you're going to look down at your feet as you walk, okay? You're going to count every step out loud for me. Keep your hands down to your side. And once you've started the test, don't stop until you've completed it. Do you have any questions before you begin? And you go and begin whenever you're ready.
You're in the wrong start. Hold on, just don't start yet. You're in the wrong starting position.
So yeah, left foot on the line. Left foot on the line, right foot in front and left.
Right? That's the starting position right there.
Yeah.
This way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, do you have any other questions?
No.
All right, you go and begin. 2 minutes time. Yep, turn like I showed you.
Just like that?
Yep. Steps on. Yeah. All right. Another test. I'm gonna have you come. All right. For the next test, I'm gonna have you come down here towards my cruiser. And do the same thing. I'll have you stand right here about where my light is. All right. And I'll have you face me. Okay. This next test, it's called the one-leg stand test. Okay. It'll be the same thing. I'll explain the test. I'll demonstrate, and I'll have you perform it. Okay. So what's gonna happen is starting position for this test. Feet together just like that. Hands down to your side. All right. That'll be the start position. I want you to stay in that position until I tell you otherwise. Okay. So when I instruct you to begin, you're going to lift one of your feet, okay? One of your choosing. It could be your left, it could be your right. You're going to lift that foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. Keep the bottom of your foot parallel to the ground. You understand? So you begin, okay? Look something like that, okay? 6 inches, bottom of my foot parallel to the ground, okay? As you have your foot elevated like that, you're going to count in a manner as such. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, until I tell you to stop. Okay. Do you have any questions about anything so far? All right, as you're doing this test, go ahead and keep your arms down to your side. You're going to look at that foot that you have elevated. All right? No questions? All right, go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Is that good?
Yep. Count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 18, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
All right, you can stop now. All right, what I'm going to do is go ahead and face my cruiser, okay? Go ahead and put your hands behind your back. I'll be under arrest for operating vehicle under the influence. Thank you. Yeah. Stand by, he's going to get some smaller cuffs.
Are them two going with me?
No, someone's going to come pick them up and they'll come pick you up. You're not going yet. You've been cooperating with that. So, as long as you don't get combative, you're not going yet.
I was gonna say, because the last time I got an OVI, they slammed me against my car and they handcuffed me immediately. Like, they didn't do any test on me or nothing. They immediately slammed me against my car and he was like, "You're high, I know you are." And I was
Did you read out the DL?
I was like, I really haven't smoked nothing like that. And my feet swore up and down that I was high, and I wasn't.
What have you been drinking?
I did have a vodka, but when we were at the and I knew I shouldn't have drank it. Some guy that I was flirting with bought it for me, and I was like, alright.
Alright, so just real quick, we'll go ahead, I'm just going to read you your rights. Alright, because you have the right to remain silent, and if you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have a lawyer present with you during questioning. If you're unable to pay a lawyer, one will be appointed for you prior to any questioning if you so desire. If you wish to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand your rights?
Am I able to get my phone out of my car so I can call my lawyer and stuff like that?
Yep, we'll get it for you.
Where do you live at?
My dad lives out in Adams County, but I live in Eastgate.
You live in Eastgate?
Yeah.
Okay. You got somebody, they're calling somebody right now to try to come pick you guys all up. But we're going to take you back to the Batavia Highway Patrol drugs off your breath test. It's up to you if you want to take it, but we got to read a form to you. Alright. Yeah, your field test is pretty bad. So, you think you should have been driving?
No, but I knew them too. Like, the one girl was just puking. We were...
And was the girl in the front?
Yeah.
What about the girl in the back? She said she hasn't drank anything.
She drank a little bit, but she didn't drink nearly as much as the girl in the front. She was puking and she was like, "I'm not okay," and I was like, "You are." And she was like, "Do you want me to drive?" And I was like, "Absolutely not, absolutely not." I was like, "I don't really want to drive," and I was like, "But."
You guys should have called.
I know.
You know, they're just.
I know. We're only 20 minutes away from our house. Actually, I don't even think we're that far. We were going to Tealtown.
Tealtown?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tealtown's right there. So.
You live with anybody?
I live with my sister.
How old is she?
She's 34.
34, so she could pick you up if
She's at work right now, so probably not.
Okay. We'll get it worked out. You're not going to jail tonight, okay? Alright. He's gonna search you.
You don't have anything. You don't have any pockets or anything?
I don't even. I lost my ID. Oh.
Sorry. Alright.
Alright. I'll grab your phone and stuff.
So that way you've got it. Alright, I'm gonna have you kind of walk back the left side of here. Okay, we're gonna sit you in the back. Alright, just be careful with that wet spot right there. Step over and just watch the side of the road. I'll have you walk past and then I'll open the store for you, okay?
Thank you. Gentlemen, open the doors with me. Haven't had that in a while.
Go ahead and watch your head, yep. Alright. And I'm gonna have to reach across and buckle it up. Yep, okay, it's gonna be
Are them two getting in here with me at least?
if they're gonna have to try to find a ride because we've only got a limited amount of seats since there's 2 of us.
Am I able to go with them if they find a ride though?
If they want to come back and wait at the post.
You want one of them to come back with you?
Yeah, somebody at least.
We only have one more seat.
Yeah, that's right. At least somebody. I just don't want to go by myself.
Ride the girl not puking.
It doesn't really matter, honestly. I don't even care. I just don't. I've never been alone. Like, my mom just recently passed away, so like a lot of this stuff is like really new to me. Like getting in trouble. I've never really been in trouble until I turned 18.
Really?
Yeah.
Just making some bad choices.
Yeah.
It is what it is, right?
Especially recently, like I just got out of a relationship. I was in a 4-year relationship, and like he was putting his hands on me and stuff like that. And I just recently got away from him, and I've just recently started like going out to be able to do things and stuff like that. And like my friends, I always want to go with my friends. You know, like I don't like going alone.
I'll see if I can get one of them to ride back with us. I prefer the one that hasn't been puking because just in case we're driving. So I'll see if one of them will.
Okay.
The one girl says she's from New Richmond, the other one's from Williamsburg, so we'll see what we can get worked out.
That's fine.
Yeah, just, are you going to be okay back here for a minute?
Yeah.
Alright, I want to talk to them and see if we can get something worked out.
What's going to happen to my car, do you know?
I'll leave it here. Somebody can come get it later.
Just right here?
Yeah, is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
Is there any way you can like maybe pull it like a little bit farther off?
I'll put 2 tires into the grass.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I just don't want anybody to hit my car.
I get that. No,
that's like
I'll
my
pull
biggest
off the road
thing.
A little bit, so, and then I'll lock it up and stuff.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, just make sure I get my keys. I don't have like a key fob or anything.
Yeah, I'll grab the keys, I'll lock it, and then I'll grab your cell phone, okay? You got a purse in there at all?
No, but I do have a vape if I'm allowed to have that.
I'll bring it with us. I won't give it to you until after we leave or whatever.
That's
but
fine.
I'll grab it. What is it?
It's blue and white.
Blue and white? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, okay?
Thank you, love.
No problem.
Is one of them gonna come with us?
Yes. Your friend here in the white tank top and the pink pants is gonna come with us. We're just waiting for the other lady's ride. Don't want to leave her out here by herself, obviously.
Right.
Can I get in?
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll come out, okay?
Okay, I got the address.
Got it?
Lexi's talking about this is terrible. I lost my ID.
Buckle up too, okay?
Okay, yeah. I have your phone. Your sister called.
I forget my sister. We gotta call Connor.
I did. I told her what was going on.
Here, I'm gonna have you hold all of her stuff. I don't want her on her
Oh,
phone.
yeah.
Okay.
Call Connor and put it on speaker.
Just
Hello. Yeah, let me see it.
she's not to have her phone, okay?
Okay.
Hello, speak, Connor, speak. Connor, I got pulled over. I got a DUI. I'm not coming.
You've got a DUI?
Yeah. This is bullshit. You are not even going fast. I know.
Oh, you're.
I know. He said you're just filling out paperwork, then we're going.
So what they're letting you drive off?
Yeah, they told me I gotta come back and get my car later. I'll call you in a little bit, okay? Be awake. Oh, Alexa's mom dropped us off. God's SID. Oh, this sucks. She'll let you guys drive so you can get in trouble. They would take my ass. I'm always the one in trouble.
Alright, you can come on out.
Don't leave your purse here.
We're gonna pull. So you can come on out. We're gonna pull around back, okay? And then you'll go on with us. If you want to hang out with Finn, you're more than welcome to. Did you get unbuckled? Okay.
Yeah, she unbuckled me.
Alright. We're good.
Maybe if I can stand up.
Oh, alright.
Thank you.
Yep, we're gonna go ahead and head inside here. I'll have you go ahead and just watch your steps stepping up into the building, okay?
Yes, it would help if I unmuted myself. That's right, folks. So we're at hour 14 and a half of this fine Australia Palooza. We did 12 on the previous live stream, which you can check out on this channel. And right into this, where we've gone 2.5 to 240s, closer to 240. We've been awake for a long time, long time, and hopefully Popeville will be waking up sooner than later, and I can get a 20-minute nap. Otherwise, we're scheduled to go to 4 o'clock today, as it's going to be a long day with Karen Reed trial. In the Karen Reed trial, they are expected to have some sort of ruling on if the defense can put Detective Proctor's text messages in the record without calling Mr. Proctor. So that should be interesting enough, and that should be the ruling today. Last week we ended on a cliffhanger as there was a witness who showed up. The judge said she had to come back on Monday, and there was a voir dire. Actually, there was a request by the prosecution for all the records regarding to the woman. The defense said there was no written records, but there were oral records, and that the prosecution should not have them. Well, both the prosecution and the judge both disagreed, and the judge later ruled after the court was over that they have to give all the communications with the woman to the prosecution immediately, including writing up all the transcripts of the verbal stuff they've done with her. So that should be interesting at the start of things today. Plus, of course, we should have a hearing or something to tell us if the Proctor texts will be coming in without calling him to the stand. Gonna be an interesting day. Turtle Boy pointed out that the defense should be calling people like Michael Proctor, or the Alberts, or Brian Higgins, or people that were stars last time, who might not have the same shine this time, but who are the center of controversy. As we've just got a couple more days, you know, we've got maybe a week and a half left in this case. And good morning, Hankus. Hello, Hank.
Hello.
Guess what?
Griffey bribed you again.
We've been on for 14 hours and 40 minutes.
Alrighty then.
I'm not kidding. We went all night. We went all night. 14 hours and 40 minutes so far. And we're going to keep going until this afternoon. Pope should be on eventually so I can get a 20-minute cat nap. But yeah, 14 and a half hours.
Isn't the catnap up to the cats?
Maybe. I don't know. It might be a dog nap. It might be 30 minutes instead. I think cat naps are only 20. Dog naps are 30 or...
Never heard of a dog nap before.
Well, I'm making it up. I'm making it up as I go along. Because it is almost hour 15. I'm Looney Tunes. And we've been on forever.
Like you're not usually?
No, but I'm especially Looney Tunes right now because literally, if I close my eyes, I start to fall asleep. And then lean forward and
how much did
realize
Griffey bribe you to stay up 14 hours?
Enough. Yes.
Is it enough that you're no longer having Jimmy John's?
Not yet, no, because there's a second part at some point. If it is indeed Griffey and not some other Australian who has paid me off. But there's a part 2. Good morning, Pope Phil. There's a part 2. And I think we're down to, we've had a bunch more. Touche's got the numbers when she wakes up. We've had
nine days.
More.
9 days.
Well, no. Did you get the second batch of 5?
I just went with what Touche had posted in chat.
Okay, then there was another one. I don't know. Match up whenever she's awake. Because I don't want to give the numbers out that aren't the numbers. Yeah, because that was 5:07. When did this one start? That was 5:58. There was another one after that. So yeah, match up with her to make sure everything's kosher. Yes. Because, yeah, it's been 14 hours and 43 minutes, and we're going fine. Though at some point, Phil, I'm going to need a half an hour just to be awake and not have the headphones on.
Gotcha.
Yes. Or be asleep and not have the headphones on. Because I'm not seeing things yet, but I could be. Right, Helen.
You just don't realize you're seeing things yet.
Yes, more than likely. So we've got about 10 minutes left in this Drunk Girl. This is about the 30th Drunk Girl we've done tonight. We've only married 2 people off, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't had a clergy member on for a while.
I watched a shoplifter video last night that their total of shoplifting in their spree, $30,000.
Oh dear God!
Jeez.
Was it all makeup?
They didn't specify because their shopping spree started in another jurisdiction.
Oh God!
But they didn't realize that the security for all that, I believe it was either Walmart or Target.
Right.
But their securities are all connected.
Right.
So they were able to figure out which stores she had been going in and getting starting tallies, and then the brief at the end of the video said the detectives were able to come up with $30,000 worth of stolen merchandise in their investigation.
Dear Lord. I think you both missed the two loudmouth girls getting kicked out of the hotel, and one
Didn't miss it whatsoever.
One of them was in a lime green string bikini.
No, I saw that. That was the last thing I did.
Okay, that was the dental floss bikini. She was basically naked from the butt, from the waist to the butt. That's,
Yeah.
Yes.
And her friend had a white quasi one piece.
Yes, and it was very cold out.
Yes.
Very cold out.
Yes.
Yes, overnight we had the world's worst. So
was it cold enough out that the officer asked, "Do you have anything that's going to poke me or stick me besides your nipples?"
Nope.
Yes, it was. Yes. We did have right after you were gone, a guy who made a left-hand turn but missed the turn, and his car was or his truck was on its side, and he had to climb out of it. And he wouldn't shut up the entire time. They had to use the what do you call it? The burrito on him twice.
Oh, nice.
Twice. Because they had to take him to the hospital to get the blood draw. And then he was normal at the hospital. Then as soon as he got towards the police car, they had to use it again because he wouldn't shut up. So
full-blown incarceritis.
Yes, and he's reproduced twice. He said, "I haven't seen my kids in 6 months." And you're like, "Oh, great.
Okay.
There's more of you. There's more of you." Yeah. We've had a long night. We've had a lot of drunk people. We had a girl who experienced the first green out on this channel. Green out. Were you here for that one, Pope?
What was
Oh,
what is a green out?
A green out is when you smoke the stuff and someone has laced it with something else, or it's way too strong for you.
Gotcha.
So she had a green out.
Yeah, I've had that.
Yeah, she had a green out and she was freaking out. So she called the cops on herself. Then the cops came, had the fire and rescue check her out to make sure she wasn't dying. Then they went back to her room because her roomie gave her the stuff. And it turned into, the look on the roomie's face was, "I'm going to beat this woman's butt as soon as these idiots are gone." Because the woman had to give up all her stuff and
all
her
the
paraphernalia
Yep.
because it could be laced with something. And just the look was like, yeah, something's gonna happen. The cops should just stick around. Because especially when they... Go ahead.
In my day, it was not uncommon to get PCP added to your green
Right.
stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially when the girl was told, "Oh yeah, well, we're not arresting you and you and you. We are going to be talking to campus police because there is a police report, and we are required to add this to your permanent records."
Ooh.
So they're all freshmen, and the one looked
They
like
were freshmen.
No, she looked like she was going to beat the other one's ass as soon as the cops were gone. So let's finish this one in front of us because we only have a few minutes left. This one is what?
I mean, I just don't understand her beef. She's the one that was giving away laced lettuce. So
yeah. And then she gave up the name of the guy in her hometown who gave it out. And gave the cops his address.
Oh, nice.
And even gave the address. So
apparently is unfamiliar with snitching.
Yes. Yes. So let's go back to this one. We got 10 minutes left. And the Karen Reed trial is going to start in about the same amount of time. So here we go.
You drink Rockstar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When you get up here to the tile, go ahead and just turn left, and then there's going to be a room on your left. We're going to go in just over here, okay?
Right here.
Yep, we'll go in that room. But before we go in there, I'll take your handcuffs off, okay? All right, just go ahead and have a seat on the wooden bench for me. So like you mentioned out back of the road, okay? You got some paperwork to go over with you. Read a couple of sheets, okay? So this is going to be your copy to follow on if you like. I'm going to read off the back of it.
I hate to say this is not my first video.
Okay, so have you seen this form before? Okay, it'll be the same thing. So I have to read it. It's just how it is. You're more than welcome to follow along, okay? You are now under arrest for operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, a drug, or a combination of them. If you refuse to take any chemical test required by law, your Ohio driving privileges will be suspended immediately, and you'll have to pay a fee to have the privileges reinstated. If you take any chemical tests required by law, and are found to be at or above the prohibited amount of alcohol, a controlled substance, or a metabolite of a controlled substance in your whole blood, blood serum or plasma, breath, or urine as set by law, your Ohio driving privileges will be suspended immediately, and you have to pay a fee to have these privileges reinstated. If you take a chemical test, you may have an independent chemical test taken at your own expense. So at the bottom down there, it's got all the dates and stuff like that. So you said you had to do it before?
I just recently got charged with that. It's still ongoing. I'm in court for it.
Are you? You got a court for it?
I have a court date on the 21st.
This month.
Yeah.
So we won't be able to send this court date out that far. Let's try to help you out and make it the same day if we could, but it's too far out. So we can all set it out 5 days.
Yeah.
So we'll make it. Do you work right now?
Yeah.
What's your schedule like?
I'm off on Saturdays and Wednesdays.
Since we couldn't make it this Wednesday. What time are you doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, court's at 8:30 in the morning, but Friday at 8:30 work is.
Yeah, as long as it's in the morning before I have to go to work.
Okay, yeah, it'll be 8:30.
Thank you. You left my shoes in my car, didn't you?
We did.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I should have said something because we were walking out. Grab shoes.
We got your phone and vape though.
That's okay, as long as I have my phone and my vape.
And your friend has your vape.
Is my friend's mom able to go pick up my car? Like if somebody else can drive her to my car, is she able to like pick it up right now?
Yeah, I don't think she will though. I don't think she's too happy. Just to give you a heads up, she's not
Not
happy with
too
her daughter.
happy.
Yeah, I'm sure she's not.
So you can get it tomorrow. Somebody else can get it. What's up?
So if she has a prior, it's not convicted, so it doesn't matter. So okay, so for the suspension, it's okay. If you refuse, you don't have any priors, it's automatic 1-year suspension. And if you decide to take the test and you're at or above the prohibited amount, so if you're 20, it's 0.02, okay, then it's going to be.
No, but
well, that's if it's over 0.08. So instead 0.02 for you, but if you're over the 0.08, that's how long the suspension is. Okay, and if you take the test with no priors, it's 90 days. So kind of to make myself clear, if you blow over the 0.08, that's when your license is going to be suspended. Okay? Just the legal only amount of alcohol you're allowed to have in your blood since you're not 21 is 0.02. So if you're above that 0.02, you still get charged with the OVI, but if you're below 0.08, you don't have the suspension.
No. So 1 year, you refuse. At an 08 or above, it's 90 days. You test under an 08, no suspension. Just to clear it up. Obviously,
that's like
those are your 3 options, okay? Would you like to take the test today?
Might as well. I'd rather take the chance of losing my license for 3 months rather than a whole entire year.
Yeah.
Because I have to drive to work and stuff like that. And I know I'll be able to get driving privileges. If I
Do you not have a suspended license right now?
No.
From that, what happened?
It's ongoing right now because I totaled a car and I told them I fell asleep because I did. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I really can't drive at night very well. Like the only time I can drive is if other people are in my car.
Yeah.
And I'm falling asleep. And I told him that, and he was like, well, you smell like marijuana. And I was like, I don't understand how I can smell like marijuana, because I had just got a possession charge like 4 hours before. They took everything out of my car. I didn't have anything. And I had told him that, and he was like, oh, well, you had it 4 hours ago, so that means you're obviously still high.
Okay, so yeah, so the crash, you were cited out of the crash, that's showing.
Yeah.
I'm just confused on what. Did he offer you a urine test?
Yeah, he did once we got back to the station, and then he argued with me about it, and he was like, do you want to go to jail?
So you took the urine test?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the results aren't back yet. That's why your license has been suspended.
Yeah. And then I just paid almost $3,000 for a lawyer, and he's trying to help me out with it.
Okay. That makes more sense, because I was like, there should be a suspension, but if it was for urine, those results aren't back, so your license is suspended.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, that one. So I'm just going to fill out some paperwork while the machine's getting ready, okay? I'll kind of explain how everything works that we're going through. Okay?
So will you guys tell me, like, right now if I'm going to lose my license or not?
Not till, so if you're taking the test, we won't know till after the test. So if you're at an 08 or above, then your license will be suspended for 90 days. Well, under that 08.
When, do you know when you'll get the results back?
We'll get them today.
We'll get them today,
Right now?
Right,
We'll get them as soon as the test is over.
Okay.
It's like a 5-minute process.
So the way this, you've taken a breath test before. Okay. So what's going to happen is, you're going to blow into this plastic piece, okay? I'm going to have you hold the plastic piece and the hose together, okay? Because it's kind of wobbly. So you're going to blow into this thing, you're taking a deep breath, and you're going to blow hard, okay? The machine's going to make a tone. When you hear that tone, you're going to want to keep it going for about 10 seconds, okay? So I'll have you hold that, kind of hold on to that. So take a deep breath, and you're going to blow for 10 seconds when it starts making that tone, okay? I'll let you know what tone, and I'll start counting as well, okay? You can go ahead and go. Harder. There, 10, 9. It's got to be 10 seconds to the minute. There we go. 7, 6, 5, 4. You're good. Just
I can't breathe that in.
You're good. Just take a deep breath and try it again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're good. I'll have you take that out and just throw it in the trash.
He really blows at this.
That made me laugh.
Yeah, you have to blow relatively hard. So we have to do it twice, though, okay? So you kind of know how it goes through the first time there. And use the second. Alright, so like I said, you kind of start with the first time here. Alright, I'll go ahead and have you hold this with these, take a deep breath, blow in there, try to keep it going for about 10 seconds, okay? Could be harder. There you go, 10, 9, try to take, there you go. I'll see if it takes it. It's okay. You go ahead and remove that mouthpiece, throw it away again, okay?
You think I got germs or something?
No, it's just, I mean, I could do it. I mean, you're already holding on to them, like.
I'm clean, I promise.
Never said you weren't. Alright, so, and just look at that. Okay, here's your test result down here. It's 0.078. Okay?
Not suspended.
So you're not suspended for this one, okay? But you're over the
I
limit.
told you I didn't have that much to drink. It was just some guy trying to flirt with me, and he was like, here's a drink.
So it took 2 samples, okay? Your first sample was a
0.08.
080. You're right at the legal limit. It takes the lower of the 2.
Give you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, so you're 20.
Hey gosh.
So your license is not suspended, but you're still charged with underage. So, you know.
Just trying to have fun.
I know, but there's so many Ubers and Lyfts, but
I know.
I
I just told them. I was like, I literally get my permit in 10 days, and we can go and do whatever we want in my apartment with the doors locked.
Right.
So,
but we're not going to lecture you. You're going to make it home safe. It is what it is at this point.
I'm stupid. I know it. It's okay. I don't need anyone to yell at me.
Nope.
You know, like I said, we're not going to sit here and lecture. But what I am going to do is I'm going to finish some paperwork. If you want to go have a seat out here in one of these black chairs, I'll get this finished up and we'll get you on your way.
Now, am I being like instantly charged with this, or like will my lawyer be able to fight it?
No, he'll be able to fight it. Yeah. So you can go in, plead guilty, not guilty, whatever you want. That's why you have a court date, so that you have a chance to. But this one, it's similar to your first one. It's an arraignment.
Yeah.
So they'll give you a second court date after that, and they'll probably more likely make it the same as your other one to not inconvenience you. So
right.
They'll probably make it the 21st. So it just makes the most sense. Why have you come back 2 different times? With this, we just don't really have a choice.
I know, they're trying to charge me so hard with this other one. Like, my lawyer was like, I need the results by this day, and they were like, oh, 30 more days.
Yeah, so...
All right. Last thing I need from you on this form right here. Okay?
Signature?
Yeah, like you probably done this before. It's not an admission to guilt. It's just saying that I read the back of that form.
Right.
And your license is
So
not
this one
suspended.
right here?
Yep, right here at the X. And if you don't want to, if you can refuse to sign to, if you want to.
No, I'm not gonna do all that.
It's not suspended. So don't drive tonight, but you can drive tomorrow.
Okay. So typically a lot of times people aren't allowed to go pick up their own car because they're suspended, but you're not. So if you want to have somebody drive you out there to pick it up, you can do that. Okay.
But not tonight, tomorrow.
Right, tonight.
Yeah, I gotta work in the morning, so I gotta go
Yep.
get my car.
So I'll just explain this paperwork here to you real quick, okay? All right, so that's going to be your copy of everything.
Okay.
All right. So this is going to be your copy of the test right there as well, okay? Have that, just kind of like, it's got everything there. This is going to be your copy of your citation, okay? For the speed and then the underage alcohol consumption, okay? So it's personal appearance required. I have it set for Friday the 8th. That's going to be at 8:30, okay? You've been down to the court before. You know where it's
Yeah,
at.
the sheriff's office.
Right, it's the same one. Yep, address there, phone number, and webpage if you need anything on there. Okay, like I said, personal appearance is gonna be this Friday.
All right.
All right. And just, you don't have to read the DL back.
She's already been read.
She's already been read. Just have to find that and here you go.
All right, so I'll walk. Go ahead and grab all your belongings there. You can grab that bag too.
Yeah, they're gonna want their cigarettes. When I get out of here, they're gonna be like, where's my cigarettes? Like, here. Thank you.
All right.
No freaking
She's
shit.
not so deep. I shot Jason out of that.
All right.
She'll be okay.
District 1.
I'm sorry.
He's in District 1.
No, so that's the director of public safety. Okay, all right. I don't care who signs.
Okay, I'll sign.
All I need, name, address. Okay.
That's
This is just the release form of custody for Muster.
Okay, I got you.
Mom needs to sign.
Oh, Mom does.
Stop signing.
Okay, she'll sign
Is
it.
she out there? Is it your mom that's out here?
No, it's her.
Her mom?
It's mine.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm best way. Just
Oh, you're right.
But she's with her, so we'll go out there.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you love your wife?
Go on, Chloe. Ignore them.
It's like, my boyfriend's here.
Get in the car.
I'm married as well. My first.
Her question was, are you happy?
You're right. You're right. I've got
Are you happy?
my first kid's coming in about 2 weeks. Hi there. This is just a This is just a custody release form. Okay, it's just releasing custody from us to you. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna make a line for you here. I just need a name and your address right down there at the bottom. Okay.
Okay. She was charged with underage operating a vehicle while impaired, OVI, and speeding. Let's pop forward. On December 4th, 2023, she pleaded guilty to an amended charge of reckless operation. The speeding offense was dismissed. And she was fined $100 plus court costs. She was ordered to attend a 3-day driver's intervention program. She was placed on probation for 1 year, and her license was suspended for 1 year. I think that's the last one. Anywho, we are done with the marathon, it looks like, as Karen Reed's coming up in about 5 minutes, though they haven't gone to Lieutenant Fan as of yet. What do you think, guys?
That's unusual.
Yes, no Lieutenant Fan.
No Lieutenant Fan.
Nothing.
Technically, this whole court trial's been a drunk girl video.
Yes, it has.
That's true.
Yes, it has.
That is true.
So the marathon continues.
Yes, because we're an hour 15.
Have you stopped your in the 14 hours? Have you stopped and restarted the broadcast?
Yeah. We're in hour 3. We were on an entirely different stream.
Okay.
So we were on Griffey Palooza, went like 11 hours and 54 minutes. And then I switched it over to this, and we've only gone 3 hours and 4 minutes. So everything restarted. So we're good. We're good. So, yeah. So how was your weekend, Hank?
Good.
As Lieutenant Fan comes up.
Yay! Yay, Lieutenant Fan.
Let's fill some time, guys. How was your weekend, Hank? I didn't hear you.
Good.
Good. What'd you do?
Yard work and spent time with friends.
Oh, there you go. And we know that Mr. Pope Phil was smoking some meat this weekend.
Yeah, I did beef ribs.
Nice.
Which he was eating last night. He was rubbing it in while I had cheap pizza. He had smoked goodness.
Yes, and fruit. Because, you know, healthy.
Smoked goodness and fruit. Yes.
Better
And we saw...
Did a couple porterhouses.
Oh, nice.
Oh, God. Oh, come on, Karen Reed. Let's get started. Let's get it started, damn it. It's supposed to be a full day today. They're supposed to be starting on time. Again, she's supposed to be ruling as to the Michael Proctor texts as they, if they're coming in or not, based on the witness that they have scheduled. We've got a second Pope Phil.
That's all you can, when you're ready, I'll take over.
Okay. Why don't you watch for the next 10 minutes as I walk in, use the potty and all that.
Okay.
You don't have to start anything. We're all set up. Just if they go to an instant sidebar, just update the sidebars.
Yep.
And folks, get your sidebars in. How many are we going to have today? Get your guesses in, and Pope will read them on the air. And I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay. And now we switch over to the perpetual fireplace.
Now for something completely different.
Yeah. So Abby Paula did at 15. Matt G has 10 sad bags. What do you think, Kink?
I think we're going to have 11 sidebars today.
11?
Yep.
I think we're going to have 12. I'll go with 12. Oh, Griffey said 12 as well. 12 sidebars. Today I have a nice smoked sidebar. I used our family recipe for the rub. It does include salt and pepper. And a little bit of orange peel. Citrus. Michael Scott's in at 17. 17 is fine guess. Fine guess. Crazy Cat, 9 sidebars. And a juice bar. Soup Bear's in at 16. Becca's in at 13 sidebars. I hope that's not an unlucky 13. So,
I always hate this part of the mornings waiting for the trial to actually start.
Yep. I hear the hear ye, hear ye. Matt G. Sue. Oh, what are you going to have for breakfast, Matt G? Yeah, I like that. Draw forth and draw near. Anyone having business before the Honorable, whoever? I
Yeah, I
like
had
the
extra time for making breakfast this morning, so I got up so freaking early.
What'd you have?
I did fried eggs with homemade hash browns.
Oh,
and a slab o' ham.
Nice. You had a honey butter chicken biscuit from Wendy's. Okay.
Those are pretty good. For fast food biscuits, at least.
I've never had those. So. We have a local donut shop, not that far from me. They also do bagels. So I might get a blueberry donut.
I haven't done fresh bagels in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I get them from the store every now and then, but it's not quite the same as going to a bagel shop where they're fresh.
Yep. Do you have Ruger's bagels? It's like a chain. Used to do that at work. They would go and get a whole bunch of bagels and then come in with various cream cheeses.
Yeah. We hadn't had a place to get fresh bagels around here for quite a while, and got shown a new bagel shop that was really good. Kind of expensive, but really good. Everything food-wise has gone way up in price.
Yep.
If only somebody could keep their promise with getting the inflation down and prices back to normal.
It'll happen, Hank. It'll happen. We'll tear up our way out back to it.
Yeah, once he's out of office. But did I say that out loud?
Yep. I don't disagree. Oh, here's a double stack bacon, egg, and cheese bagel with twice the bacon, egg, and cheese.
Just playing one of those games on my phone that has all the advertisements.
Right.
I don't know what the purpose in it would be, but they had a miniature table saw.
Okay. For what purpose exactly? Yeah, that's interesting.
I have no idea why somebody would want a miniature table saw, but there is such a thing now.
Okay.
And it was a working miniature table saw.
How big was it?
Probably like 3 or 4 inches square.
Becca says mini table saws are good for crafts. Okay.
Okay. I use a Dremel for that type of stuff, but okay.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't do crafts, so I'll have to ask my wife. She does crafts. I don't, but she's never come to me and gone, "Hey, I could really use a table saw."
Well, I would guess it would have to be for specific crafts.
I would think so. Yes, Michael Scott. Becca knows. Becca knows. And there's not much of a limit to what Becca knows. Interesting story. Well, Griffey, we're on the feed, so if court is starting, I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. And what did you use the mini table saw for, Becca? And apparently Jim is muted.
Wait, Jim is back?
No, apparently he muted the
coverage. Can you unmute it?
I'm trying to. I don't think so. Okay. Ron, and he's doing the. Yeah, this is great. We's professional.
He is.
We is professional.
Really impressed with the new hedge trimmer.
Good.
Give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange.
Did you hear that?
I've got rulings on those. I
Yes.
don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last 2 numbers, not the last 4. So those reductions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Giannetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please? Tony, do you want me?
Sidebar. Well, they're bringing the jury in, though. Shouldn't say sidebar. I don't know, Hank. Should I count this as a side? I don't know what they're doing. Oh, they're just bringing the jury in. Never mind.
Okay.
Because they don't show the jury. So, oh, I need to go full screen here and get rid of their side chat.
Well, they have had, we did have one day where they had 3 sidebars before they got the jury in.
Right. Yeah, but she didn't say she was going to sidebar, so. Catch up on a little housekeeping. We're up to 1,729 days, which leaves us with 96 days to go, or 95 days to go. Coke Dog, by the way, has made it past the 2-year mark and is 241 days away from the 3-year mark.
Thank God.
And I don't know if Jim was supposedly going to have a Canadian jailhouse call with Coke Dog in the wee morning hours. I don't know if that's happened or not.
Thank God he didn't.
Well,
I was on.
Yeah, I don't, you weren't on, but. Yes, Sue Bear. Coke Dog has made his way to Canada. However, he was detained.
How many pounds of drug was found in his prison wallet?
I don't know. I haven't heard yet.
Yes, and I did not leave. I was using the bathroom.
Hear ye,
So-
hear ye, hear ye.
Right,
All persons
yeah,
bullshit.
due before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Did she make a
So
ruling?
good morning again, council. Good morning,
Yes.
Ms. Reed.
Do we have a sidebar?
I hope you had a nice weekend.
She didn't say she was doing a sidebar, so she just left until the jury came in.
Okay, what was the ruling?
Everyone said yes or no.
I'm not sure.
Were you also
Was it the
able to
Proctor
follow the
ruling?
instructions in
I
doing any
so, but you were muted, so we had a little issue. So let me back up slightly.
What happened to
Okay, how far are we behind?
When you left, there was no
Sound?
So, Mr. Lessie, I was told you wanted to see me?
Yes, can I just have a moment with Mr. Brennan?
Okay, sure.
Okay, add your sidebar number 1. And then just go straight, catch us up. To forget whatever came up. Just get us back to catch up. Otherwise, we'll be off all day.
No, I was just trying to get the ruling. That's all.
Yeah. We'll get the ruling. It looks like they're letting the guy in. And okay, Griffey says the texts are allowed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
Nope. That's what I want.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy.
Okay, guys, now I'm going to lay down for half an hour.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I'm going to leave myself here, but I'll be back.
Night, night.
Okay.
And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that?
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname.
and actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Third on the bottom, yes, I see 3.
So you see 3 there?
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P?
Yes.
And Bear, B-E-A-R?
Correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate document documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes. Exhibit 209. Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ready?
Could I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you.
That was it?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, they're just getting him to validate to
on
be able
Friday,
to
I
bring the
saw you.
tech
We didn't
chain
meet.
into the trial.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection. May we approach, please?
Sure.
Sidebar. NCR, we're going with smoked sidebars today with my family recipe. It does include a little salt and pepper and some other nice goodies and a little bit of orange peel for a little citrusy. Sidebar number 2. I don't know about Turtle Boy. I don't think he had court this week or last week. I think it's coming up, Griffey. So No, according to Jim, we had a sidebar
Question and
earlier.
answer.
And so that was one, and this makes the second one, to clarify. We had one at the beginning when it was muted because Jim walked away and muted it.
That
Sir,
bastard.
do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are in exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you exhibit 209.
Thank you.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry, on the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes, and then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay.
On a long
Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
That's what I was thinking.
He respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page
I
ending
do not.
bottom right.
I do
29.
not.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor,
Couldn't open it either.
do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right, 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again?
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Mr. Proctor's two responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. The first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
Would it
recuse themselves?
Thank
Excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment.
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird.
Something stinks.
And the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page.
She hot at least.
That's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 38. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Sidebar. Get your smoky sidebar.
And to settle an argument with the chat who insists that there was not a previous sidebar, and since Jim is asleep and we don't give a shit what he thought about it, we're going to go with this is sidebar number 2. You okay with that, Hank?
Fine by me.
Okie doke.
My name is Chuck. I don't give a fuck.
Have fun at work, Maggie. We'll likely be here when you get back.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time?
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them?
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds. And this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 38. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 39. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, zero chance she skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes.
Is that what he said?
It is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the page.
Yes, beginning of the page,
So
yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, "What are you guzzling on?"
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, "Nothing, writing a warrant."
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
CC Truck, ever since the O.J. Simpson trial, every prosecutor has decided to jump on a grenade that is bad for their case because they don't want to be
Sir,
surprised
at
by it.
the time,
So for the Commonwealth,
Michael
it's
Proctor
get it out, and
revealed
he didn't do what they're
information
suggesting.
on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory one way or the other.
At the time, Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends. Were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
No, the answer will stand.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down. And then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you. All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind, and more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right, is there another witness this morning? Okay.
We would ask Officer Kelly Dever to join us, please.
Okay.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am. May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name DEVER.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a
presently?
police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time?
When
When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
As a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023. So.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
Yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the name.
case, yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security
Objection.
monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally port?
A Sally port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sally port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally Port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge. Okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sally port.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection. This isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions. Not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll reverse it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for justice.
Sure.
Sidebar, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out why he seems pissed off at his own witness. Like, you called her to the stand, so you should know what she's going to testify to. That's your job.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm finding it quite amusing that he's pissed off at his own witness.
Yeah, I don't get what they're trying to get through, what the defense is trying to get to with this line
I'm
of questions.
thinking it's
like
with
this witness.
the ATF agent coming to the department after.
Oh,
I'm just guessing on that.
right. And Shuggy's in with a strong 12 sidebars. And by the way, Shuggy, rubber.
Fuck you, Jim.
The band is back. The band is back. Yeah, I like that last little bit of questioning. Do you want to be here? No, I don't.
I mean, if you don't know of any relevant information that you possess in the case, why would you want to be there?
Right. And for those of you joining who weren't here earlier, we're having smoky sidebars today with my own family proprietary blend, which does include salt and pepper and a little bit of orange peel for some tanginess.
So, can you safely say the sidebars are up in smoke?
Yes, they are up in smoke. Up in smoke. I used, now, this is a little bit unusual. I've never tried this before. I used walnut, which I've done before, but I had a little bit of magnolia. Actually worked out well. Nice little hint.
Are they steel magnolias?
No. No, they are not. My mom had a magnolia tree and got some damage during one of the storms, and so I'd cut down several of the larger limbs.
Yeah, I've got quite a few pecan trees, and whenever one gets storm damaged, have no problem finding somebody who's more than willing to come and get.
I'll be happy to come. I'll be happy to drive my happy ass down there to get the. Yeah, I love pecan wood.
It's the only storm damage that I get paid to have cleaned up.
Yeah, Matt G. Yeah, apple and cherry is a good combination.
Thank you, Honor. May I
agree.
inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the cameras one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase
He's
the
already
question?
Sure, it was a little bit.
remember, asshole.
Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Like clarification.
How long?
So look, I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did
Wow,
you take
this
over the
is
dispatch
really
desk
torture.
that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Correction.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior
let
to
me
the
ask
first
the question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I
Woo!
did not see anything.
Interesting.
Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not
Should not
correct.
have called her. Should not have called her.
Question is this. Were you advised
Yeah.
that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection. Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
Did they
I don't
advise you
recall.
that I'm a douche?
Okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent,
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you, only one at a time, okay?
as a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you in fact saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
And I remember you being an asshole.
On August 9th, 2023. And when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force generally at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
You don't know any, do you know anybody else who's been called up to a commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that are called up, that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel for the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
Did you, during the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation. We
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
You ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm gonna see your type out on this.
I can't wait for the cross-examination to go into the witness intimidation that the defense might have done.
Yeah. So about number 4. Yeah, we'll split the difference. We'll call it 4.5. I like that idea.
And at the end of the day, does it really make any difference?
CC Truck, do you have proof that she's committing perjury? That's a very strong statement. And whether she had general counsel or not in the commissioner's office on any other unrelated matter to this case has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence of Karen Reed. Has nothing to do with Karen Reed.
Yeah, yeah, the general counsel that she had, it sounds like when she got interviewed by the they
Yeah,
said
the
agent,
FBI.
so I'm going to send the FBI.
Yeah, FBI.
They're not supposed to mention the FBI, so they're skirting around it.
Yep. Hence the question, because that's the common FBI. It's a, crime to lie to us.
Well,
So hence all of those questions about that.
If I'm being questioned on an investigation by hell, I got pulled in and questioned on something when I was in the military by CID. I wanted my JAG representative there.
I'll see the relevance of a dispatch officer who has nothing to do with Karen Reed or the events that happened on the lawn or any of that. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. But when you're being questioned by anybody in a matter that could tend to have legal ramifications, why not have counsel there?
Seek counsel. Yeah. Okay.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question so I get the
So,
name right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And?
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
And his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you
Amazing that she
testified
can't remember the
in
exact
a court of
words
law?
from a conversation from 2 years prior.
During the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
And
actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
In any of the other cases were you called in by FBI investigators to be questioned?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just.
You understand the question?
Apparently
The question,
not.
Yes, the implication.
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
No.
Thank you.
How many of those cases involve the death of a Boston police officer?
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
And don't see the relevance
My
yet.
name's Hank
TC
Brennan. We've
Truck
never met
hasn't
before.
become clear.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
It seems like she's done more harm for their
The
case than
defense
good at this point.
team,
Yeah.
Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton Police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sallyport until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
Not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense?
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury?
Yes.
Who did that?
One of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
they became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was
What the hell did I just
remember
walk
most
into?
because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for them.
Oh, we'll catch up. We'll catch up.
The first trial.
Okay, that's good.
Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. Your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about reading or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help her side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it
Good morning, unclean hands.
Hey,
Not on a
Unclean.
good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Hi, Bob. Okay, what the hell is going on?
Okay, So this is the lady that she was in dispatch.
Yeah.
And during the incident, they're trying to suggest that she had a viewpoint of the camera in the Sally Port, and that she had previously stated that she saw the Higgins and the chief and all of that, and then she said that she recanted that statement.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Oh, he's going extra aggro.
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's it. That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable.
Jackass,
because I made a
you
statement
need
in
to
good
stop
faith
digging your
upon further
hole.
information. I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
No.
No. Your job as a police officer is to be objective.
Isn't this
isn't
a
it?
defense witness?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
So he called her.
Yep.
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position.
So he's fucked.
Against one side
Yeah,
or the
his-
other, correct?
I don't.
Her testimony is not going the way he thought it was going to go, and he's pissed off.
Yes.
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sallyport of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sallyport when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that. So yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
Sidebar. Okay.
So she had a meeting with the chief of police of the Boston Police Department. They made kind of a big deal over whether it was just her and the chief or if the counsel for the city was there as well.
And they were insinuating that the chief was trying to bias her testimony.
Yeah.
Okay, this was Jackson who had brought
Jackson.
this out.
Yeah.
And then on cross, she made these accusations.
Oh no,
Yes.
no, she made the accusation about the threatening perjury
Yeah.
to Jackson when Jackson asked her a question.
Yeah, on direct. Yeah, and he came unglued just like he is now.
So I'm sorry, folks, but Jackson's a fucking idiot, and he may have just doomed Karen Reed as, if this is true, if the jury finds this woman credible, that they were threatening this woman with perjury, then what the what?
I find it credible.
What I
is on
find
screen right now, top of the screen, left hand.
what I find humorous is this is your witness.
Yes.
You called this person to the stand.
Yes, you called this one. And also, folks, I am fixing the tweets. I don't know if they're broken or not.
Then the other thing is
they called this witness. Not only did they call the witness, but they called the witness knowing that the testimony they want from her, she wasn't going to provide.
Now, this is the witness that they refused to give any communication. Yeah, I fixed it, Griffey. I fixed it. In fact, Griffey will talk later. I may give you access to that so you can fix it on your own on the overnights. This is the witness that they were hiding from the prosecution. They refused. They just said, we never had written testimony with her.
Right.
So give us the oral communication. They don't deserve that. And this is the one that last week, right after court on Friday, the judge ruled that no, you have to give all communication, period, with this woman.
Yep.
It's you need to give this to the prosecution. You can't withhold this, and they are trying to withhold this. And Jackson looked like he's about to have a stroke. He's literally about to have a stroke.
Viral video. Viral video.
Smiling.
Viral video.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is smiling
Officer
and
Dever,
laughing.
did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection at the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that
have you ever heard
you
of
knew
shoot yourself in the dick?
They wanted from me, meaning the defense. What they wanted from me. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
You remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
my question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to
He
you?
keeps mispronouncing her name.
Yeah.
I think it's on
Like you
purpose.
can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name this time.
Nice.
So the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is a little
comments.
more than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right. So
I'll ask
no
you a
comments, just questions, please.
Well, the dickhead can't remember my fucking name.
Do you recall us telling
Yeah.
you
And he
that
expects
we were looking
me
for
to
the truth
remember
about
shit from
your
3 years ago.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
We were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
That's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you think it's important
Way
for
out of
police
scope.
officers
Way
to
out of
protect
scope.
one another
Yep.
in the field and out?
Objection. Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that, spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No,
Never?
unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift, no.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn peace officer. You don't know what sequestration means
No,
in terms of witnesses? Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
no, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Here he goes, trying to dig out of the
I don't know
hole.
if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Griffey, I hope you got your money's worth. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
that? So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes.
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse
Kinky.
to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
No.
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
No.
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
There is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection. Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection. No, allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there would be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No.
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sallyport, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
It's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still...
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still
That
don't
she
really
would,
understand the question.
that lying on the
Just said,
stand
I'm
would
asking you
end
what you
her
just said.
job.
Wrote it down. You just said, my entire
Yeah,
job
it's
revolves
unclean hand
around what I
says he
say
doesn't know when to shut the fuck up.
Nope.
Yes to that
Nope.
question.
He's still digging that hole deeper and deeper.
He's gonna.
You spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate.
He's trying to compete with Mel Souls.
And Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No.
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
No.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No.
Never.
No.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Deborah, you are awesome.
All
right, jurors.
So tonight,
20 minutes.
All rise, please.
Okay,
Close
morning
your notebooks and follow me.
recess. Okay, let's discuss, but I will put this image in your brain. Karen Reed is going to angrily peg Alan Jackson tonight and call him a bitch. Yeah. He's going to be...
I think Alan Jackson might consider that a reward.
Yeah.
CC Truck. Again, it has nothing to do with what the trial is about, which is, did Karen Reed kill John O'Keefe? Karen Reed has no idea what this witness could or couldn't have done, and has no effect on the actions of Karen Reed. So there's nothing to see.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. Even if she changed her story, it has no bearing on whether or not Karen Reed killed him.
What a moment to come in. Whoa.
Yeah, I finally got an hour of sleep, and I missed
How are
probably
you, Jim? You okay?
I'm fine. Oh, I'm
Okay.
fine.
Well, I was with
I've
you
done-
too.
Yeah.
My time for a few got up.
Yeah,
It sounded
we were
okay.
fine.
Yep, okay.
Yeah,
good.
I just needed to close my eyes and get away from this for a little bit. In fact, I probably won't go immediately to sleep after this is over today. I'll probably get some writing done before I finally say goodnight.
Okay.
I'll have something for Pants to read in the morning. Because
Good.
I'm sure Chili will do a 5-hour live stream and screw everything the fuck up this afternoon. So, yeah, so Alan Jackson, okay, on this alone, where he is pressuring a witness to lie, how much damage was just done to the entire defense of Karen Reed? If he is willing, if the jury finds her credible, that he is willing to threaten a witness when he clearly doing a MERB, clearly knows that what he is pressuring her to say is a lie. And how does this apply to Lucky, who was threatened by Turtle Boy before anything, that if you do not come to the defense and say what I want you to say, we're gonna expose you, we're gonna write blogs about you, we're gonna make your life hell. And he was doing that on behalf of Karen Reed. How about the ARCA folks who are getting paid to make a robot who throws a glass at the car that's not even moving? I mean, all this shit is now in question. Every witness that they put on from this point forward. If I were Jackson, I would demand a mistrial right now. And we do this all again when he can't fuck up like he just fucked up. But that's my opinion.
You can't ask for a mistrial because you fucked up.
Well, he can try. He can try. He can have his little fit and try to be Mr. Hollywood, and as she is angrily pegging him tonight, I'm sorry, Karen, I'm sorry.
CC Truck. This woman didn't investigate anything. The Boston police didn't investigate anything. The Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation. This woman has jack shit to do with the investigation.
At the time, she
wasn't even there when the SUV was towed into the police department. So again, she has nothing to do with this. Has no bearing on any of this.
Yeah.
They're trying to sneak in a conspiracy theory, and they're trying to use her to do it. It's a weak witness.
And it all comes because she was questioned by the FBI.
Yes.
A year and 8 months after the fact, and she had seen in the media the footage and she mistakenly thought she saw it live.
Right.
And then when she figured out that the car wasn't there until an hour and a half after she left the building, she called and recanted her statement, and
they knew this. How long ago did she recant her statement?
Almost
months?
Immediately from
Yes.
So they knew this going into this trial. They knew
Yep.
this
Oh, yeah.
when they kept the communications from the prosecution and boldly said, well, they don't deserve the communications, Your Honor. This is our witness. They said that last Friday. They got up in that court knowing that they're trying to force this woman to lie.
Also knowing that they threatened her with perjury if she didn't lie.
Yes.
And CC Truck, according to you, she changed her story after meeting with the commissioner. According to you, that's what you want to perceive. That's fine.
Right.
Go ahead. And if you would like to hang Karen Reed's defense on this particular woman, go right ahead.
Yeah,
she said nothing to do with it.
I might be wrong on the timeline, but it sounded like the commissioner called her up before her interview, not after.
And that's not what she testified to. She did not testify, yes, I changed my story after meeting with the commissioner.
And remember, again, it was the defense who put her on the stand today. The defense knew in advance that she had told them that her testimony was full of holes.
And worthless.
They put
and
her
worthless.
on anyway. Yes. And
then Hank asked for all communications, and he got it.
Yes. Yeah.
And that was another violation of Rule 14.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, Alan Jackson shit the bed so hard that it was like acid, and it ate through the floor and shit the bed in the room below him and went like 5 rooms down. This is how hard he shit the bed today.
Come on, I haven't eaten breakfast yet.
I'm sorry, but
You should know better.
This is the blunder. And she changed her. I mean, they knew she changed her testimony, and they still decided to put her on stand. So again, everything they put on from this point forward has that lingering cloud around it because the fact that they were trying to force this woman to lie.
Did they actually think that this is going to make their case about a police conspiracy stronger? Question mark.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because she chose not to lie for them. And they got shot down when the blue wall of silence. That got shut down immediately. They tried
that's the interesting thing to me here, right? One of their own is killed, and they're going to cover up the death of one of their own because of the blue wall of silence.
Yes.
Make it make sense.
Yeah.
Just make it make sense.
Jackson's best interest right now is to fake a heart attack and get out of today. Not come back after this 20-minute break. Elizabeth, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, Elizabeth. I'm coming for you. And just fake sick so he can't come back, or Karen can get her explosive whatever in the bathroom and not come back.
There it is. There it is.
I mean, the case is blown. Their credibility is blown. That's the whole thing. And I know we're being we're putting our own spin on this, and we're making it seem probably worse than it is. But
Yeah, probably.
the fact is, this was a major mistake on their part. For a minor witness, she would have been very
Fake dog.
tiny in the long run.
Fake dog. Fake dog.
It's fake dog barking.
Fake dog.
Fake dog.
So
AI barking. AI barking. It's
yes,
planned.
AI barking. Yes. Now catch me up on the witness beforehand and the Proctor texts. How much of the text came
was they a lot, but it was the guy was like at several points he's like, these aren't my words, so I have to read this. It's embarrassing. Yeah.
So this is their case would have been a 1-2 punch of Proctor texts followed by, well, you saw the two in the Sally port.
Yeah,
So-
messing with the evidence.
Messing with the evidence. I mean, let's see who they put on next if this lady's gone. Remember, they were hiding this lady to the point of, no, you can't have any information. No, anyone. Yeah. So
I don't understand why. I don't understand why.
Yeah. You wonder what's next. And again, Griffey, I hope we entertained you because we are now in technically
Just
12
them
plus
leaving,
5, hour 17.
Is this their way of giving Karen an open for ineffectual counsel as a reason for an appeal?
Could be. Could be.
Could be.
Yeah, great plan. Everybody just turn into an appeal.
Yeah.
Yeah. The trial drove them crazy. In effect, counsel.
Just rest your defense right now. Just say defense rests. Walk away and see her go to closing arguments. Don't put on a closing argument any more than yeah, she didn't do it. And then she gets convicted of at least one charge because she's already admitted she was drinking and driving that day. So that's what 6 months in jail. She didn't have time served because she never served a day in any sort of custody. She's had white woman privilege. I will say that. Anyone else would have spent a couple of days in jail in holding, but she got away with murder here. So
Literally.
Yeah, she'll get 6 months deferred.
I don't think it has anything to do with her color or gender. It had the only color that comes involved here is the color of the money in her wallet.
Yeah, I was gonna say
green woman. Daddy pulled strings because Daddy got the FBI involved immediately. Daddy pulled strings. He got Josh Levy to come in and investigate the prosecutor's office. And the FBI, those were two members of that FBI investigation that came and saw her. That very thing that Daddy got screwed her in the end.
Daddy.
Yes, Daddy.
Daddy. Moist.
And this
daddy.
woman that just
Moist
testified
daddy.
wasn't on the witness list until the prosecution realized, right? Realized that she recanted. Is that right?
No. She's a defense witness.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. I'm confused. I thought she hadn't.
No.
I thought she hadn't.
She originally gave a statement that she thought she saw the Canton police chief and the ATF guy come in the Sally Port, and they spent an inordinate amount of time with the SUV alone.
Oh, okay.
That was her original statement. She later recanted that statement because she was shown evidence that she had checked out of work at the time before the SUV arrived at the Sally Port. So it wouldn't have been possible for her to see that. That's what the defense was wanting her to say. was that that's
Oh,
what
okay.
she
Yeah,
saw.
no, I understand. Okay, thank you.
And now they're pissed off that she recanted that statement and is sticking to her recantation. What they want to do is have her go back to what she originally said, that she saw that. And so when then when she said, I would, when I was shown evidence that that was a false statement, I corrected my testimony.
And just to make it clear, all opinions are valued, and all opinions in our side
absolutely.
chat, we may be worked up, and we do not mean to single out anyone. We apologize if that's how we're coming off, but this was a major blunder by the defense team.
I am singling out Alan Jackson as being a fucking douchebag.
Okay. Yes.
I appreciate the back GC truck. I appreciate the back and forth. I appreciate your opinion. It gives me a chance to defend my position along with you defending your position. So I respect your position. And I respect you giving pushback. Yeah.
Don't be afraid to challenge us, because we're idiots.
Oh,
we're
yeah,
everyday
absolutely.
idiots. We're not sitting here watching every trial. We have no legal background. No one's a lawyer here. We are potential jury members. We're sitting here watching what we see, and our opinion may be slanted pro-police, but it's an opinion, and it's no better than anyone else inside chat or anyone else's opinion, period.
Oh, my opinion is way better than yours. My opinion is way better than yours, Jim.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I really don't think pro-police makes a difference. Pro or anti-police makes a difference in this, because it's
killed. Somebody was killed.
Yeah.
Yes.
A person.
Yes.
Yep.
And that's what we forget. And that's what they've forgotten. In the defense's zeal to protect the ego that is Karen Reed.
Yeah, Weinstein's in jail. Prison.
Yeah. Yeah, Weinstein's in jail. Kevin Spacey's never going to get his career back. Phil Spector died in prison, not due to Alan Jackson's conviction of him, but due to the fact that he was an idiot. And anyone with half a brain could get Phil Spector convicted. The fact that it took 2 tries, come on.
Yeah, he's a good attorney. Jackson is a top-notch attorney, but he just gets over the top.
I'm not seeing top-notch attorney in this. Especially not this. Well, this trial, I don't see it. He's made a lot of mistakes this trial, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's just my
agreed.
Remember, there was the question about him coming back, because that's why they have Yannetti. Yannetti was supposed to be the top guy in this. Or not Yannetti. What's his face? The one we all hate.
Alessi.
Alessi. Yeah, Alessi was supposed to be the top guy, because there was a question as to the relationship between Jackson and Reed. There's also questions as to semi-legal things Jackson was doing before the Reed trial. And some of the things, including withholding the ARCA payments and the signal chats and willingly defying court orders and
isn't there also some Turtle Boy ties to Jackson?
Oh yeah.
There's all sorts of ties here, and Jackson is as conflicted as anyone could be in this case.
As a guest of the state of Massachusetts.
Yes.
He's a guest.
Yes.
He's not licensed in Massachusetts.
Right.
I thought he would have to get licensed to be able to participate in the trial.
No, you can ask you can ask leave of the court.
And you're being sponsored by another lawyer.
Yes.
That's how it works. So someone is vouching for you, putting their reputation on the line for you.
Yeah, Massachusetts lawyer.
Yeah, Long Island Audits, in the New York case, he has a lawyer from Texas who's not licensed to be from a foundation that protects Latino interests. Basically, that's literally what the organization is called. Who is from Texas?
Latino interest?
I don't have the full name, but it is something Latino, whatever.
Yeah.
But basically, that lawyer is allowed to, even though she's not licensed to practice law in New York, she's borrowing someone's license, essentially, to be able to defend LIA in his, or actually not defend, but represent, since he's on the offense in that particular case.
You forgot the R for Ray Ass. LAAR.
Yes.
He has a ray coming out of his ass? Has he been abducted by aliens?
I don't think anything escapes that ass. That ass. That ass. That ass. That ass.
I imagine a lot of gas escapes from that ass.
He's got the bass, don't he? You got the bass in that ass. So, good Lord. Let's check out some of the stuff that they're saying over on the Twitters, now that I've fixed the Twitters over on our Discord server.
The Twitters?
The Twitters, yes. For those, we have, our server name is ReallyCoolNews Wire, one word on Twitter, no dashes, ReallyCoolNews Wire. And we have an area.
And not to be confused with the Daily Wire.
Yes. We have an area that basically takes all the tweets from all the members of the press, a lot of them who are actually in the courtroom, and puts it in the Karen Reed do-over area of our server. We also have a segregated area just for Turtle Boy's tweets. So if you want to dive into those automatically appear on our server.
I muted that channel long ago.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it.
This is what Grant Smith Ellis, who is he's a Looney Tune, but he is a pretty good reporter when it comes to this case, at least within the courtroom. This is what he's saying. Oh, dear God. Alan Jackson just asked his own witness in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial if the witness was worried Alan would tear her a new ass if the witness wouldn't lie for Reed's defense on the stand. Yeah, I cannot believe this is happening. This is why you never call a witness to the stand on direct when you don't know the answer to their questions ahead of time.
Exactly.
But they should have known the answer to your question the entire time.
Right.
So in response kind of to what we just saw, the pro Karen Reed, the glarer, is saying Alan Jackson now has the jury permanently captivated. He now owns this trial.
Yep.
Okay then.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
He owns this trial.
I agree with that take. He does have them captivated. I'm not sure it's really the way he wants.
Julie Carpenter. Julie Carpenter retweets Jam Status, and she's gone through the original poster went through a few things. Deaver, defense bullied her, wanted her to lie after she corrected a mistake she made, threatened her with perjury. Lucky, the snowplow driver, was bullied by Turtle Boy and the cult for not coming forward before the first trial. Easily tricked, praised and received donations from the cult. after he got on the stand for Karen last go round. ARCA flat out said that they were willing to lie or hold things back from the jury for the defense, used Signal app to hide conversations, deleted text messages, was not given all the evidence before reaching conclusions. Dr. Russell, remember the fangirl on the dog bites, was not given all of the information about John's injuries, DNA, etc., before reaching her conclusions. Inserted herself at the 11th hour after reading an article about the case in the Boston Globe. Admitted true crime fan, eats meatloaf with the defense team. Green had an entire company recognized for their digital forensic worldwide update, a timestamp, because of his untrained and insane take on their extractions. These are the folks the defense is working with. If they somehow get her off, well, more power to them, I guess, but this is a pattern that they're showing of disregarding actual truths in front of them and saying, well, we don't care as long as she's off. Let's see. Even Ted Daniel. Ted Daniel is a Boston reporter who is heavily biased towards the defense. If you are going to go back and watch any section of the trial so far, this last portion from 10:15 to 11 is worth it. New info, and the temp went up a few times. So even he's admitting that something happened, and something happened bad for the defense. And yeah, Gia, come back whenever you're done.
Yeah, attacking your own witness just is never a good look.
Attacking your own witness in front of a jury.
Yeah.
And even if everything went the way they planned with this witness, and she came up and gave the testimony that she saw them in the Sally Port for I forget the phrasing, but some ungodly amount of time, something to that effect. What does that prove?
Right.
I think what they're trying to go for is this whole narrative of a conspiracy and a cover up, and now they've got the two people that they want to have that could have planted evidence in the Sally Port at the time when the SUV was there, and so therefore that's how they got that's what I think they're trying to get to.
Right.
Yeah,
Now,
but they would have still had to have got the time. Just doesn't match up to getting there and getting all the pieces of the breaking the tail light and getting all the pieces, and then somehow burying it onto the bottom of this underneath all the snow.
Right.
Yeah, see, that's the part I've never quite put together is how do you get people there when all of the dash cams and the people on the scene and all of that, because you have to have the SUV in the Sally Port to take apart the broken tail light, to take the pieces out to the crime scene, to then have it shown on camera where you're discovering it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make. I don't see how you get there.
All 9 members of the search team from the state troopers would have to be in on the conspiracy because they would have had to have witnessed them planting the evidence.
Right.
And okay, remember there were taillight fragments in John's clothing. There were taillight fragments reported on her back bumper. All of this during
the glass on her back bumper was from the bar glass, not the taillight.
Well,
so Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls
Dr. Marie Russell.
Here we go,
nice.
fangirl.
Here we go. Here we go.
Fangirl.
Here we go.
From bad to worse.
Ah, nice.
But
Nice.
what I'm trying to say is this whole supposed conspiracy was apparently put together at 11 o'clock at night when Brian Higgins got jealous in the middle of the worst snowstorm in nearly history.
Yeah.
And it somehow has held for 3 years now without anyone breaking. Anyone breaking.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
And they didn't use signal.
Yeah, didn't use signal.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, they should have. I mean, you know, the Defense Department uses signal. Surely it must be secure.
Yes. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Marie Russell, R-U-S-S-E-L-L.
Can you summarize your professional background?
And I'll
Yes,
be right back in
I am
5.
an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York.
Yes, Cicero, this is the dog bite.
Where did
the
you
moist
attend college?
dog bite.
I
lady.
attended both MIT and Northeastern University here
Let's
in
start
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
interruption. When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes, I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city. And in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the,
well, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency, and that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays, if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course, reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination, and then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role
of the member of the board,
of the medical board is to protect the public health. to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
just if we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic surgery services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations?
How many deaths in your prison were related to being struck by a vehicle and left to die in the hospital?
Did you have any
How many
involvement
deaths in the
there
prison
in
did you take
examining
destroying
or
a light bulb?
identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, so anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training,
back,
which provided training to the trauma surgeons and neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor.
Damn straight
and what
person.
Did you teach? Just a brief
He's
summary.
59, you're 55.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they are medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discussed dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor. Generally, puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were
get a grip,
and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the usually extremity, by the way, and so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30
very minor
experience in the emergency medicine department, what did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No,
I'm not Boston, the Ball.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, That would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. Med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there, similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were
General Hospital. Was she there for Luke and Laura's wedding?
Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were
under arrest.
They were arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes. So while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into, to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things. Yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So, when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide. This could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed, or photographed specially, and etc. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's what I.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there was typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I'd want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Didn't you already ask that?
I'm not sure, really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
Have you ever given any relevant information to the
co-author
court?
on 2 peer review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others, articles or books as part of a peer review process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds, and also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from a variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle accidents. Again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then of course gunshot wounds.
Were those that the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from, from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, right. Yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally have had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance.
The second of that, that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, you know, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, etc., but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and you know, no figuring out about how it happened or you know what caused the injuries so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or, you know, cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court if certain wounds were you know, inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accident, people who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, you know, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy. And with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
Let me explain just in general. Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with your
yeah.
Honor's permission.
Yes, are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
In what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, the vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Is it 000 for identification?
I wonder if she can make any recommendations for his male pattern baldness.
Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? I'm handing you Dr. Russell, what has been marked for identification as 000 as an orange.
00000.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
Does anybody really want to hear a lesson going?
For the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition. I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general,
consider yourself an
dogs
expert.
tend to have
Me
a
no,
triangular
not
mouth,
yes.
meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell is speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you pronounce
And
it correctly before we enter the chart?
Enlarge, Mr. Woke, the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw.
Yes, I can read it.
Right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit, so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption.
Yes.
I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor. If
There's nothing on that standoff.
I've got one right away. Approach. If there's one on the
No.
Yeah, I didn't see. May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and it's a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, yeah, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, Doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds. And those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, here the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right, and so you.
Actually, yes. So here you can see. Go back, please. So here you can see again the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment.
paste.
Thank you. So in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences, because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained. Ask it.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor, or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience, for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All righty, now let's move to another category, and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
What kind of ridiculous question was that?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts, I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe? And why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it.
Hasn't gotten with the times and use the
I lived in
internet.
Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
going to sustain that objection.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes, again, I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's
Yes,
question, please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Sustained.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its eyeball really quickly on this.
Sidebar. And it's almost lunch break.
God.
Sidebar.
That's 7.5 sidebars
Yep.
on the day.
She still doesn't seem like a relevant witness to me, but hey.
Well,
Well,
I seen it in the Boston Globe, and I had to come on and comment it because I love the boys in blue, but sometimes them boys in blue, I mean, my JD even tells me that these boys in blue, they don't know what they be talking about. I mean, this guy was obviously attacked by a puppy dog that was trained to be a killer, I say.
That had different widths of canine teeth. At least 4 different widths of canine teeth. So,
well, according to Gia, it was a Rottweiler. So,
and we back the blue. We back the blue till it happens to you. That's what we say around here. Because I'm JD. I'm JD's mama. I'm JD's
lick
mama.
the boot. Lick the boot.
Dr. in terms of Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first, let's start. What is it? And then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion
And remember,
is?
this is the enhanced
Well, I
photo
used
that the
pattern
defense has been
recognition
showing. This is not
and
the
differential
actual
diagnosis
photo of the injuries.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, an image in this case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor, thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes, and does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm, did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report, and I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police, and then those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes.
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also...
I'm going to see you at Tyboro.
Bar. Sidebar number 8.5, and Unclean Hands has a point. She's guessing after looking at a picture of the wound. She never took part in the autopsy and will probably testify to the fact that she never recreated anything. This is just like
how does she? I just don't understand how she accounts for the different widths.
Yeah, she's done nothing but look at photos. She didn't actually do any testing or didn't print or report anything. This is just like their first defense witness they put on this time around, who didn't do any testing, never looked at the data underlying, just looked at reports he was presented and essentially spell checked them, and gave his opinion.
But he had degrees.
Yeah, he had degrees up the wazoo, but he didn't touch the underlying data, and he didn't do jack shit. He's just a guy looking at things going, well, what if?
But he had degrees. He had to be better than the guy who broke the time, figured out the time differences.
And this lady has degrees, and she says all these bite wound stuff, and she can look at a photo and diagnose.
For somebody who's supposed to be that big of a technical expert on dog bites, she's using the phrase, I guess, I believe, way too often.
Right.
Well, I guess I believe.
I think she got her start in medicine treating the Roman army.
I was thinking the Black Death, but
Interesting. But
and why does she get her news from the Boston Globe? Because she's a boomer and she doesn't use the internet to get her news.
Now, she actually might legitimately be a boomer.
I believe she is, since she got into law enforcement in 1977. That puts her as a boomer. Yes.
Yeah.
But she is a good witness to bring down a notch what had just happened. She's so sweet and nice, and people are getting calm again after Jackson so graphically pooped the bed.
Yeah, well, I noticed they changed to Alessi, who has a much gentler type of tone.
Right. They literally, this is a good.
Well, Alan Jackson had a much more pleasant tone with the first witness.
Right.
That's true.
And he went out of his way to make him seem not as smart as his expert, where the prosecution's expert, he went out of his way to show he was smarter than them.
1 o'clock, and then today we'll give you an hour for lunch, okay?
So 6 minutes, okay.
So what are you doing for lunch today, Phil?
I had some leftover ribs.
Nice.
Yeah. What are you doing?
May I continue your
lunch for me will be once we're done here, because I don't want to go into a food coma.
Right.
We broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed.
I'm thinking,
based on
I'm gonna
and Mr. Woke, if we could
grill
please
some burgers.
put the exhibit that we just had, and with your honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that
maybe
you
I'll
had
do that. That
described
sounds good.
And your experience that you had described,
Little
without
burger for
stating
me
it,
and
were
a
you
couple
able
for
to
the
come
dogs.
to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that
Yeah,
exhibit?
about 4 different.
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were
You say it
inflicted
3
as the result of a
times.
dog
Now
attack.
in slow motion.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple
I wanted
groupings
it to be
of
so,
wounds.
so I declared it so.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm.
And all 4 are
these
different
multiple
widths.
groupings
So
are
how does that
patterns.
happen?
And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the
And again, it's
teeth
the enhanced
and
version of
claws
this photo,
of
not the original.
a dog.
Yes, but
We've
they're
discussed
all
previously pattern
they're all at
recognition
different widths
skills and
from what.
Yeah, I
methodology.
know.
You just
I mean,
But
mentioned the
they're,
word
what
pattern
I'm saying
here.
is they've
Can you
enhanced
elaborate
the
on
wounds
what
to
you
look
mean by
worse.
pattern
The red is
with
darker.
regard to this?
The patterns are more distinct.
So there are groupings.
Because they've literally
and,
photoshopped this photo.
One can see that these wounds are going
Well, and there's no
essentially in the
no
same
corresponding wounds
direction.
on the
They're-
other
they,
side.
They are oriented
So all of this came
in
from
the
one
same
set of
way.
like
on
the upper
from
or the lower,
almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm,
which
or
isn't
the
how a
anterior
dog bites.
surface towards the posterior
Right?
surface
Yeah.
What is
of the
the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. Over here, the dog is over on this side of the arm. And
Okay, so now she's saying it's all on one side of the arm.
teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area.
May.
Have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And could you please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Court, all right, please. Chairs, close your notebooks and follow me.
Okay,
Goodbye.
let's see if they're going to argue something.
And if John O'Keefe was bitten while standing, the wound pattern would be going the opposite, swiping from the upper arm to the lower arm, not lower arm to upper arm, like
This is his left arm, right?
right arm.
Yeah, I think so. Phil, go ahead and stop presenting. We'll switch over. Thank you. Okay, let's take a break because we haven't given the audience a break all morning. So let's do a quickie as I bet you that was Gia. All right, it's NCR joining as we're about to take a break. Let's take a 6-minute break, and NCR will talk to you on the flip side. As we're literally gonna take a break here, give everyone a chance to get up and walk around. So share screen, break music, and we'll be back with you in about 6 minutes.
I'm gonna take a crisscross break and jump around.
There you go.
I thought you were going to take a crisscross break and have episodes.
Look at the stars.
Okay, we are back from break, and we've had some controversy inside chat there. First, welcome NCR. As well, they're saying that they want to round up to a full 8 sidebars.
Okay.
Not a 0.5.
Okay.
So why do we have a 0.5 anyway? Since I wasn't.
It was a compromise from an earlier controversy because initially you started out with one sidebar before the trial started, and several people, namely a person who paid heavily from down under, claimed that that shouldn't count. So we skipped. This was early on when we were at 2 sidebars, and they said it only should be 1. So instead of changing it to 3, I left it at 2, and then it kind of went back and forth. And so with people thinking that the additional 1 should be added, and people who didn't, so it was just a compromise.
Okay.
So round up, I don't care.
Yeah, due to peer pressure in the side chat.
Yes.
With Serial saying "suck it, Pope," and
Yep.
Matt G saying that I suck.
Yep.
We will move it up
Cereal,
to 8.
does that make you moist?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't make me moist, but sucking it would make me something else.
Okay, I was just about to bite into the sandwich, and I go ahead, NCR, with your breaking news.
I have some breaking tragic news out of the world of Hollywood. We have lost another voice actor from the King of the Hill series. Jonathan Joyce, known as John Redcorn, tragically has had his life cut short at the age of 59 due to a dispute with a neighbor.
Oh, wow.
Huh.
He is also known for playing Badface on Tulsa King. He was also in the Magnificent Seven remake. They have confirmed that he did complete most of his recordings for the first season of the Revival series of King of the Hill. But the neighbor in question has been arrested, and they are facing very serious charges similar to Miss Karen Reed here.
So his neighbor got drunk and backed into him?
No, it was a dispute that turned into a shooting.
Yeah, his neighbor shot him and is currently being held on $200,000 in bond. I'm going to stick the story over inside chat here. So we also have the breaking news on our own Parson, who did something to his leg yesterday, but he's using a walker and getting around.
I know what I was going to do earlier. I was going to ask Parson, I do need help moving a mower.
Okay.
So if you're available, Parson, I'd love to have your help.
He's in a walker right now, so he's probably not going to be much help.
Would that walker be a Texas Ranger?
Could be. Could be.
Sorry for the double post on Facebook. It's being weird. Parson is asking, do you have insurance?
No, I do not. No, I do not. I have the assurance that you will be able to help me. Yes.
Now, last night in our 14-hour marathon, Australia Palooza, wink, wink.
Palooza.
Yes, unidentified Australia. We avoided marrying off Mr. Parson because, quite frankly, we didn't know if Mr. Parson was going to survive the night and if we'd have an immediate widow
That's true.
person on our hand.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
So that left us without without a potential groom for some of these women that were especially suited for Mr. Parson, including thong bikini or string bikini hottie
with
you
an
sent over.
angelic voice.
For some reason, I don't see Parson having a problem with marrying the thong girl.
Yeah,
She had an
thong
angelic
girl.
voice. Angelic voice.
Yes, with the angelic voice who got arrested for disorderly.
Sounded like Rosie Perez from White Men Can't Jump, but extremely drunk.
Yes, she and her best friend, who was also dressed in a scantily clad outfit. Yeah. Would have been either one or both would have been perfect for Mr. Parson, but of course we didn't know if he was alive or dead. So we're going to make up for that as we go into Drunk Girl, because we still have 45 minutes to kill here. And this first one.
By the way, you need to include in our joy that he is alive.
Oh, in our joy that he is alive, of course.
Yes.
I am sorry, Parson. And because we promised that we would not marry NCR off at lunchtime today, because he is mourning the death of the King of the Hill voice actor.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Parson, everyone we feature in the next 45 minutes are for you and will result in your marriage. You're welcome. So let's go to flight almost diverted after woman loses it on Allegiant Airlines. Loses it.
On August 28th, 2022, the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office was called to the scene at the airport for reports of an incident.
What's that?
To quote John Redcorn to Hank Hill, Parson, I will not pleasure your wives as I have the wives of others.
There you go.
That happened on a flight. The following shows the body-worn camera footage of what happened during the incident.
Excuse us.
Yeah, it is.
We're in the right place. Thanks, guys.
Now what is
Hang on. Right over here. You have your ID card, driver's license, something to do that for me. What was that?
Somewhere, honestly.
Okay. All right. So if you can, yeah, go ahead and find it for me.
Do what?
Your ID. I still need your ID.
Well, I don't know where it is, so.
I mean.
Like, I don't know what's going on.
So Pope Phil, as Parson himself, is too traumatized to answer. And we know his true intention is to marry this woman.
Yes.
I propose, dearly beloved.
Well, let's give it.
No.
Let's give it a little bit.
Let's go straight.
Let's give it a little bit. Give it a little bit.
We are working on an emergency situation here. He must be married by law within the next 5 minutes. So let's do the dearly beloved, and then we can deal with the consequences later, because he's contractually obligated to be married at least once a day.
Sure.
Someone we pick.
Yes. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today on this wonderful, joyous occasion that Parson is not dead, to marry off him to this lovely woman who I'm sure is sane, rational, and in no way a crazy woman. Non-crazy woman, do you take our dearly loved Parson to be your lawfully wedded YouTube husband?
If he can
I
help
love
me
him.
find my ID.
And Parson, do you take this lovely, I'm sure, not at all crazy and will not cause an incident at the airport woman to be your lawfully wedded YouTube wife?
I love him. Her.
As long as she
By
doesn't
the
ask me to use a mower.
by the power vested in me, by the sun god Ra, YouTube University presented by Chile de Castro, WFYC, WFYD, and our new sponsor, WFYS. I now pronounce you YouTube husband and wife. You may go off in joy and happiness forever.
Okay. Well, now, Mrs. Parsons, the first of the day.
WSYS for the Marcus, the mystery.
No, it's someone new.
No, it's a
Someone
different.
new that we are not
different,
revisiting.
different sponsor, Hank.
Okay, just wondering.
Someone we can talk about off air, but we're not revisiting.
I have like a baby formula and here you go.
We're fine. We have people picking us up. I'm sorry for my wife's actions.
Oh God!
That's it.
Oh, she's already married.
Yeah, the last words you'll ever say.
What happened? Sorry, my bad. I know. She's just pissed off. I don't know what the hell's wrong. You know what over by chance? What she's mad at?
Anthony, I'm talking to you
I
right now.
understand. Ashley, settle down. Settle down. Settle down.
Anthony, if you don't let her talk to the deputies, you're going to get another call right now. And I don't want that to happen. Alright, well then don't cause a problem right now.
Alright.
Let them do their thing. So what happened? What happened?
She just was loud and this wouldn't be quiet. And then she drank too many drinks on the airplane. That's it. We were fine. And she's pissed off and it's just, she's going to bed. I'm sorry for her actions. I really am.
Have you had anything to say?
Yes, but I'm fine.
At any point did anything get physical between you two? Okay. So what was this argument about, or what happened?
It's just, she was loud and I told her to be quiet. Like, it was just like, she was getting too loud. That was it.
Why was she upset with you?
She wasn't upset with me. She drank too much. That's all it is.
And then that's, let him. If he's going to do it, he's going to do it. But you're going to go in cuffs if you go over there. I already told you. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, I truly am. I'm completely fine. I told everyone on the airplane that I apologize for my wife for being loud. That's it. Like, I'm sorry.
So you're saying it was all her then?
Yeah. I never touched her.
It's never when I.
We get when there's arguments happening, we get it.
There's nothing. It's like
But the problem is-
baby was crying and I yelled at my husband. Yeah, it happened.
All right.
But it's like,
You've been drinking though.
and so, like,
Yeah.
yes, I have. It was a fucking, like, here's my, that's not. I didn't even want to come to fucking Florida. It's my dog. I'm just being honest with you.
Well, when the airline calls us, have us meet you.
Oh my God.
It's because you're being more than you should have.
Okay.
So now that's.
Hey, check private chat here on StreamYard.
That's a problem.
Okay, well, what do I should do? Like,
Well, we're doing an investigation. What you need to do is wait here, comply with my deputies, and everything will go well for you.
Playing with their deputies. I'm
We're not
getting
gonna-
everything you need.
Listen. We're going to do what we got to do. Your paperwork squared away.
Where's my grandma Janet?
You're saying
I
you
don't-
did, but you're saying she's the only one that was loud.
I might have been loud, but I'm just saying, she drank too much.
I can tell her that.
I'm sorry,
smell it,
sir.
bro. I get it.
You know, I respect you guys all.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything wrong. I told
No
her
one's
the
saying
whole-
you did.
I
We just
know.
have to
No,
ask
I
questions.
understand. I told her not to drink it. The
in front of gave her another Jack Daniels, and I told him not to, but they gave it to her, and then she drank it.
It's frustrating.
It's so frustrating, sir. And it's like I can't do anything about it. It's close quarters. I got him to worry about. I'm too hurt. I'm so sorry. I honestly am. I really am.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
This is gonna be the
Can I tell you?
10:15.
I promise you, nothing was happening between my husband physically.
We got that. The problem is you created a major disturbance on an airline in the air.
I went to the bathroom, that's all I did. I didn't do anything.
You're yelling at me now.
No,
and I'm just
sorry.
talking to you.
I'm sorry.
You're very intoxicated. I mean,
Well,
no one
we're
says
not
you can't.
driving.
Well, it doesn't
I'm trying
matter.
to with my in-laws.
But the problem is you're intoxicated on a flight causing disturbance bad enough for the airline to call ahead and have us meet you. That's a problem.
Can you
That's a
please
problem.
tell me what I did? I never.
You're being disorderly and intoxicated. That's what you're doing.
I didn't even get up from my seat.
You done? So it's gonna be all right. So we'll get the information. We'll get this done. Make the 10:15. I don't know who's gonna take it.
I gotta. When we end up doing this, I want to get a statement from the flight attendant.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get that. Most likely gonna be in 10:15.
My mom's picking us up. Can she just go with us and she's gonna go to bed? I'm sorry for her actions.
We're past that point, my friend.
I'm going to jail. She is.
Maybe. Well, she caused a disturbance on the airline at 30-something thousand feet in the air.
I know.
Someone's got to answer for that.
But I didn't do it.
It was almost to the point where they're going to divert the flight.
Oh my God.
So yeah, that's a major deal, man.
No, I know.
So
I'm on your side.
But to hear from what I'm gathering from people that have been talking, the issue is not with you.
Thank you.
But we're going to get your information because we have to do a report on everything.
Can we go out in the front and give my kid to my mom?
Yeah, just give us a couple minutes. And
I'm so sorry.
I get it. We need you to go where the flight crew is and get a statement. They're down there. You gotta get them before they leave. Take it off.
It's my baby's food.
Put your back. Put your wallet down. Put your hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Put your place under arrest for disorderly intoxication. Just give me your wrist and comply. Right?
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, well.
Please.
Tell the judge, because you're going to jail tonight.
Really?
Yeah, because you're being drunk and disorderly.
I'm not.
You're kidding, right?
Can you pick up my husband? It has baby food in there. Wait, what?
Can you get this to the husband?
I'll try and see if they're still there.
Give it a try. Give it a shot.
My advice to the husband is, since they're at the airport, run far.
So what's going to happen is you're going to get booked into Charlotte County Jail for disorderly intoxication. They're not going to release you until you're sober. So, and you bond out. All right? That statement. Oh, here we go.
Hey. Sorry, I didn't know that you needed a statement.
Yeah, we absolutely have to.
That's fine.
She's going to jail for disorderly intoxication.
Okay.
She's going to do a statement from you real quick.
That's fine.
And get your information because we need to have a complainant for us to do this charge.
Is there a car up front? Do what? No.
You want to go inside where it's less noise? It'll be easier to record.
Do they make her blow for
I can't hear you.
Do they make her blow for disorderly intox? Like when they do marchman acts?
Do what?
Do they make her blow too, like for?
No, she's got to sit in the jail until she's sober. They may breathalyze her later and see if she's sober,
They
but
told me they do that for marchman acts, and I was pretty surprised about it.
yeah. So she'll have to do that, and then whatever bond they give her. She might have to see first appearance.
So the time is 11:42 of August 28th of 2022. This statement is in reference to case number 2208-016530. The location of this interview is at the Punta Gorda Airport, located at 2800 Airport Road, Punta Gorda, Charlotte County, Florida. I'm Deputy Parker, Meet a Deputy Sheriff for Charlotte County, Florida. The person being interviewed, sir, if you could please state your full name, date of birth. Do you swear from the statement you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Swear.
Right, can you tell me what happened today on the flight?
We were beginning our descent, and I was lead flight attendant, so I was up front. There were 2 flight attendants in the back. The flight attendants in the back called up and let me know of a passenger in 30A and C. Those are the 2 in question. In regards to them being verbally aggressive to each other. So I go back, I just do a walkthrough, and then I see him grab onto her very aggressively she was in the aisle seat, so her left arm right here grabbed very aggressively and just put a lot of pressure, and you could tell he was trying to be intimidating to her. And then that's all that I physically saw. 2 flight attendants in the back saw just them being verbally abusive to each other and just being very verbally aggressive towards one another in a very aggressive way throughout the entire situation. But that's all that I physically saw was him grab onto her.
Would you say that any of them under the influence are intoxicated?
Definitely the gentleman was intoxicated.
The gentleman? Would you say that the female was intoxicated?
I didn't assess her long enough to know if she was intoxicated or not, but I mean, I could clearly tell like they were not 100% sober.
Okay. Why did you guys decide to call the sheriff's office?
The flight attendant in the back called me in the forward and requested that we have Leos meet the aircraft.
Okay. Did it get to the point where their argument was disturbing the peace of the other?
I believe, I don't know 100% or not, I think there were 2 passengers across the aisle that said something to the flight attendants, which made the flight attendants want to actually report this.
Were they able to hear it throughout the majority of the plane, the argument that they were having, or?
The flight attendants or the passengers?
The passengers.
I believe so, yes.
When you conducted the walkthrough, you
When
could
I
hear
conducted the walkthrough, I had one passenger look over at me and then look at them, so that's what I assumed that she wanted me to pay attention to. But that's the only physical thing that I saw was him grab onto her.
Okay. But you were able to hear the argument throughout the plane. All right, so they basically, I'm going to go run through it real quick. The 2 flight attendants are in the back. They hear that there's a disturbance going on in the plane. They determine that it was the passengers on 30A and C. They get a hold of you and tell you to contact law enforcement because it gets to the point to where it's concerning to them and they believe it's about to become physical. You're causing a disturbance on the plane, so you call us so that we could be here by the time that the plane lands in the Punta Gorda airport, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then the male is intoxicated, and then you said you were unable to assess the female. We did. She is highly intoxicated right now. So, other than that, is there anything else that you wish to add, change, or delete from what you have just told me?
Not that I know of, no.
Have we discussed anything off tape we did not discuss on tape?
Nope, that's it.
Alright, this concludes my statement. The time is 11:47, same date. Alright, sir. Let me give you back this. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Thank you for watching.
Okay, that is number 1. Let's find a number 2.
Two.
Mr. Parson. We'll see a quickie. Let's see. This isn't as big a quickie as we wanted, but this one is person worthy. 100% person worthy.
I'm sure.
Parson worthy. This is why you don't drink and drive.
All the AI choices for voiceover. Why use the voiceover for like Downton Abbey?
Yeah.
I don't know.
In March 2024, law enforcement received reports regarding a possible intoxicated driver who was leaving a gas station in Roswell, New Mexico. Officers quickly located the suspect vehicle and initiated a traffic stop.
We're going to be pulling into Allison's right here on 2nd Street.
It's the same ones.
I'm so sorry.
Alright, I'm Officer Fuentes, Roswell Police Department. The reason for the stop is because somebody called in and said that you guys were possibly driving intoxicated. Do you have your license, registration, insurance?
I just need to pee, bro. Me too? No, bro, I already. There's no way there is some. I don't have my ID because y'all have my car impounded.
My ID is in the car.
Yeah. Alright, can you go and step off for me, please?
Oh my god. Yeah, I just want to see my ass or something. What? What is it?
I don't have my ID because my car is impounded.
Come back over here.
That's a great start.
Walk over here. What's your name?
Larissa, Martinez.
Stay right there.
I got a piece of that.
Can you stay right here, like this? Hands down at your side, feet together.
Black t-shirt, long
Yeah,
black
can you drink
hair.
A little bit, but not a lot.
How much is a little bit?
Like one beer.
Like
This
one beer or
sounds
just
Yeah,
one?
one beer, one beer.
One beer? That's
a
it?
person.
What kind of beer was it?
Oh, those like
Well, it
beer?
sounds like somebody else, but, you know, we promise.
Whatever the f***ing size of beer.
Yes, we promise.
Was it a big one, tall boy,
No, just
regular
a
one?
beer, like whatever the
Promised.
Ooh, and
since
taps.
Person,
And taps.
yes.
And
And
taps.
since Parsons hasn't rejected her dearly beloved,
Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today on this wonderful occasion. The gloriousness of the fine recovery our friend Person has made. In fact, he's going to get his second wife of the day. He is so invigorated. Person, do you take this lovely, potentially goth girl away from NCR and promise to love, cherish, and honor her?
A black t-shirt and tattoos does not goth make.
Okay, just play along. Just play along.
I do.
And potentially goth girl, do you take our wonderfully, miraculously recovered Person to be your lawfully wedded YouTube husband?
I do.
By the power vested in me by the picture box in my living room. This aforementioned sponsors, I now pronounce you YouTube husband and wives. You may kiss your magic picture box, Person.
Yeah.
You may now
All
kiss
right,
my
Parson.
ass.
We may get to a third one. We may actually get to a third, Mrs. Parson, before this
Ooh,
day is through.
a throuple,
But for
a
now-
throuple, a throuple.
But for now, Mr. Parson, let's hear about her being
Wait.
wobbly.
Parsons is looking for one with butt fur.
Butt fur? Butt fur. Okay. Okay. We don't take shame. We don't take
Are you
shame.
able to see without those glasses?
No, because not.
I mean, I know somebody that's into hairy
Can you
nipples,
see my
but
finger? The tip of my finger right here?
I really can't. I'm that blind. I really
You can't see my finger at all.
No.
At
I
all.
have to put these on. Okay, try it again.
Well, I need to take them off for this test, okay? Can I borrow those?
No, because I can't see without them.
I understand that. I'll take that into account. Okay, can I see those?
Yeah, I can't see without them.
So one beer.
Yeah.
That's all you've had. Okay. So for this test, all right, I need you to stand with your feet together just like that, hands down at your side, okay?
Okay.
And I'm moving until I tell you to do otherwise. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Besides your glasses, do you have any head injuries? No? You haven't been in a car crash recently, anything like that? No? So are you able to see the tip of my finger right here?
Barely, but yeah.
Barely? But do you agree this is the tip of my finger?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have any trouble turning, anything like that, walking, balancing, anything like that? No? Okay. For this test, I need you to stay with the feet together, hands on each side. All right?
I'm doing that.
Okay, what you're going to do is you're going to follow the tip of my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? No? Eyes and eyes only. Okay, so I never asked you, but do you have any knee problems, ankle problems, anything like that? No, so you don't have any trouble balancing on one foot, walking, turning, anything like that?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or no?
I've
Just a
never,
little
like,
front
been
heavy,
diagnosed
officer.
with it or anything.
But you don't have any trouble walking, balancing,
My
turning?
knees do hurt. Like, I'm wobbly on my knees because they do hurt. I got arthritis.
All right, for this next test, we're gonna move over here, okay? Can you come stand right here for me, please? Face this way. Okay, for this next test, I need you to have your hands down at your side. You're gonna imagine a straight line. Can you imagine a straight line from your left foot that goes on forever, about the width of your foot?
Wait, left foot like up?
No. Did you, right now, put your hands, put your feet together, hands down at your side.
Okay.
Put your right foot in front of your left foot, just like
front of
this.
my left foot?
Yes, heel to toe, just like that, okay? Right foot in front of your left foot, heel to toe, just like this.
Heel to toe.
Just like that.
Got it. My knees are crooked.
Just like mine, heel to toe.
Got it. Wait. You're like
Perfect match
your
for
foot's way
person. Her
from
knees are
mine.
crooked.
It's heel to toe. It should be just like this,
Heel to
okay?
toe. Wait. Got it.
Okay, hands down at your side.
Got it.
You're gonna stay in this position until I tell you the other ones, okay?
So my balance is way off. Okay. Got it.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Wait.
Right foot in front of your left foot,
Got it.
just like how I am. Okay?
Got it.
At the tip of your right foot, I need you to imagine a straight line from the tip of your foot that goes on forever. The
Walk
width-
to him.
No, just listen to me. Okay? Just like how you are, right front in front of your left foot. This is the starting position, okay? Okay.
I gotta pee though.
You're gonna use that line for this test, okay?
I gotta pee so bad. Can you hurry?
Does that make sense?
What I do?
Okay, you're gonna use that line, heel to toe.
Heel to toe.
Hold on.
Heel
Can you
to
get
toe.
back? Can you get back in that position
I'm
for
wearing
me?
heels. Wait.
Okay, heel to toe. You're gonna take 9 heel to toe steps using that line. Okay.
Ready?
Hands down at your side.
Should I go right now?
No, just listen to me. Okay. Hands down at your side.
Go.
Larissa,
Where'd it go?
I haven't even explained the test.
There, go in.
Hands down at your side.
I gotta pee. I really
Look at my foot. Heel to toe, just like this. That's how you need to be. You're not like that. Okay.
I'm
Heel
on
to toe.
balance, so.
Hands down at your side.
Mine's my generation.
In your generation. Okay.
Ready?
Hands down at your side. Look at me. Just like this.
Ready? Ready? Okay.
Is she talking about my generation?
You can use that line to take 9 heel to toe steps, okay? You can look down at your feet and count out loud, okay? Just like this. 1, 2, 3. You're gonna use your lead foot, plant it, take a series of small steps just like this. Watch me so you know what to do.
I'm watching.
And take 1, 2, 3. I took 3 for demonstration purposes. You're gonna take 9.
Ready?
Does that make sense? Hold on.
9.
Do you have any questions about this test before you begin it?
I don't think so.
Do you want me to
That
show you
hard,
again?
Right? It's not that hard.
So you don't have any
understand.
questions?
I understand. 1, 2. Wait.
Are you ready to begin this test, Larissa? Okay.
Wait, no, I'm not.
No?
I gotta pee. Can I go pee behind the
No.
bush?
Do you have any questions about this test, Larissa?
No, I gotta go pee.
Okay, are you ready to begin this
I gotta
test?
pee so bad. Okay, yes. I'm ready to begin.
Okay, go ahead and begin this test.
If it's behind the bush, wouldn't that be a clue?
Gotta pee, okay. 4, 5, okay. 6. I gotta pee so bad. My legs are shaking. Can I go pee, please?
Finish the test, please.
Wait, what time is this? 7? I gotta pee. I literally about to pee my pants.
Well, you wouldn't be the first.
I'm literally about to pee. Y'all gotta let me go pee. Let me go pee behind the bush, please.
I need you to finish this test, Larissa.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I got. Y'all ever felt like whenever y'all gotta pee so bad, like y'all just can't hold it no more, you know? Oh my god, I really gotta do that. 8, 9, 10. I'm going to 10. You said 9.
You want to complete this test, Larissa?
Okay, completing it. Wait. 1, 2. I gotta pee. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I did tonight. I gotta.
Are you going to finish this test?
I did it. I did tonight.
Okay. Can you come over here for me, please? So for this next test, okay, you're going to stand, hands at your side. You're going to use the foot of your choosing, your right foot or your left foot, okay?
Whoa, she's sexy.
Welcome. Yeah, we already married her to Person. That's his second this hour.
Wow.
We're making it up because Person is in a walker and he can't run from these girls anymore.
Yeah.
So.
And apparently Hank is standing up for NCR.
Yes.
He corrected us on this is not a goth girl just because she has black hair and a black t-shirt and tattoos.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, but she is Mrs. Person because we had to make up for all those missed opportunities last night because we didn't know if Person was going to make it and if whoever we married him off to would be the widow person.
Yes, if he was dead or alive. Dead or alive.
So we took pity
Stiff
on
either
you,
way, right?
person.
Stiff either way. Sorry.
I'm just push and play.
Potentially, yes.
Hey, pay attention to me.
Okay, sorry.
So I know you understand this test.
Okay,
This
got it.
isn't a game. I get that. All right.
No,
Hands,
you don't get
hands
that,
down at your
'cause I
side.
gotta pee so bad.
Hands down at your side. Okay. For this next test, it's the one leg stand. Okay. You can use either your right foot or your left foot. Okay. What you're gonna do is you're gonna pick your foot up approximately 6 inches off the ground, about the size of a Coke can, just like this, parallel to the ground. All right. You're gonna count loud: 1001, 1002, 1003, so on and so forth until I tell you to stop. Does that make sense?
Take time to stop.
Yes. So you're gonna count just like this: 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, so on and so forth until I tell you to stop. Do you have any questions?
No, I really gotta.
Okay. You have a what, Sarge?
30 seconds.
Yep. Hands down to your side.
30 seconds. I seen him the other night.
Can you put your hands down to your side, please?
You're so cute.
Do you have any questions about
God,
this
what
test?
a
Lewis?
dingbat.
I'm just not questioning it.
You don't have any questions.
Pee.
I get that. Do you have any questions about this test? Okay. You may begin.
What I gotta do? Hold my leg up. 1 second.
Do you want me to re-explain this test?
No, I got it. I got it. Ready?
Think too hard, lady.
I'm about to pee my pants.
Don't hurt
Y'all
yourself.
piss me off 'cause I'm about to pee my pants. Can you send me a pee over there? In between the bushes.
Are you going to do this test, Larissa?
Yes. Ready? Okay. Let's go.
Ready?
Let's.
Okay.
Ready?
Okay. All right.
Is this a Mensa member?
Can you turn around, put your hands behind your back, please?
Why?
Because you're under arrest.
Why?
Because.
Why?
For suspicion of driving under the influence.
I'm not even driving under the influence. I just gotta pee. Sorry that I gotta pee so bad.
All I had to do was pee, and she wouldn't let me.
It's not even f***ing nightfall.
Flash, I would pee in my pants.
Do you have somebody that can come pick up you guys on the car? Because you guys aren't good to drive.
Well, I can call somebody.
Put me in the truck. Hurry.
Is he a minor?
Hurry up. Put me in the truck. I'm gonna f***ing call.
Hold on, I didn't tell you to move. Okay, we're gonna walk this way.
Let me go.
Stop.
Larissa, call me. Let me f***ing go.
He's
I
funny.
didn't do anything wrong. I f***ing gotta
funny.
pee.
Okay, do you have anything on you that's gonna stick me, poke me, hurt me?
No, I
No.
can't f***ing do the test
Stop.
because I gotta pee. It's crazy. I know my f***ing rights.
I'm glad to hear that.
I can't
You know
f***ing
you're
do
right.
the test because I gotta
Right
pee.
to
You
pee.
can't even f***ing let me pee with
Right
it, and then I'll
after
finish the
the
test.
right to be drunk.
Oh my f***ing God.
Stop moving, please.
Don't f***ing touch me. Why are you touching me?
I'm searching you, search incident to arrest.
Why you touching me, Jim? Why you touching me? Stop touching me.
Obviously.
You don't have anything wrong, anything like that? Because I can have a female come
I
search
mean,
you
I
too.
thought you just f***ing touched me.
Okay, get in the car, please.
F***ing God, you're pissing me off. I gotta pee. I can't finish the test because I gotta pee.
You're
It's crazy.
pissing me off. You're
Do you have
pissing me
the flight
off.
consent card?
I'll check here in a minute. Give me just a second.
If not, I'll just take her straight 81. Zero, 17, 19. Click start.
I deserve a f***ing phone call.
Stop banging on my cage.
Tell me my charges. What are my charges?
Driving under the influence.
On the cage. Driving under the influence and back on the cage.
97 fucking clip ending.
Right now. Give me a breathalyzer.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Got now receipt. Got now receipt.
Step up for me.
Let me make a call.
Come this way.
Come
this way.
I want to make a call. Don't touch me. Don't touch
this
me.
way.
Why are you touching
Don't
me?
touch me. I gotta pee.
It's
I
not
gotta call.
necessary to touch me. I know my f***ing right. Don't touch me. I'm going with you. Okay? So stop touching me. Oh my.
Walk
Stop
this way.
touching me.
Oh my God.
Or pants.
Stop touching me.
If she pees your pants, you get bonus points, Mr. Carson.
Well, just remember that, Parson. You might hear that a lot. Stop touching me.
Stop touching me.
Yes. Especially because we're going to try to sneak in a third one.
Ooh.
Because we have just enough time to
Oh, you're not gonna touch me now, are you?
Walk.
You're not gonna touch me now. Touch me now.
Literally,
I dare
I told you
you.
to stop touching me earlier.
Well, I gotta keep right here. Come this way.
I dare you to stop touching me.
Come this way.
Don't touch me.
You're going the wrong way.
Well, tell me where to go. Don't touch me.
I'm trying to take these cuffs off so you can go to the restroom.
Tell me where to go. Don't touch me.
Don't touch me.
You're gonna go into this restroom.
Okay. Can I come to the door?
No.
What are you gonna be? That's crazy. That's crazy. Love it. Mom, remember to say that.
Listen, you're going to have to talk to the wife about that. She's given out her number to anyone.
Walk that way, please. Take it right.
This way?
She didn't.
That way.
She didn't wash her hands.
Go sit down on that bench over there.
She doesn't know her right from her left.
Yes.
Sorry.
Your wrist.
You'll have to touch her or teach her. Touch her.
Can you unloosen it a little bit? Like, that's hurting me.
I can easily move.
No, unloosen it a little bit because it's hurting me.
Put your wrist in it like this.
Like this?
Like this right here.
Like punching somebody? No, I'm just kidding.
Nope, turn it that way.
Okay, sorry.
Turn it this way.
Turn it this way. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know. I've never been arrested before.
Okay, I'll hold it. Okay. Go to the beginning. Keep going, 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 keep going. Okay. 0.27.
2-7, folks.
Wow.
Should I do it again or?
Yep, here in just a second. Okay, same thing. Blow into it like you're blowing through a straw. So that's how you stop. Keep going, 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 keep going. Okay. Wanna come back over here?
Crazy Cat, the trial is supposed to resume at 2 o'clock. Usually goes about 5 minutes over their estimate.
You have to have me is crazy. You're not even gonna run from me. I'm a little ass girl.
Put your hand in here.
Ow! No, I'm just kidding. Joking. I'm joking.
Let me stand up for me. Face the wall. Then put both your hands behind your back. Right? Right there. Go ahead and take a seat.
Is there anything else?
And if anyone was actually watching on Facebook, we just had to restart the stream because we hit the 8-hour limit. So, welcome back, and yeah.
I could do to like help y'all or
Take a seat.
okay.
What do you mean to help us?
Like someone get arrested? Like I could tell y'all information if y'all need it.
Unfortunately not with your license at 0
I got people to rat out.
I can tell on everybody. Okay, so we are going to marry off person to one more person if there's time.
Did she have a minor in the car with her?
More. Yes.
Yeah, we're pretty sure
So
it was
that's
a minor.
that's endangering a minor, isn't it?
The welfare of a minor.
Yeah.
Could be.
Oh, this lady's alone.
Yes, and before we even hear her story, dearly beloved.
Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today on the final of our Person Marry-Off Palooza. It's a marry-off person to this lovely woman who I'm sure did nothing wrong and will be compliant and will be let off
Hurry up,
on the scene.
we're on a time limit.
Parson, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded YouTube wife?
I do.
And YouTube woman, do you take Parson
Why
to be
does
your lawfully
Parson
wedded
sound like
YouTube husband?
Foghorn Leghorn now?
I do.
By all the
Hank
powers
is
invested
sexy.
in me, and because we're short on time, I now pronounce you YouTube husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
That's bride number 3 for Parson, a new record. That's right, folks. We just set a record.
On the evening of March 10th, 2024, the Orlando Police Department responded to a call at the Orlando International Airport. Airport officials requested assistance dealing with a woman who had been at the terminal for several days with no apparent business at the airport. The woman had been previously asked to leave but failed to do so, leading to officers being requested to enforce the trespass order against her. The following is the body-worn camera footage as officers engage the woman who becomes increasingly uncooperative and belligerent.
Trespasser.
So what's going on? What's
Okay, so she's been here for a couple of days.
Okay.
We've been investigating the situation with her, and there's a male as well.
Okay.
Hanging at the airport for a couple days.
Where you can pick me up. Okay, if you need medical
tell you
assistance,
between the
so
1 to
you're
4
going to be flying
or whatever
out
is the
for
open
6
space
minutes.
outside, yes.
And,
You gotta call them.
I've heard of going to an airport
what
to start your
her
vacation.
business
I've gone to the airport for a vacation now.
I don't know.
Okay.
And I
Just waiting
said,
for somebody to come and
That
pick
was
up.
just now.
Yeah,
You gotta press charges, or
Would you like to press charges if she
You would
refuses to
book
leave?
that
Yes.
first class ticket, go to the airport lounge, get 3, because that's how they had it set up. Cancel his flights and then rebook them. Here for like a year straight.
All right.
okay, well they said that you're asked to leave, so at this point you gotta leave.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any business here?
I was waiting for someone to come back to get their stuff.
Are you flying out of here?
No.
Okay, so unfortunately, because
So
you
is
don't
this
have any
the
business here, you
sequel to the
cannot
Tom
stay
Hanks
here.
movie?
So here's what's going to happen, because they did ask you to leave earlier and you refused to leave. So now they're letting us know that if you do not leave at this moment, you will be trespassed. And if you still refuse to leave, we will arrest you.
Okay, I don't have a way to leave.
We will give you a bus pass. You can catch the bus and take it off the property.
I wasn't for sure. I thought we had some necklace involved.
I'm sorry?
Can you speak up, please?
No.
I think she's talking to somebody on the phone. Whoever it is. Do you guys have a bus pass by chance?
Yes,
Thank you. Are you traveling with anyone else, or?
No.
The reason why I'm asking is because if they need a bus pass, we'll give it to them
I don't care
too.
about them if they did need whatever it was. I'm the only one.
You have ID on you?
I'm not giving it to you.
Okay. You gotta get up and leave then.
Okay.
Right
Like I
now.
just said, I cannot
All right,
go.
ma'am,
if I
we're
try
going to
get
stop
out.
the
You're either gonna
attitude.
get up-
I just need you to
Shut
grab
the
your stuff and go.
up.
Ma'am, I just need you to grab your stuff and go. You don't need to have all that attitude. It's not even necessary.
I'm not even talking to her. She keeps talking to me. I don't like it.
All right, so let's do this. Let's grab your stuff and let's go.
You can grab your stuff and you need to leave right now. If you don't, you go to jail. I'll give you about 30 seconds.
183, come. Are you nearby?
Like I just said.
Happy wife, happy
You're free to go.
life, man.
I cannot leave without going wherever I need to go. I cannot leave.
I'm going to need a
just need to
cage
leave
car.
the
Can you come
premises.
over
No, I
to
can't
level
leave the
1?
premises.
Are you refusing to leave?
Are you refusing to leave?
Are you refusing to leave?
I'm gonna be
the
stuck
property?
here.
Are you
bitch.
refusing
I'm going
to
be
leave?
stuck here. There's no way to get out of here.
Did we not just tell you we would give you a bus pass?
Where is it so I can go?
Give it to me before I end up putting her in the
Well,
car.
isn't she a grateful little snot?
There you go.
Hold on, give me a second.
That's not gonna get me where I'm going. Then I'm
Yeah, but it'll get you off the property and keep you out of jail. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I'm trying to go where I need to go and not get off the property. If I'm not going where I need to go, then I don't give a
So you're refusing to leave the property. Is that what you're telling me? You're refusing to leave the property.
If I cannot go
Are
where
you
I need to
refusing to leave the
go,
property?
if I cannot get
Are
to
you
where I need to
refusing
get
to
to,
leave the
bitch,
property?
no, I'm not going to. Stop resisting.
Stop resisting.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Get off of me because I'm not going to jail. Get off of me. Get off.
Ma'am, stop resisting.
Get off of me.
Why do they think
Get
that'll
off
work?
Of me.
I don't
Get
know.
off of me.
Well, Andy, I'm not going to jail.
Or get your hands off of me. Why do they think that's going to work?
Okay, behind back.
I can't breathe.
Get off of me.
When you see her tonight, Pope, or if she shows up inside chat, say hi to Sue for sending us the wonderful gifts from the Amazon industry. Already
Nice.
added to the list.
Nice.
From who?
Sue Bear.
Sue Bear.
Sue Bear or Sue Me?
Sue Me has been around for a long time.
Well, okay, I just heard Sue, so I was just trying to clarify. Okay.
Yes, wonderful present just came in. Along with
Nice.
my mom just took advantage of this sale on the 32-pound bags of cat food. We hadn't reached the limit yet, so front porch is now filled with giant boxes from Sam's Club that I'll have to deal with and figure out where the hell I'm gonna put them. So we're stocked up on cat dry food for quite
Cool.
some time. At least
Have
4 weeks.
raccoon with a
worth of-
shoe shown up?
Not yet, but if I don't get out there soon,
I have
he
a
may
suggestion where
actually
you
help
can
himself.
put those bags of cat food.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Oh, Hank, we heard that you sent reinforcement in the
Huh?
form of a
Yes.
young, in the form of a younger skunk with
Yeah, we
one
have
shoe.
a skunk. Yeah, we have a skunk in the backyard now who's showing up during the daytime.
And a raccoon with a shoe.
Yes, a raccoon with one shoe.
We call them Limpy.
Oh, that's not any of my raccoons because they all wear 4 shoes.
Okay. Oh, this one is the one that stole one of my nephew's shoes. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to this because it's a short one, and we have just
That's
a
what
couple
she
of minutes
said.
left before they come back.
Stop resisting now. Get off of me. I'm not going to jail.
Yes, you are. That's exactly where you're
Stop
going.
resisting now. I'm not a stupid bitch. You got it?
Got it? Hold it down. Hold it down.
Stop resisting. Get off of me. Give up your hand. Get off of me. Get off your hand. Get off of me. I'm not going to jail. Give off your hand. Get off of me. No, I'm not.
You are absolutely going to jail.
Look at me.
You are not going to jail.
I got this. Go that side.
I can't go.
Hold on, just stay there. Just stay there. Because I'm about to put her feet, I'm about to bring her feet to her ring.
Give us your hand. You do not need to make this as hard as this.
Okay, take me, take me.
Are they allowed to tickle?
No.
Can't tickle her.
Stop resisting. Get off of me.
But do you want to be tickled? Get off of me phase here. If you want to be tickled, we'll send Parson to tickle you.
If Pepe Le Pew had a feather, would he be a French tickler?
Yes. Yes, he would.
That's funny.
Mon chéri.
Ooh la
Get
la.
off of my shit. Get my
My
stuff.
sweet little
I'm
muffin.
not going to jail because I did not do shit.
You are going to jail.
I did
For
not
no
do
reason,
shit.
I'm not going to jail.
Please comply or you will be.
I'm not going to jail.
Okay.
Get my stuff. Get my stuff.
Get my stuff.
So you can just get it going.
Get my stuff. Get my stuff.
Get it.
Get my stuff.
Stop. 1 second. Secure this cup a little more. Too loose.
Ow, get off of me.
Please comply. Stop.
Get off
Stop
of
flexing.
my
Stop flexing.
Stop. Stop.
Stop flexing.
Get
Thank you.
off of me.
Thank you. Please walk.
Get my stuff.
Please walk.
Get my stuff. Get my stuff.
Hey, how much is that?
The volume helps too. You know, when you scream,
Sure.
they'll do it. They'll do it faster.
Get my stuff. I need my stuff.
And demanding things while you're being arrested.
Get my
You need your stuff.
I need my stuff.
We got the rest.
Get my stuff.
Hold on, let me search you. Yeah? Yeah. Open up the door, create a pocket, then we'll search it.
I don't even have nothing. That is my stuff. Go
Up
get
against
it.
there, you're going to be searched. Do you have anything on you that's contraband?
No, I need my stuff.
Not sure, but does she need her stuff?
Go get my stuff. Why haven't you got my
confused.
stuff? I need my stuff.
Spread your feet, please. Stop resisting. Land up away. Stop resisting.
Y'all arresting me for no reason. It doesn't even make any sense.
There you
I need my stuff.
Stop resisting. Please comply with
I'm
all
not even
orders.
listening. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I need my stuff.
Sit all the way back and face forward out.
I need
She's
my
not going to
stuff.
jail. She is not going to jail.
Can you get my stuff?
Nope.
This suspect entered into a plea agreement when she appeared in court the next morning and received a deferred adjudication for the charges of trespass after warning and resisting an officer without violence. Thank you for watching this episode of Cop Action on Cam. If you enjoyed the videos, please consider liking the video, leaving a comment, and subscribing to see new videos every week.
Did
Your
we get her
support of the
stuff?
channel is what makes these videos possible.
I need to know.
Okay, so that's a new record. We married off Carson 3 times within 45 minutes.
I'm exhausted. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work.
Phil,
That
here,
is
have a
a lot of
Gatorade.
work.
Thank you.
And Carson, now that you have 3 wives, for now, yeah.
One of them can mow the lawn now, Parson. No more worries.
Yep.
No more worries.
Yep.
You just sit in the lounger, bark orders.
Would that be a barker lounger?
Yes, a barker lounger.
What's that, NCR?
And I told him, don't be giving them walker rides.
Nope.
Ooh.
Mustache rides, yes. Walker rides.
Or wheelchair backwards rides.
Yeah.
So we are still not back at the Karen Reed murder trial, but we are not going to start a new drunk girl because, frankly, I'm not going to be on the show tonight at 8 o'clock. But Hope Phil is. Phil, what do you got for them tonight?
Soft
What's your
sit
plan?
bingo. Soft sit bingo.
Sit bingo. And hopefully we'll actually have a bingo tonight.
Yes.
So,
Yes,
tune
we
in.
make no guarantees. We make no
And what
guarantees.
do they win, Phil?
The satisfaction of a job well done.
Okay.
A chance to play again the next round.
Yep.
Sue Bear, thank you for the kitty gifts. They came in a few minutes ago. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sue Bear.
Thank you for the kitty gifts. And yes, they've already been added to our ongoing tally. Of course, one of the cats already, a toy came with it, and the cat looked at it and threw it behind something immediately. So I'm going to have to move a heavy cabinet just to retrieve it. So Yeah.
That'll teach you.
Olive is in a pissy mood. That's right. Because her beloved person got married 3 times.
Well, at least the cat didn't steal the cucumber.
You know, some cats are terrified of cucumbers. It's a thing.
Yeah, yeah.
They think
I've
they're
seen the
snakes.
videos. Uh-huh.
Okay, so let me set up for the generator turn. So
I
we're gonna
wonder.
go
I
back.
wonder if you have a problem with feral cats. If you just plant a bunch of cucumbers around your house, will that keep them out?
Might.
And we were a couple of minutes behind, so all we missed was Lieutenant Van. Ooh, what is back in session? Maybe we didn't. Perfect timing.
Right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon and welcome back, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
What'd you have
Your
for
Honor,
lunch,
if we could
Dr.
please
Russell?
publish Exhibit 1 in evidence. Mr. Wolk. Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes.
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
It's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, why don't you restate, well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, by that same logic, I observed a lot of Australians.
So there's
I'm an
multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
I have to say something about
In
this.
terms
This has been
of-
bugging me since I've seen this photo.
These wounds,
This is
in
the enhanced
assessing
photo.
their
And speak
source,
up, please, and
do you
Sierra
look
can't
at them
pause it.
individually?
She's saying this was a dog bite and he was standing.
Both. I look
If
at them
those were bite
individually,
marks, wouldn't they be more
and then
jagged
I
from
put
him in
them
a
in
standing position
context
trying
of
to
how they relate to
get
one
the
another.
Canine off of
And
his arm?
how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that
And-
you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Unless he's
Well, I think it's a pattern.
being attacked by a
Pattern
very
methodology,
tall dog with
pattern
his hands
recognition.
above his head, the lines would be going the opposite
And what
direction.
pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds
And
on
the one on the elbow, it's
right
too
arm?
small for a large breed
Well, I
dog.
see
They're making breed
multiple
dogs do that. Unless they were lying
linear
down.
groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, here, up here. And the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to, see that now, let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And I'm sorry, what is, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to Exhibit 1?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So, blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back, which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position. And likewise, it would happen on the extremities too.
So you just mentioned the extremities. Do you see any lividity on the extremity here, the right arm?
You know, actually, there is discoloration over here in the elbow area. I do see some lividity. Okay, so there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry. There's some right here. This redness right here on the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity, and yeah, that's what I believe. Okay. That's postmortem lividity.
And again, lividity is that you said something that sets in after time, after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
Okay. Is there, with regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it, and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
Is your word.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 1.
So she's changing her testimony.
And you said this is the
on
one
spot.
that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located. Do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
Okay. So if we could, thank you, Mr. Woe, can we take those that depiction down for the moment? What I'd like to do is to, and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it, utilize that skill because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in the ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge or otherwise? How would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites, so that would be 40 to 60 or so of those, plus most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said this, a dog bit me or a dog bit my son.
And for those where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
And are the more striations on what's depicted in Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician, as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition, did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the term, medical term, pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes. Sustained.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you called their characteristics?
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
It looks more like road rash to me, but I'm not an expert
I'm going to
witness.
strike the last word, Mr. Wilson.
In terms of the characteristics that you have talked about, are there any other aspects of dog dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes. There is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that, number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones, and so therefore some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider and also there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
Objection, move to strike. I'm going to strike that.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
There is a lot of BS being passed around here today.
Yes, and Sue Bear was just here. Who was it looking for Sue Bear? She was literally just here. So.
Yeah.
I have to say this. I mean, if you look at the canines of all mammals that are carnivores, the front canines are meant for slicing and pulling. If she's saying a dog was to bite, and even as she said, a living person, the bite marks would be so much deeper and they would be more pronounced as the front canines. That doesn't look like the front canines of any animal I've seen bite somebody.
Well, and also it looks like, I mean, if you're going to accept her theory, these are all canine bites. You see no other teeth.
Yeah, where's the back molars?
Or where's the front, right? Like when the paparotti nips me, right? She catches me sometimes with her canines, but a lot of times with her front teeth. Like I don't see it. I don't, it looks like road rash to me too, but I don't see it.
I mean, the pattern doesn't match up with a canine bite in any way. I mean, I've got a small little Yorkie poo, and her front canines have, nipped me before, and there's
yeah, I thought they typically didn't bite again. They bit and they shook.
Yeah, usually. Yeah, usually.
Clamp
or try to tear at it, right?
Yeah, they shake it.
Yeah.
Like if you look at like dog bites in police body cam footage that we've seen, the dog bites down with the front and moves its head forward and starts shaking to get it into the back of the molars.
Yep.
Even if you're saying that this is the victim was bit by a dog and he was in a lying position, it still wouldn't match up. The bite pattern would be more into the interior. It'd be deeper into it.
And again, no dog DNA in any of the wounds.
Yes.
Which, if a dog were to do that, to detect that, would be salivating.
Yeah.
There would be DNA inside the wound from the canine.
You would think so. You would think so.
Yes.
There would be DNA on the clothing.
That Rottweiler got his mouth all the way around my arm.
Yep.
Bottom teeth and the underside, top teeth on the top.
Yep.
He didn't just nip at the outside. He put his whole mouth around my arm.
My cousin had a pit bull one time, and it bit me while we were wrestling around with it. We were throwing like one of those rope bones to get it to play fetch with us. It's one of its canines nipped me pretty good on my stomach, and it made a nice deep cut. I mean, if that's just one canine doing that, a whole mouth should be doing a lot more damage.
That's what I've always thought. Is it just, I don't know. Her testimony doesn't seem to. But again, I'm not an expert, so okay.
And what exactly does it mean? Why does it matter that you got bit by a dog?
Because he was taken to the basement and murdered by unknown parties. Well, the Alberts and O'Keefes and Higgins.
And the dog helped. The dog helped.
Yeah.
And the dog helped.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Or
I got it straight now.
Or an alternate theory is the dog came out, attacked him, which is what caused him to fall down and hit his head.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now, can I propose
that one was not presented at the first trial.
No.
Let's
Can I
make
propose
that
an
clear.
alternate
That
theory?
has not been presented.
Yeah.
May I propose an alternate theory? It was not the parties in question, but it was Lon Chaney during a full moon.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. Which is why they got rid of the dog, because it turned into one of the Alberts.
Yes.
Yes.
A cousin that we haven't named yet.
A rabid raccoon with a shoe.
Yes. Yes.
Repeatedly striking him on the head with the shoe.
Yes.
and then chewed on him.
Yeah.
Okay. I rest my case.
Hans is saying he did it, but yeah, I don't think so.
In the grassy or in the library with a wrench.
Yes. Let's see. Is Turtle Boy back to his man-spreading spot? He was in the courtroom earlier. His buddy Jessica Machado is the one with the red computer at the end, right off screen to the right. Yeah.
And here I thought it was Colonel Mustard with the candlestick holder.
Yep.
And we're back.
She looks really gaunt. Does she always look so gaunt?
Only when hungover.
Sometimes. And touche, no new donation.
There you are.
Yes.
Thank you. If we could put the Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please, Mr. Wolf. Dr. Russell, is what's depicted on the screen one dog bite or more than one dog bite?
Ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, can you determine from this depiction, how do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
Well, I see several groupings of wounds. Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow. Here is a third grouping around the back of the elbow and the upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly if they are separate dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4, there's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
You mentioned claw marks. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
It's hard to say exactly what what these marks are. This one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So,
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned we'll switch. We can leave that
I
up.
think it was the Monty Python rabbit.
Because we're going to come right back to it.
You know, it's funny.
Dr.
The ones at
Russell,
the shoulders,
earlier on, you used the phrase
those
incomplete
were
dental
from the
impression.
front
Do you
bite.
recall that?
Something like that,
Why
yes.
are they so close together?
What
look
phrase
almost
would you
like a
like to
snake
use?
or
Because you were
spider.
describing whether a dog
Yeah.
or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
But that's okay. Incomplete bite, I
Okay.
might
Do you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just scratches on the surface of the skin.
When you say they don't penetrate the skin, we see the marks that are on there. What do you mean that they don't penetrate the skin?
They don't penetrate the full thickness of the skin and extend into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of incompleteness that you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete dog bites have you observed and treated in your career?
Over 100.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Did you determine whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
Before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Dr. Russell, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's right arm personally?
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
And it is a generally accepted practice?
Yes.
Now, in conducting we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
Okay. So I'm going to need to see you. Sorry, folks.
Sidebar.
What proof do we have that she's an expert other than her own persistence she's an expert?
She's done some papers. It
Credentials.
looks like Karen's having a heart-to-heart with Alan Jackson. Look, here we go. The young lovers are whispering to each other. Or allegedly.
Ooh.
Sorry, allegedly. The young lovers are whispering to each other. Whisper.
How about we go to Trader Joe's tonight?
Ooh. Are you sure? Whisper, whisper.
Trader Joe's, Trader Joe's. No more Whole Food.
Whisper, whisper. Three's Company on DVD.
Ooh.
Whisper.
I think they're going to Twin Liquor tonight.
Well, isn't it 2-for-1 tequila shooter night?
It is. Top shelf, too.
Oh dear God, my brain is about to fall out of my skull.
I'm starting
15 minutes.
I'm starting to get the theory if I just put on a suit and tie and hold the defense, I'm an expert at something, they would believe me and put me on the stand.
If you can tell us that'll be beneficial to the defense, yes.
Well, I am a expert with a PhD study in nonsensology from the late Prince Philip. So I just need a suit and tie.
Was he in the can? Was he in the can?
That's
No,
Prince
that was
Albert.
Prince Albert.
That was Prince Albert.
Okay. Well, you had to learn it from somebody. They all look the same to me anyway.
I thought the Prince Albert was a piercing of a not so friendly place.
Well, that is now, but before that, he used to be a tobacco.
Oh, okay.
And so you used to call up stores and go, "Do you have Prince Albert in a can?" And they'd go, "Yes." And you go, "Please let him out."
Is your refrigerator running? Please catch it.
Yep. Couple comes home one night and decide they're going to make a late night snack, and they open up the oven and there's a rabbit inside. And they're like, "What is a rabbit doing in here?" And the rabbit goes, "Isn't this a Westinghouse?" The couple goes, "Well, yeah, it is a Westinghouse." And he goes, "I'm Westing." Ba-dum-bum.
I could say as a goth girl expert that those marks were not caused by a goth girl. It was caused by something possibly related to them.
Well, a goth girl can drive a Lexus.
I'm ready.
I thought you were Jim.
Benabot.
Prepare for Jim to go into hummingbird mode.
Then.
I got $10 as he starts trying to drink nectar out of Phil's hat.
That's not going to happen.
Oh, boy.
Is she watching TikTok? What is that?
Facebook Reels.
She's watching Rick Rock. Yes.
TikTok Rick Rock. Let's get it on, peoples. Let's get it on.
Get it on.
There still has been no updates to the Chile de Castro, California Superior Court case. We are refreshing documents on that one. No other filings so far today. TikTok, Rick Rock, let the body roll.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
With Your Honor's permission to republish Exhibit 1. Thank you for your patience, Dr. Russell. Is what the wounds you see on Exhibit 1 consistent or inconsistent with what you have seen from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
If I could have published Exhibit 206, which is in evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the injuries, which are, so this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent, a different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
So
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolk, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list, but this was a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance. On an X-ray, but I mean, would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual, hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf? And if you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in, thank you.
But,
please continue.
No. What I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person. Multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, pneumothorax. That's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Answer the question? Oh.
No.
Okay.
You can take that down. From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No hemopneumothorax.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent. In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence published.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound, and if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth, and with the tooth going into the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by either the police or the crime lab or someone, and the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here, and I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So let's start with each one, and we'll go through these quickly. Let's start and zoom in on number 1. What did you conclude about the source of that hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
Let's go back and zoom out. Have you in your career examined clothing either as part of your forensic pathology practice or your emergency medicine practice to determine the source of defects in clothing?
Yes.
How many times have you done that approximately in your career?
Several hundred.
And have you, in those several hundred times, have you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give some examples of the many times you've had to look at clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Yes, so let me clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The clothing and the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component to any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death. So, so I've done it in gunshot wounds, in stab wounds, multiple times. Looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds. In stab wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis? You mentioned, testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Maybe that one child case.
All right. So let's go now to the...
What the hell was that?
You were discussing
the doctor's plane
defects
operation
in the arm, as well as
the
arm, and then the defects in the clothing. In terms of the, back to Exhibit 1. In terms of that pattern that is in the arm, and in terms, let's go back to the hoodie, I'll strike that. Have you in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you evaluated what clothing looks like in terms of motor vehicle accidents?
Well, in many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then. And then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes, sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident? Have you ever evaluated that as a forensic pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in either emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Sustained.
In determining, let's go back to Exhibit 1, please. In determining and reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in your experience that you talked about earlier today, the 500 to 1,000, was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Why is it, well, in terms of, we're going to move to another category, studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Can we put the lights on and take this?
Yeah,
down,
yes,
Mr.
thank you,
Vice
Your
Mayor?
Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
And did those studies that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustained.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was DeMuniak.
Could you spell that, please?
I wish. DEMUNNYCK, I believe.
And was there...
And then there was another one, Pollack, Pollack.
ACK?
Jackson Pollock?
What I was kind of wondering.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification these studies, 2 studies. I may be incorrect in that. If so, I have studies. I'm going to show them to Mr. Yes, thank you. So we can just make sure I have all pages. Do you have these handed up for the order?
Oh, I have none.
Okay. So if I can just have a moment, Your Honor. Okay, I've got them. These are them.
These are them.
If I could have marked for identification.
Remember those.
As one document.
ABCDQF.
PPP for ID.
One more, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you.
And exhibit QQQ for ID.
Mr. Let's see the court reporters now.
Sure. Yes, Your Honor.
Which is what?
Exhibit PPP is the DeMunic, and exhibit QQQ is Pollock, and those are the lead author names. You're welcome. Yeah, I leave them with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sounds like he's shooting off his toy gun. Pew 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 pew.
Dr. Russell, I have provided you with those two exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those as the articles that you were referencing before.
Yes.
Now let's start out with the DeMunic study. Is that exhibit PPP?
PP.
Right. So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury how that study related to the opinions in this case?
Objection. Sustained.
Are these the studies that you cite to as a basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1. With regard to your opinion on the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so Dr. Russell, if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes. I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
Here we go. Get him, Brennan.
Okay.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought he was going to go all day with this lady.
Well, he'll probably on redirect, because Brennan's going to go today into tomorrow, I'm sure. He's only got 50 minutes right now. And he's got to devastate her completely. Apologize in advance what we're about to do to you.
Yeah, I don't remember her claw marks either last year, not G.
Yeah.
So that seems to be new.
Is impeccable as always.
May I?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
I've got the shit
Dr.
ton
Russell,
of
we've
claw
met
marks
before?
with my dogs.
Yes.
I've asked you
None of
questions
them have
before.
ever been near
Yes.
that deep.
And you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
Yes.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No.
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
No.
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
No.
Last year, you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
Yes.
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
No.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague?
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes.
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
No.
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
That's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the fact that you held this opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they could move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying for the time.
Yes. Did you know that there was a relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hoped that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they could move on. If it wasn't, if these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert.
Did you take
with other, sub interests?
Sure. Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
It's a listing service for physicians, and yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event?
Yes, that's there.
And you used that photograph in your participation at this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of things that you have experience in after this case, you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case, and after you took the photograph from this case, and after
does any professional agree with you that you're an expert?
You then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time, and it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated or volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I also I had retired from my full-time job, and I had time, and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal
She's trying
cases,
to pacify herself,
and not specifically dog bite cases.
I wanted to find myself relevant.
Other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that, but simply after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner
Looks like
future
she's starting to sweat on her
interest
brow.
in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer reviewed.
Oh, she's extremely
on dog
nervous.
bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds. Is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw and then they pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding?
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between, generally, the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites?
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember I asked you those questions a number of months ago?
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Of specifically dog bites? No.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites. You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite? Other than right here in this very case, have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever, over your entire career, to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never.
Oh, she's scared.
Never.
Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay. And so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that there were dog bites,
Have you
yes. I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
God.
That was it.
Okay. So
can you
not
produce
when
any
you
of
knew
your
it was a dog bite
collection
when you
that
took the
match
photo. I know you have an interest. I'm
the
asking,
marks on
other than this
victim's
case,
mark?
there was never ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case.
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort.
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question. You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Okay.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites.
Right.
Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right, my apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of the only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So, Dr. Russell,
that
from
is
your
a passive
perspective, as far as
measure
you know,
trying
you
to
were
calm
the
your
only
nerves
person
when you're being
in the
questioned.
entire United States of America,
But it's not working for her.
who is
I mean, normally a
qualified
normal person
to
would
look
just
at a photograph and make a
take a sip of
determination
water or something,
whether the
but
wound was derived from a dog bite.
No,
as the questions
I am
proceed,
one of I'm the
more
only
and more
physician that I know of
pushing saliva up
that
to her,
can do
towards her
that.
lips and
There
moistening
may
her
be,
lips with her tongue.
a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist,
Yes,
and you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be. There's probably. I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever? Well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Well, so you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me
Well,
in terms of who the witnesses are.
somebody
Yeah,
must have
she
shared
did,
her name.
yes.
Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
You know, it's
shared her name
funny.
that she may
I
be
just
a
did a quick
participant in
Google
this?
search
Hold
and
on,
I
hold
found
on.
several
Hold on,
I
books.
hold
don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
So when you were reviewing this case, did you get materials from any of the attorneys
Okay, go ahead.
authored by Dr. Laposada?
I have found several
I
books
don't
on
think I
dog
read
bite
a report. I was
analysts
very
forensic,
interested in reading a report by
pathology.
Dr. Laposada.
Just off a Google
I was
search.
very
Huh.
interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. Laposada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. Laposada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for one?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I wanted to. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other persons' opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician, yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so why did you qualify him as a non-physician?
Because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on
Some-
dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
Non-doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds? Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
How about a non-doctor, as you said, you've made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. Would that person have the qualifications in your mind to be able to look at photographs and determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite?
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites. But I don't think that they could definitively. I think that someone could who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans. Could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I prefer to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit. Because when I asked
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group of experts.
If someone, well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, if in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
Well, that's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion looking at photographs and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again, please.
When you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you testified at trial on June 21st, 2022?
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met.
Yes.
And we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7, 2025.
Yes.
When you reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report?
Yes, and there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you are actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scordi-Bello's report for information.
Yes.
Because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you looked at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scordi-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. right?
Yes.
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a first-hand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scotabello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize. Did you rely on her ability and first-hand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those ones.
Well, did you know that Dr. Scotabello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I-
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without seeing it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scotabello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there is no puncture or depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Like all the questions that were about an autopsy. Yes.
Okay.
Sidebar.
Did he just say he wants all the questions about the autopsy
Yes.
stricken?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, all the
Okay.
questions about
Now
the
that it's
autopsy.
devastating, now that I understand it's devastating to what I had her testify to, I want it stricken. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Now, Jackson and Alessi could learn something from Hank here. He started to get heated with the lady. He retreated and said, "I'm sorry I got sharp with you."
Yeah.
You know, I have found forensic classes on dog bites. And it's like a 6 to 8 week course that you can do.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. By
you're
reputable
not-
institutes.
Well, that
You're not-
can't be true. There's only one person in the entire United States that is uniquely qualified for this.
Well, that's funny. She says that she couldn't find. There's no classes or any materials, but yet I have found forensic books on dog bites, ranging from basic pet ownership to forensic pathology. I have found classes now. I mean, I think there are other experts. I just don't know.
What's the results if you typed in forensic dog bite experts?
Give me a second.
The 695th result is this lady.
There's a whole thing here of expert witnesses on dog bites, from animal behavior to dog experts who witness dog bites. They can review them. They can do court costs. Dog training expert, dog bite expert witness. There's a whole website full of them.
That's weird.
But yet she's not on this list.
How is she not on this list?
There's one in Fair Plains, Maryland, that's right close to them. That is a canine training expert with expert knowledge in dog bites. Huh.
It's the internet. The internet lies. The internet lies.
Yeah, the internet.
It's only this woman. It's only this woman.
Okay. Here is another expert in Somerdale, Jersey, who is an expert witness when it comes to dog bites, behavioral language of canines, has media training, has certificates in canine behavioral sciences, dog-related training. I mean, there's tons of experts here.
But are they also a emergency room physician and retired?
There's a hysterical picture over in Mean Tweets with a German Shepherd with just upper teeth. It's so funny.
Exactly.
Oh, wow. I found another website, with more experts ranging from the states of Ohio to Texas, Jersey, California, Arizona.
In other words, they couldn't find anybody else to say this but this lady.
Well, what they have is somebody who just showed up and goes, "Hey, I'll here's what I'll testify to," and they went, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
With Brennan's Cross, I didn't understand how she got qualified as an expert to start with. I'm even less convinced she's an expert now.
Oh, wow. I found even a PhD. So.
Call Jackson right now. Call Alan Jackson right now.
Yeah. Get him on the phone.
Yep. Get him in, what's that secret texting app?
Signal.
Yeah, get him on Signal.
Okay. This doctor is educated with a PhD from the University of Lancaster in England, who had a follow-up of 6 years getting a PhD in the University of Birmingham.
Wow.
And a University of California.
Hold on, let's hear what she says.
May I?
Yes, please.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scortibello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well,
she now has the face of someone who smelled a bad fart.
Would you agree, if Dr. Scortibello testified in this court, that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, it's sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell.
Somebody's bored with this testimony.
She looks like Peggy when she doesn't smile.
You're just getting pissed. He is furious.
Over the course of your many testimonies under oath,
Dare he challenge?
would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes.
And please.
There was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
That's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, you know, with this paragraph or the, you know, whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True?
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988?
Yes.
As a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, you know, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case, but I personally was certain that that was a dog, that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate, again, my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case, back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Wood.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So, question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today? All right, so jurors, we're not going to finish this today in the next 5 minutes, so it seems like it's a good place to break. I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. Tomorrow is also a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, you can again just follow.
Thank you.
Close it open, follow me.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like they need to see.
Can I see counsel while the jury's filing out, please?
So, yes, sidebar. One final horrible sidebar. And we're going to stick around till she lets everybody go.
The total of sidebars for today?
Wow.
Damn, I missed it by one.
This is bringing an end to 22 hours of continuous coverage, or us being on the air. I was on the air for about 20 and a half of those.
I think the last witness is going to need 22 hours of crying to get over her.
Yeah, she's going to need the next day to figure out what
I'm not a lawyer, but I've just debunked most of her testimony.
Right.
Well, I've been saying that she seems to be self-proclaimed expert, and
the only expert.
But yet she's made these outlandish claims.
I know.
She made the claims that there's no books out there on forensic dog bites, but I found it. I found forensic classes that she said that doesn't exist. I found better experts with more credibility and training in dog bite research.
Well, in fairness to her, she said she wasn't aware of.
Okay.
She's not aware of very much in the world, I guess.
Well,
I don't know if she's aware that the sky is blue.
Yeah.
Again, we're about to be done with the 22 hours of coverage and the end of Australia Palooza.
Finally, is that correctly?
Yes. So I hope whomever the Aussie was who paid us off to go live, I hope you got your money's worth, and I hope you're sleeping now, finally.
Die a rotten death.
Now that you're out of money to bribe us for the rest of the week. So,
Is he?
He said he was. So, he said he was.
We'll see if Jimmy John's is gone before the end of the week.
Well, we've got 3 more days after today to get rid of it. So,
how far away are we?
Pretty close. It's pretty close. Hold on, let me get to that.
And then we had the announcement that if we get a half a year, like 5.5 years, the person who puts us over the half a year gets to name.
Just to take away your pizza?
No, gets to name the next restaurant to go on the list.
95 days away, Hank. 95 days away.
You're backstepping off of going over
We never
a type
officially
of.
announced
Yes,
that.
you did. Yes, you did.
No, we did not officially. We talked about maybe doing it, but I'm not giving up a blanket food again. That's just too much. That was like all ice cream. That was too much.
So admit that you're scared that you're going to lose pizza, and that's why you've changed your mind.
Well, the only reason I'd be losing pizza is because you're trying to force it through. And that's not going to happen. So it's just, it's not fair to do it that way. The person who gets us to half a year can name the next restaurant. That is consistent with what we've been given.
Now I'm in the mood for some delicious Casey's pizza.
Oh, yes.
I
Taco.
just heard, yeah, I just watched the Fat Electrician show on Casey's Pizza. Never heard of them before.
Oh, yeah.
There's a Casey's in my town, and I'm not going to lie, they have the best pizza in town.
For those interested, if you would like to know, in order to get us to the extra half a year, we're 278 days away.
Are you going to read the...
Yeah, just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there.
Why don't you read the scroll?
Read the scroll. I can't read the scroll.
At the bottom of the screen.
Too small.
Do the promo. It's not that small.
On my phone, it is.
Are you saying you can't read the thing? Are you so old that you can't read the things on your phone?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I need to be Gia and I need to get an iPad in order to see shit.
Or a jitterbug.
Wouldn't shit on your iPad. That's kind of a waste.
You need a jitterbug. That's what you need.
You can always hire this nice lady to be a forensic expert and read the banner.
I think she'd be more qualified for that.
Maybe.
And
I don't know.
Gia, in her expert opinion, says yes, Phil is a geezer.
Yes, yes, I am. I make no bones about it.
So to rehash today's debacle for the defense, they called a witness that proved them that made them look silly.
Mm-hmm.
And showed they might be attempting witness intimidation.
Yep. I went to pick up Zoe from camp, and there was a truck called a phone ambulance.
Okay.
You know what we've become when you need to call an ambulance for your phone.
Yeah.
Folks, remember 8 o'clock tonight, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock Mountain, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. Hope Phil and the gang return with Soft Sit Bingo.
And good music. Good music.
Yes. The best opening theme song on YouTube.
Yep. Yep.
At least on this
That's at
channel.
8 o'clock tonight. I will not be with you tonight, as I'll probably be asleep in a few minutes. I thought
Jim
I
will
could
be
get away
dead.
with not sleeping, but yeah.
Jim will be dead.
I'm not going to be.
It's gonna
Jim
get
is going to take the Odin sleep.
a milkshake IV while he
There you
sleeps.
go. There you go. Come on, folks. Officially dismiss him for the day. As we are indeed at a sidebar. What was the flavor of the sidebar today?
It was a smoked sidebar.
Zoe's Pizzeria.
Big hit.
Cool.
In the words of the mask, it was smoking.
Yes.
Let us go. Let us go.
Let our people go. Let our people go.
Had somebody pull up next to my car yesterday, and the back window was open, and Zoe had her head out, and the lady goes, "Hi, Zoe," because I have a Zoe sticker on the back of my back windshield.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, with puppy paws, and she goes, "Hi, Zoe."
Oh, come on. We just want to go. Slap Jackson upside the head. Come on. Get him this. We have to redo this again next year. Oh, she's back.
No, there's not going to be no, there's no more.
Yeah, it looks like she's packing up, but let's just give it a second. She's walking out.
Yep.
So, okay, folks. So again, tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, Pulpville and the gang. Then we're back here at 8:55 a.m. tomorrow morning with much more of fun
Wonderful
games.
And I have a fan in front of them.
So much rested, a much more lively and rested broadcast tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. In
Sleep
any
well.
case, thank you. I'm not going to be sticking around backstage, so we're all out of here for today. So good night, everyone, and see you.
Good night, Wisconsin.
Good afternoon, everybody. See you tonight for our exciting show.